Do you support gay marriage?
Yeah. 100%.
Perfect. That's it?
No. Okay, cool. That's it?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay,
Yeah.
sweet.
I wouldn't say that I encourage it, but I definitely don't judge people who do or who are in gay marriages. Yes. Yeah. If someone wants to do that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Personally, no. I understand the view of gay marriage and
No.
Okay. Marriage.
Absolutely.
Cool. Look at that.
Why did you choose to come to BYU?
I chose to come to BYU because they told me it was different here, and it's not.
All right, next, why did you choose to go to BYU?
I didn't know it was going to be this racist, honestly. I just kind of came here thinking my faith was going to get strengthened. But here we are.
Why did you choose to come to BYU?
The tuition. Can't find the tuition like this anywhere else. Nowhere else.
Rachel, why'd you go to BYU?
I thought the white people were going to be a little better and not as bad as they are.
What'd you say?
Why did you choose to come to BYU?
Yeah, what's up?
Why did you choose to come to BYU?
Oh. Yeah. It's, got the camera out. Oh my God.
What do you think the leading cause of death among pregnant women is? In healthcare, you might know this.
Well, it depends on which one you're talking about. If you're talking about African American women, it's usually childbirth, which is really sad. They don't get the care that they need.
So what if I told you that the leading cause of death among pregnant women is actually domestic violence? What would you say to that?
That might not surprise me, but it did for a second.
Why doesn't it surprise you?
Because it's higher than it's ever been. And I guess I know more and more people that are in domestic violence relationships and then stay.
What role do you think that patriarchy and sexism plays in that leading cause of death being domestic violence?
I think it's been taught for so long I don't think no one's really broken the cycle.
I think it plays a high part. I do think that that's an issue that plays into it. And partly because of the way it's been, but then trying to make change is always contentious.
This is part one of me watching Black Menaces videos from basically the beginning. I haven't watched these in a long time, so it's going to be interesting. Anyways. This was Rachel's moment. What's your favorite thing about BYU?
I go to school here for free. BYU pays me.
Jesse, what's your favorite thing about BYU?
Graduation ceremonies.
Next, what's your favorite thing about BYU?
Yeah.
Okay. I remember recording these and being in these moments and we were dying laughing. When we started Black Menaces, it was like a rant. It was us just expressing our irritation at our situation. But we also thought we were funny. What's your favorite thing about BYU? That coming over them is crazy. What's your favorite thing about BYU? No comment always had me crying.
My favorite thing?
Crazy word. Laughing.
My favorite thing is you guys.
This was a crazy time. We were always fighting, I swear. Some shit was always popping off. But I feel like at the beginning, Black Menaces kind of brought this little family together. And it was all of us together kind of healing almost because we could express what had happened, what we had been feeling and going through. Anyways, I'm going to keep doing these. I enjoy it.
How much do you think 2 pounds of frozen meat would cost in the United States?
$10.
$10, right? Not too crazy?
Yeah.
How much do you think 2 pounds of frozen meat costs in Palestine?
US money?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Okay.
10, 15?
Should be right around the same, right? It's about $82.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's about $82. not able to either access it or it's like too expensive because Israel has blocked off the aid or something like along those lines.
Trump didn't actually affect our relations with North Korea in the way of stopping missile tests whatsoever.
Yeah, but the threats against America stopped.
You think they stopped? Then why were they testing missiles? From who?
Yeah.
So they tested missiles to get money from the United States, even though we're not their ally.
Yeah.
And what money did they get from us? They never received any money from us.
Oh yeah.
They did.
Think that Trump will be a symbolic figure in the office with his male presence for the other minds in the world. It'll be better off for us.
You think it'd be better to have him simply because he's a man rather than Kamala Harris?
Yeah, for sure.
Actually, he also had peace. You know, he did the Abraham Peace Accords, and we were able to have peace in the Middle East. And now everybody knows what's going on in the Middle East. It's horrible.
We were in a war when Trump was president. I mean, we were still like fighting in Afghanistan when he was president.
Yes, and he bartered to get everyone out of there and to be able to shut down that war. And he made it so that there was peace in Afghanistan also.
If he loses, man, what? You're fucked, dude. I'm fucked. If he loses, I'm fucked. It does seem that way. You can't just be like, yo, I'm like, how long do you think my prison sentence is gonna be? Do you think? Will I see my children? I don't know.
First, don't you already not see your kids? This is the oligarchy that we do not want in America. We already have a semblance of one. But when a billionaire can buy his literal freedom, and to make a side comment joking about how long his prison sentence would be if Donald Trump does not win. The reason corruption continues is because rich and powerful people will do anything to save themselves. Because to them it's literally life or death, freedom or imprisonment. But they have control. So they can just stop themselves from going to prison. So you do insane things like trying to overturn an election. Or create an agenda like Project 2025. Because they want to win at all costs. This is why when money gets mixed with politics in the way it has, we should be worried.
How many normal civilians do you think they've just injured? Not killed.
A lot. Hundreds.
Hundreds?
Maybe hundreds.
Okay.
Tens. By the dozens.
Okay.
The dozens.
Yeah, so
I know that for sure.
They've injured about 92,000 people, which means they've injured about 5 times the amount of people that can fill the Utah Jazz Stadium.
In the last, what?
Year.
That's real numbers, brother?
Guaranteed, promise.
Yeah, I don't like what's going on in Israel, bro. They're gonna the Bible said it that Israel is gonna get hit. It sucks, bro. It's like the whole figuration of us hurting each other with bombs is not right. You know what I mean? I don't like
77% of Democrats right now think that Kamala Harris shouldn't send weapons to Israel. So my question is, why do you think that she hasn't changed her policy to follow what the people that support her think?
I'm going to be honest, pro-Palestine forever, but I don't keep up with politics.
Okay, sure.
I don't know why she hasn't changed her policy. I don't know why she should. I just try to stay out of that jazz as much as I can.
Do you think
the U.S. criminal justice system is
equitable, that it treats people fairly?
No.
Not really.
I don't think it treats everyone fairly, no. I think it has a lot of work to do.
Okay. What would you say some of that work is? Like, how? In what ways does it treat people unfairly?
Well, sometimes they don't get the facts right, and some of the police officers are not good people.
They treat people different with color and like the certain situations that there are. Like the Idaho case, Brian Koberger still hasn't been charged for anything, and so I just think that there should be more like ways to improve.
Minorities usually getting fucked over, like petty crimes, and it's just like, you know, false accusations. There's a lot of cases that have been fucked up.
Facts.
So I don't know. I feel like we should study all the shit that, you know, like that we fucked up, and especially the judicial system. They should just really pay attention because it's people's life at stake and their freedom. So.
In the justice system, black males tend to be sentenced to 19.1% longer sentences than white males who commit the same crime.
Let's go. Let's go. When was the last time you checked your voter registration?
I don't know.
Last month.
It's been a while, to be
been a
honest.
while.
Last week, actually. Years ago.
True, yeah. Oh my gosh. Congratulations. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Election is 32 days away, and states like North Carolina just moved 750,000 people from the voter rolls, and Texas removed 1 million people from the voter rolls as well.
Oh gosh.
So,
okay.
did you know that for simply checking your voter registration, you could win free tickets to Taylor Swift?
Wow. No, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Oh, I can?
You can.
Wait, really?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know that. Where can you do that?
Link is in my bio, so if you want to win free tickets, check your registration.
That's amazing.
So there was a lot more peaceful protesters at January 6th than there were at BLM riots.
What did she say?
We can agree to disagree on that one. Okay. Because they did storm a government building and they tried to hang the vice president.
Oh, they didn't try to hang the vice.
They brought a noose, or they brought a
It was this big.
Oh no, it was much taller than the people there.
It wasn't very tall. You fact check that too.
Okay, I will fact check it. Okay.
Because he has already have a proven track record of doing good for our country.
Yeah.
And Kamala's had 3.5 years, and we couldn't even get her down to the border.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. What were some positive things that you feel like Trump did for our country?
Well, I really liked when the economy was really good, and I could go grocery shopping and not be spending an arm and a leg.
And do you think it's fair to attribute the economic success to Trump and the economic downfall to Biden? Do you feel like that's fair to attribute?
I believe it's policies. It comes down to policies. Okay. So yes.
Sure. Okay. I mean, I hear you. I do disagree. I think that when Trump inherited a great economy, before he came in, the economy was phenomenal and it was only getting better. And then the pandemic destroyed our economy. And to be fair, our economy recovered faster than every other economy in major countries around the world. So, I mean, I do agree things have been expensive. Inflation is high. I also think that I don't think it is necessarily fair to attribute that success to Trump because there wasn't many great economic policies that he put in that changed our country, unless you could tell me a few.
Yeah, actually, he also had peace.
If a country is using like U.S. weapons to then consistently and intentionally kill children, do you feel like the United States should stop sending weapons?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. True. So then you would then support like ending weapons aid to Israel?
Absolutely.
True. I like it. I like you. What about eliminating minimum wage laws?
I don't know if I'd do that. I think I would definitely be down with lowering it. I mean, like, when I started working, like, when I first got a job, it was like 6:05 where I lived. And now it's like, I think here in Utah it's like $12.50 or something like that. But, which I think minimum wage is kind of like getting out of hand. Like, feels like all the time, like California's always bumping it up and every state's bumping it up and stuff, and the federal government, I don't even know what it is, but it's like $7.25. And so like, I think there definitely needs to be a limit, because like, it seems like they just keep bumping it up, and it's like, dude, when are you gonna like lay off the, like, you can't just keep bumping it up, you know?
Israel has blown up like every single hospital and school in Palestine. So there's definitely like some level of intentionality when blowing up these buildings and therefore of casualties of children. Do you feel like it's possible to kill 15,000 children without it being like an intentional act?
Like, I think if there's a lot of the time, right, there's terrorists in the building.
Sure.
So I think
would that be worth it? Do you think it'd be ethical or worth it to kill multiple children for one potential like terrorist assailant?
It depends on the terrorist, right? I would say, because some certain terrorists are threatening other children, right? And that's just how the wars have been conducted in the past.
Okay. Great.
Now, I'm not saying it's moral, but I think that's kind of what you have to. I just feel like there's no other option.
Okay, gotcha.
How much do you think 2 pounds of like frozen meat would cost in the United States? Like, if you were to go to Smith's, how much do you think that would cost?
Oh man.
Yeah, 2 pounds, not a ton.
Probably like $8.
Yeah,
maybe?
right. Like
something?
pretty cheap.
I don't know.
What would you, given it's $8 here, right?
Right.
About, right? How much do you think 2 pounds of frozen meat cost in Palestine?
Oh man.
Yeah.
Probably a lot cheaper than that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe like $2, $3. I don't know.
Yeah. What if I told you it cost $82?
Oh my gosh! What?
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It is insane, isn't that?
Yeah. Wow.
Do you know how many children have been killed by Israel and Palestine?
I think the children death count exceeds the women and children is higher than any other, right?
It is, yeah. So about 15,000 children out of like the 40,000 in total have been killed.
That sucks. That's so sad.
Trump was endorsed by the KKK, the Ku Klux Klan, and also the Taliban. Did you know that? And how does that make you feel?
Well, they can endorse whoever they want, just like anybody else. I don't know. I would like to fact check that.
What values does the Ku Klux Klan and the Taliban share with the Trump campaign?
No
And
idea.
there have to be some similar things there, otherwise they wouldn't support his.
There can be some similar things with liberal people too. Doesn't mean that they endorse them either.
And that's true, but they didn't endorse Joe Biden or Kamala. They endorsed Donald Trump. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and their campaign have been saying that Haitian immigrants are eating pets. Have you heard about that?
Yes, I heard about that.
And it was reported that is false, and J.D. Vance admitted in an interview that he made that story up. What do you think about that? How does that make you feel?
I don't know. The same way it makes me feel when Kamala Harris says a lot of word salad and doesn't say what her policies are.
Okay.
I mean, everybody lies. They all are liars. Honestly, if you want my opinion, I think they should just take out Washington D.C. and start over.
I get that. Well, I mean, kind of going back to it, that's what the Taliban wants.
Got him! Got him!
And it's also what Donald Trump tried to do with the January 6th riots. He encouraged that.
If they wanted to take over the country, don't you think people would have brought guns and stuff? That wasn't a riot. It was a protest, and it got out of hand.
If you woke up tomorrow and every college and every university in Utah had been blown up, how would you feel?
I would feel shocked and frankly unsure of what to do, honestly.
That would be very terrible.
Yeah.
I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah.
How many people died?
Yeah, good question, right?
That's the first question.
Think about these children, college students, parents, and stuff like that that are just trying to go through the day and day, and they have nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
And it's like, when is it going to end?
Ethical for a 6-year-old to work in a mine? Okay. Yeah, so right now, in the Congo, there are major corporations, major tech companies exploiting children working in mines. So basically every single day, children are dying in these mines because we are using them for our phones and technology. And in the last 30 years of that exploitation, there has been about 10 million people died, about 8 million people displaced, and about 500 women have been sexually assaulted.
Okay, cool. First question is, what pronouns do you use?
I just go by my name. I don't really have a preference on it. I don't really care too much.
Okay.
He, him.
Okay, sweet. Okay, cool. So, like, would you be bothered if somebody called you a she?
I personally would, but
He, him. So, I mean, you would be bothered if you were called she. So you kind of have a preference of some sort?
I personally would. But yeah, I personally would probably.
Okay. So, if somebody had to call you something, what would they call you? Because, like, other than your name, like, would it be they?
Probably. To tell you the truth, probably just. I mean, I don't really care, like I said, but if I had to choose one, probably use Sunshine.
Probably use Sunshine. Gotcha.
If I had to.
Sure. Okay. So between like what's happening there in Ukraine and Russia, is there a side you more favors?
I definitely think that we should have gotten to that war.
Okay. Do you think that it's ethical for a 6-year-old to work in a mine? No. Okay. No. Big no, right? No. Okay. So currently in the Congo, 6-year-olds are working in mines. Do you have a phone? I do. Well, what type of phone do you have? iPhone 15. Okay, true. Yeah, so, I have an iPhone as well. For both of us, probably there was kids that died making our phones. For real? Yeah. Yeah, so in the Congo, in the last, 30 years,
they've been working people in the mines like outrageously, and about 10 million people have died. 8 million people have been displaced, and about 500,000 women have been like sexually assaulted. Do you feel like women and men have equal standing, like because obviously you think women and men have equal opportunity, but what about like equal position? Does that make sense? Like equal power in the United States?
I would say in different realms, yes, and that ties back to the fundamental differences between men and women and their different interests. I do believe that men and women are different. I believe that they choose different paths normally. That doesn't mean that there's like a male path and a female path.
Sure.
But I believe that all just kind of ties into the fundamental differences that we were given. I believe in God. I believe that God created men and women in His image. He gave them different personalities, different interests that complement each other.
Sure. Do you think being the president would be a male interest?
Not necessarily. I think it is a little bit more of a leadership role where you have to take a lot of big topic issues. And wouldn't shock me if a lot of the really good women aren't interested in something like that. I don't know.
What Trump is doing is trying to create an alternative pathway, one away from or counter to like Netanyahu's vision.
When has Trump ever like iterated the fact that he would be open to doing that?
He's spoken negatively on Netanyahu on a number of occasions, but it's vague because I'm thinking like 2016-ish. But he's also been the most prominent voice, the most prominent anti-war voice. Anti-war, yeah. He's said multiple times that Ukraine wouldn't have happened under him. I actually believe it because I think they were trying, because when they were trying to provoke him into a war with Syria with those attacks, and I think he just let them shoot a couple of missiles at a non-occupied airfield and called it good.
But wouldn't you? Here's where I disagree, is that if Trump was president when Russia first invaded Ukraine would have never received any support from the United States. Why do you think we haven't had a woman president of the United States so far?
Not sure.
That's a good question.
100% it comes to patriarchy.
Do you think sexism at all has a role in that aspect of it?
I don't think so.
The answer is, I don't know.
Okay.
And it's probably just built up bias over time.
I think our society believes that men can do it all.
Yeah. Would you consider that in the United States, women and men have like equal opportunity?
I would say they have equal opportunity.
Okay.
I feel like interests are different, and I feel like there are some perspectives of individuals that are different.
I'm not opposed to a woman president though, but I think our presidents have been pretty okay.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's like due to an extensive history of sexism and patriarchy. Just given the fact that women have been stripped of rights constantly for the last 400 years. That
the patriarchy, whether people want to admit it or not, and especially when it comes to toxic masculinity and all the things that come with it, affects everyone at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Are you like a Trump supporter? You think it would be better to have him simply because he's a man rather than Kamala Harris?
Yeah, for sure.
Just because he's a man?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really support either of them. I'm kind of just... I don't really like what we got, so...
Okay, who would you consider yourself to support?
Kamala Harris.
Okay.
The problem is there's no good choices, I think, this election. So we're forced into choosing, someone maybe we don't totally agree with. So
we've never had a woman in the history of the United States. Right. I don't think that's going to be a good idea, and we should keep the male figure in the process. Kamala Harris is she looks like she's just looking for war and problems. So I can't mess with her. No.
Would you not consider Trump to be more like
I'm from the hood,
aggressive? I'm from in the terms of war.
Trump will because what's gonna happen in the future is gonna happen, and Trump he's gonna have the more sophisticated mind with the soldiers to go out into the war.
Is multiple more candidates running for president other than Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Do you think that they should also be represented on the national debate stage?
I think it would totally be fair if they were represented.
Yeah, I would think so. If they all if they're all running for future leadership of our country, I would think so. But I think since those two are the most popular, that's the only reason they're getting the spotlight.
I think the only reason that the third-party candidates are unable to win actually is because of the exclusion of them. I think if we imagined
other candidates on the debate stage every single election alongside the Democrat and Republican, I think over time there'd be like a large sway to other candidates as well. Yourself to be a Trump supporter.
I do think that Trump will be a symbolic figure in the office with his male presence.
Opposite candidate is so much worse than Trump, I would say yes.
I'm going to read you a few of Kamala Harris's policies. I want you to tell me if you agree with them or disagree with them. Banning unions for like public service workers.
No, I think they should have unions.
Okay.
Don't ban them.
Employers could eliminate unions mid-contract.
No.
Like, don't do it.
Don't do it.
No, I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay. Company no longer paid for overtime, despite how many hours you work.
Not a good policy.
That's not good.
Dating minimum wage laws.
Maybe making it better.
Right,
of course.
so like increasing it maybe.
I think there's middle ground on that one.
Eliminating child labor laws.
No, we don't want to do that.
Okay. Right.
No
Okay.
child labor. I grew up learning about child labor, so I know about child labor.
Sure. So those were actually all Trump policies. Yeah.
Stay up to your information.
Does that change your opinion
Not
at all,
at all.
considering you don't agree with his policies?
Not at all.
You still support him
Not at
despite
all.
not agreeing with his
Those
policies?
are very minor policies you're talking about.
I mean, those are like
I'm
fundamental labor policies.
Oh, bro, I come from the hood, so I know who Kamala Harris. Like, I know what type she is, bro. I wouldn't vote her in, bro. Still,
Even though you disagree with Trump's policies,
there should not be a female president for
because she's a woman.
They didn't put a female on a bill, bro.
Yeah, that's because like women had no rights.
Nothing against females, though.
But they can't be president.
Nah, bro.
But nothing against them.
Nothing against the female race.
I feel like we should kneel for the flag, or should we stand for the flag?
I believe that we should stand for the flag.
Okay. Why do you not agree with like the protest of like kneeling for the flag, or?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No,
Why?
because people of all ethnicities fought for our country and laid their lives down for us. And I mean, you look throughout history, and people didn't care what color you were.
Were you better 4 years before Biden or since Biden? I don't think America
You don't think
is
we're better? The conflict between like Israel and Palestine, is there a country that you support more in between them two?
Israel.
Can I ask why?
Just because it's in the Bible, we got to back up Israel. I mean, it's.
Do you not think we should be focused on America though?
I mean, yeah, we should be focused on America, but Israel is part of America.
How
We
so?
are allied with them.
I guess I just choose Trump because he's just a very like straightforward guy and just kind of knows what he wants for the future of this country. So I don't know. That's just me though.
Yeah.
So.
Would you consider yourself more in support of Israel or Palestine in that what's going on with them?
My sympathy goes to the people in Palestine.
Okay.
Like that's no one should have to go through that.
Yeah.
I'm not really into anything like that.
No, fair.
Dude, if I'm being completely honest, I haven't really done too much study on it.
Okay.
I don't know. What? I have no clue, to be honest, dude.
Okay.
Pro-Israel.
And can I ask you like what makes you more pro-Israel in particular?
Ben Shapiro said this. You can disagree with the policies of the country of Israel and not be anti-Semitic. But if you disagree that Israel has a right to exist, that's anti-Semitic and that's wrong. You know, when people say, from the mountains to the sea, Palestine will be free, implying that Israel should no longer exist, I think that's wrong.
It's inexcusable to just, genocide people like that.
Yeah, true.
I don't know like which one to choose, like who's right or who's wrong, but I might need to do my study on that.
Is between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, who are you most likely to vote for?
I'm just gonna write someone in, man. Both are bad.
Okay.
Both are bad.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of either.
Okay.
Honestly, Kamala Harris.
True. Trump.
Donald Trump.
Okay.
Come on, Harris.
Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
Okay.
Donald Trump, for sure.
Okay, can I ask you why?
It seems like Donald Trump doesn't really have a whole lot of policy laid forth.
Fair.
I think that his economic policy and everything that he would have done, that he's promising to do, could have been done in his first term.
Most of my political opinions I get from my parents.
Okay.
I also listen to news sources such as the Daily Wire.
Why? Because Kamala Harris is crazy.
What's crazy about her?
What's crazy about her?
Yeah.
Well, like, I haven't really dived in much deep about her, but I think just from, like, what my parents tell me and stuff like that, I just don't know if she's, like, one to be trusted. It's like what she says one thing, says the other. I guess I just choose Trump because he's just a very, like, straightforward guy and just kind of knows what he wants for the future of this country.
You know, don't you think that billionaires should pay as much in taxes as an average American? And of course I agree that's true, But
Why
I
do you disagree?
but I disagree about the solution
But why? Like, what? Why does it bother you?
because
like,
I'm a conservative and I just
yeah,
don't
but like,
subscribe
what
to this
like
system of
what
ideology.
tangible, like what actual, what's your, like, why do you not think a billionaire should pay more in taxes? Like, what is like the reason besides being conservative?
Generosity is a good thing, and it's not the government's role to enforce generosity.
Can I tell you something about generosity though? Like, I mean, just to give you another stat, just so, because generosity comes up a lot. Those same billionaires, the philanthropy was only about 20 billion, less than their owed.
And maybe they would be more generous if
they
the
paid-
government weren't taxing them so much.
So 3%. Gotcha. Okay, cool.
I don't agree with that statistic that is 3%.
It's okay. The fact will be on the screen. What do you think the average American family pays in taxes? Like at 5%, 10%, 15, 20, etc.
So I'd guess higher.
Okay.
Probably like 25%.
I have no idea.
Okay. Any guess?
I'm not even gonna guess. That's how clueless I am.
Fair, no, fair. 14.9% is like the average.
Okay.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
So what do you think then, knowing that now, is what do you think the average is for the average like top billionaires in America? Would you
More
guess?
than that, because I know that we have a progressive tax system is what you call that.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd probably guess like 30%.
Okay.
I would say, but I mean, if it's lower than that, like,
Yeah.
you blew my mind, dude.
Yeah.
So
What if I? So it's actually 3.4%.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow.
I would disagree with that. That's not true.
Well, it is. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Do you feel like billionaires should pay less than like an average family in taxes? Do you feel like they should pay more?
I don't subscribe to all this. Billionaires need to pay their fair share idea.
The first question is, if you could just, in 60 seconds, just tell us your story.
My name's Anika. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I've been singing since I was 5 years old. And one day, well, not one day, but my whole life I wanted to be an artist. And one day I just decided to take it seriously. And I started developing artistically and posting covers consistently online until eventually I saw, or my audience found me. It's a bit more detailed than that, but you said 60 seconds, so I got anxiety and I did it in like 5.
You still got another 30 seconds. So you're good.
Yeah, I went through some religious trauma. It really stressed me out, and I know that it made me into the person that I am today, and my message is just to let people know that it's okay for people to be people. It's okay for people to just be human, to be themselves. To be human is to create your own story, to create your own identity, and not exist in boxes that we ourselves created.
Love that.
Period. Come on. Say a word. How do you think patriarchy affects you as an individual?
That's a good question. I think as a member of modern American society, we see that men are in a lot of positions of power or authority, but I don't think that that is a result of systemic patriarchy or the reason for that not being, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a good way to phrase it. I don't think it's oppressive. I've heard some people believe that it is, and more power to you if you think so, and I'm happy to debate that, but I think that patriarchy has created pretty decent society in America as we are now, and there's also some matriarchal structures in businesses and schools and places where women run the show, and they do awesome too. So, those ways.
Could you tell me maybe a few industries in which it's a matriarch that women run the show?
Sure.
Do you have a list of those industries?
I don't have a list of them in my head. I just know they exist.
All right, so I'm going to say a quote. The quote is, "Negroes are not equal to other races." Now, who do you think said that? Apostle Bruce R. McConkie or German leader Adolf Hitler?
I would guess German leader Adolf Hitler.
You would be incorrect. It was Apostle Bruce R. McConkie.
Well,
It's got to be Apostle because, yeah.
Final guess?
Apostle. I'm gonna guess Bruce R. McConkie.
You would be correct.
That's insane.
That's reality.
I would hope not the Apostle, but I mean, I'm gonna go with Hitler.
Unfortunately, it was not. It was Bruce R. McConkie. He's the one who said that.
Yeah.
Probably Bruce R. McConkie.
You would probably be correct. That is right. Our good old apostle.
I don't know that one.
I feel like you'd want to say that it's Hitler, but
What do you think?
I don't know.
I know that's yeah. Can an answer be I don't know, or do we need to choose?
I want you to give an answer. Who do you think said it?
I'll still say Hitler.
You too, Hitler?
Sure.
Okay. Well, unfortunately you'd be incorrect. It's Apostle Bruce R. McConkie.
Do you support marriage equality, gay marriage? How do you view that?
I personally believe that marriage is ordained of God to be between a man and woman, but I also believe that everyone has a choice to believe that or not.
I guess so, but at the same time, I believe that marriage is ordained of God between man and woman.
I personally, I don't agree with it with my religious status, but that doesn't impede their right. Like, yeah, that doesn't impede their legal right to do what they want. Yeah.
Me too. Obviously.
I think marriage is awesome, and I think we should not discriminate or hate anyone.
Okay, period.
Being an Indigenous woman at BYU, there's so much to talk about, especially for me as a white presenting Native person. You're basically experiencing microaggression on the daily basis. Like, what are you? Like, I got asked that question like all the time. Not, or like, oh, you're Native, like you don't look Native, or like, oh, did you just get back from a vacation? You look so tan. Like, how are you so tan? You're so tan and I'm not. Or like the arm check is like when you're non.
Oh, yep. I used to get that.
Well, like, look, I'm almost like you. Oh, you're Native. Are you here on scholarship? You're just here because of scholarship. Or, oh, do you guys even pay taxes? Like, or are you guys alcoholics? Like, I heard alcohol is like a really big problem for your community. All those microaggressions, like throughout my BYU experience. I used to speak at BYU about Native experience. And I would tell them, like, it's like having a pinprick every day. Like, every day there's a little pinprick. Like, it's really nothing. And it only lasts a second. But, you know, if you have a lot of them, it hurts.
Okay, the question is, how fast do you think on average people get married at BYU?
I would say they probably date for about 6 months and then like a short engagement, 3 months, so like a total of 9.
9 months? Okay, cool. That's it.
Probably really fast. You know what? But I did meet someone who is getting married after like a few months of knowing a person.
There's a common misconception that a mixed race person chooses to identify with one group only. Most likely the one that they look the most like. Maybe like a Barack Obama, and we can say, oh, okay, you're Black, right? And we all expect the Barack Obamas of the world to be like, yep, yes, I am. The flip of that misconception would be that mixed race folks are all confused. You know, oh, they're probably going through identity crisis. You know, they're doing this one day, and then the next day they said they were this, and they don't know who they are. I feel bad for them. You know, all that kind of stuff. When really the crisis, quote unquote, is because society presents only these 5 classic racial boxes, and you're supposed to fit into one. If you really pay attention to the things that mixed race people either are frustrated about or even complain about, it often comes back to being expected to fit into these 5 boxes and not really being allowed to be a member of more than one box at the same time.
Yeah. All right, so the question is just, what do you think Malcolm X's goal was?
Oh, I have to confess, I'm not really sure who Malcolm X is.
Okay.
I'm not well versed in that kind of stuff.
Have you heard of him before, though?
Yeah, I've heard of him. It's been a while, though.
Okay. Yeah, so Malcolm X was, I guess by the loosely defined, he was a civil rights activist, but he was someone who was concerned with the empowerment and protection of Black people.
Everything rises and falls on leadership. Because ignorance on fire is a lot better than knowledge on ice.
Okay.
I always had the ability to connect with people. For me to network in the community, for me to build connections, that is the most important skill, I feel like, in all of leadership, is the ability to connect with people. If you can get that down, everything else is downhill from there. you can't change the people around you. You have to change the people around you, right? We grow up in this bubble, right? And we only know what we know, like at BYU or whether in a low-income neighborhood. Your association is not giving it to you. It's like there's more out there. Well, trying to change your associations, trying to change your community, trying to figure out how to expand, right? And that's kind of what the chamber helps people do.
Okay, that clicked. That just clicked for me. What you meant? Because I was like, what does that mean? But
yeah, if you can't change the people around you, you got to change the people around you.
I like that. You just full of gems today.
At BYU, what I really like, so annoying was like all the white guys that wanted to date me. You already know they came from Mission from Africa.
Yeah.
That's it. Now they love black women because they spent 2 years.
It's just all laughing because we know the type of person this is.
The sad thing is, these guys, the audacity. Like, I'm a pretty girl. Like,
you are.
These guys would be like very unattractive. They would know if I was white and like the same person. They wouldn't even come to. They wouldn't even know they had a chance.
Let's talk about it,
right? But because I'm dark, like okay, because she's dark now, like I might have a chance because like nobody else is coming for her.
Yep.
These guys would be but ugly. I'm sorry, very unattractive. Like I'm just like what? I would get offended.
Yes.
I would literally get offended.
I'm gonna date a white man. I'm gonna date the baddest white man in the game. Like, stop playing with me right now.
I would get so offended. I was like, you think you can come talk to me?
Yeah.
And it's not even because I'm like being like, cocky or overconfident, think this. No, it's like genuinely like be real. If I wasn't so dark and I had the same features, the same like level of attractiveness, would you come talk like to me? You probably wouldn't. You'd probably be scared because you probably wouldn't think I was in your league. But because I'm dark, all of a sudden throw away everything else that I bring to the table. Throw it away because she's dark. Somebody once said this in my philosophy class. They were like, well, it's okay that Africans, like, black people are suffering because that's what they sign up for, like in the pre-earth life. We sign up to be poor because that's the burden or like challenge the trial that we chose to have in this life. And he's like, but it's okay because once Jesus comes and stuff, like everything will be made okay again. I was like, how dare you say that?
Yeah.
Like
what
are you saying all those people who are suffering in poverty and dying chose that? And he's like, yeah. And the sad thing is he really believed it, like
right.
The first shall be last
wholeheartedly.
and the last shall be first. Yeah,
exactly. So he was like, and I can just tell this person has a very privileged life. I was like, you've never had sorrow and suffering because if you did, you would not think anyone would choose to have that life. Like I studied public health. So a lot of public health, sometimes we look at like global health. Public health in Africa is not great. We know why, because systemically Africa was made to stay poor forever, And I also experienced a lot of colorism. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, talk about
Yeah,
that.
share about
the colorism is off the wall. Basically, colorism is when people of lighter complexions think that they have more power or are more beautiful or more desired or better than people with darker complexions in the black and brown communities, basically. Colorism is not only in the black community, it's also like in Hispanic communities. It's in Asian communities.
It's rooted in anti-blackness overall.
Yeah. And the sad thing is, it's from other black people. They were the most colorist. You get racism from white people,
100%.
colorism from black people. You can't win.
Yes, that's so true because I remember when I came home from my mission, this is really random. I realized my whole like 18 months that I was there around like white missionaries, I never... like no one made comments about like my skin color.
Right.
And then immediately coming back to BYU and being around the black community, like someone commented on it. And then I was like, you know what? I have not thought about this for 18 months.
Right.
Like I have not realized it. And then that was just like my aha moment of like, wow, this is our issue.
Oh,
white people have racism, black people have colorism.
Being a cook in a kitchen is a very male-dominated industry. The majority of the jobs I've had to date, I have been the only woman in the kitchen. Up until I got to Vancouver, actually, I've always been the only black person in the kitchen as well. The way that this is kind of manifested is there's a sort of scrutiny. So when you first get a job, of course, the chef or sous chef, whoever's in charge of you, is going to watch your work, to make sure that you are doing everything up to standard, you know, the way they want things done at that particular restaurant or whatever it happens to be. And that's not unusual. But what is unusual is that for me, a lot of times the scrutiny never ends. I think there's sort of this cover of politeness on a lot of things, and people can be super racist, perhaps, but you may never know it. It's only when these sort of little things might sneak out, like the added scrutiny and all that sort of thing. There's a bit of a stereotypical, oh, you're black, so you must know how to cook. But at the same time, those same people won't believe that you can cook at a certain level. So people would ask me, hey, where do you cook? And I would name, you know, one of the best restaurants in Vancouver. And the surprise, you know, it's like, where do you think I was cooking? Denny's? Like, if I said Denny's, no one would be surprised. I found a sort of a job recruiter that was sifting through jobs for me. He had narrowed something down to be sort of like a regional manager for a franchise company. Before I even got anywhere near an interview with the company, she did all the background checks. She interviewed me, and they had already checked all of my references, my credentials, everything before I got anywhere near advertising at the company. I had a phone interview that went really well. They're like, okay, we'd like you to come into the office on Tuesday, whatever. At that point, the recruiter was super happy because she figured it was in the bag. I was super happy because I also figured it was in the bag. I realized it wasn't going to go well as soon as I walked in the door and I saw faces drop. It was more of an interrogation, I should say. It wasn't really an interview. The first few minutes went okay, and then everyone got really hostile and started asking me all sorts of really strange questions about where I'd gone to school and about specific professors that I might have had. I began to realize that even though they were impressed by my resume and they had been impressed during the interviews and I was completely qualified for this job, they didn't believe I belonged to that resume.
You kind of mentioned it, just living in Canada, the Black community is really small. So how is it being a Black woman there?
There is a Black community in every single province, but it seems like the further west you go, the smaller it is. I was born in Toronto, and a lot of Black people migrated there starting in the 60s. There was a whole wave that started in the 60s. So at that time, I remember my mother still telling me stories that in the 60s, she'd be walking down the street, and if she saw another Black person from a distance, she would, you know, raise her hand or nod or whatever at them, because there were so few Black people at the time that everyone felt you had to acknowledge a Black person on the street in Toronto. But by the time I came along, it wasn't really like that. So I would not acknowledge Black people in Toronto because there were so many Black people in Toronto. And it wasn't until I moved to Alberta, actually, that I'm like, so this is what my mother was feeling. Because in Calgary, for sure, I would, you know, do the Black nod or smile or, you know, as my mom would say, would hail them.
One of the things I always struggled with was modeling, was wondering if I would ever be able to be good enough, especially in Utah because I have tattoos. But also, if you guys have seen my Instagram account, I have really deep, really big scars on my legs from self-harm. One of my dreams was to always be able to model in my body with my scars and my tattoos without editing them out or having that issue like, we don't want you because of this. Going to this pageant, going to Miami, being in Miami Swim Week, I felt like would be the perfect opportunity to finally be like, look what you can do no matter what you have been through. I got selected to represent Utah as Miss Bikini Utah. I'm the first Black woman from Utah to hold that title. There hasn't been another Black Miss Utah. I took the stage, and the whole time I had control over my looks, my personality. Once that I feel like I had to fake it or hide it like you feel like you have to in Utah, I just felt like me. I happened to take a title. I'm your Miss Bikini Model United States.
Ooh,
and
yes.
I've watched people kind of shift as they've left Utah. Like when you're in Utah, I feel like there's this version of yourself that for Black people a lot of times, but then once they leave Utah, that version changes. This is something I had seen other people do it, but I never experienced it myself until last year. I leave Utah, I go on this cruise, and on the cruise, me and my wife, we had gone to like go get in the hot tub. We get there and it's just like full, like wall to wall with people we've never met, all white people, right? And like old white people. And I was like, okay, let's go. So we just jump in the hot tub and we're sitting there. I'm like cracking jokes with these people. Like we're like chopping, chewing the fat, talking with each other. And at the end of it, it's like, hey, it was nice to meet you guys. We all give each other hugs, right? And then I get out of the hot tub and I'm like, no, hold on. I wouldn't have done that in Utah.
Nope.
And I was like, what changed?
Yeah.
Like it wasn't even a conscious thing, but I was like, what changed from here, like being on this cruise, feeling completely comfortable to be my authentic self around these people that I've never met before, to where I go to Utah and I can't, like, I don't feel
like
that
you
same way.
genuinely are scared.
Like every other city I go to, like New York, Miami, whatever, I feel like I can be myself and like definitely they want me to bring out the Black culture even more. Like they were so mad when I showed up with my Utah white girl hair in Miami when I went to compete. They were like, where's your afro? And so, I took out my hair and everything and I showed them and they were like, this is high fashion. This is the blah, blah, blah. But in Utah, this is not high fashion. This is messy. This is disheveled. This is distracting. This is something to make fun of or
this
talk
is
about.
unattractive. Or
looks like a boy or something like that.
Or not seen as sexy even, right?
Exactly. And so it's so nice to like be able to travel because I feel like I can be a stranger and a new person and I feel comfortable wearing my hair out. And like here, I feel so nervous wearing my hair out. And I don't understand what like barrier or wall I cross through where it like just constricts me. Like I just don't want to answer questions or answer to anybody about it. Whereas everywhere else, no one will say anything.
It makes sense.
Support doesn't have to always come in a monetary form. It can also come in,
but it should.
Yeah,
it definitely should.
Reparations.
Okay, no.
Reparations. Let's just. I love you guys. That's funny. I do recommend supporting Indigenous people directly, and in that way, you can support them in numerous ways. But the way you can support me directly is definitely buying from my makeup brand, Two Spirit Beauty. And this here is my first ever makeup palette. It is called Powwow Season. It is 100% vegan and cruelty free because I wanted it to be a clean brand. And this here is the color story. It is basically everything that you can think of when you go to a powwow. And even the names on them are inspired by powwows. So we got intertribal, round dance, grass dancer, fancy dance, and jingle dress is the one single shimmer, the gold shimmer I use this as a highlight sometimes. Is poppin'. And then also we have the What the Faux Mink lash book. This is basically a lash book that has 4 styles of faux mink lashes that you can wear up to 25 times. These are only 2 of the 4 items that I launched when I first started 2 weeks ago. That's my recommendation. a little biased.
No, beautiful. I love
amazing.
it. Love the plug. When in your life did you feel like you could fully take part in seeing what being Two-Spirit meant to you?
On the reservation, I was very to myself, didn't want to be, causing too much of a scene, didn't want to wear anything but black because I didn't want people asking questions because at that time I was growing out my hair and with my voice, people would always say, are you a girl? Are you a boy? And back then, that was the biggest insult that you could give me because, being misgendered was just, I did not like that at all. But there was always that interest of makeup, just, wanting to be creative. And finally, I got brave one day, and this was like in junior high. I stole my grandma's eyeliner pencil. I just wanted to make myself feel a little ounce of confidence because I was lacking confidence badly. And I still am today, It was very hard to find something that I loved about myself. So then, once I found the manipulation of makeup, I was like, that's something I could do. So when I left for college, that's when my full potential unlocked. Two-Spirit people have been in our communities and cultures for centuries, and we've preserved this way of life for so long. Not all nations and not all tribes do recognize two-spirit people, unfortunately. A lot of the blame doesn't have to go back onto them, just because the trauma that, ripping our people off our lands and putting them through the boarding school system kind of, I don't want to necessarily say brainwash, but, strip them of their, land, culture, and teachings and way of life, essentially. So a lot of them that, grew up through that system kind of forgot that way of life. Those who did survive boarding school taught that, kind of to their future generations to not recognize two-spirit people where it does exist and where it is celebrated. Like Dene people, Lakota, and other tribes who do celebrate two-spirit people and recognize us, thankfully. Know that, historically we have always been sacred and held in high regard.
So for you being a Black man coming out of the criminal system, how was that for you, and what kind of things did you have to overcome to get to where you are now?
The biggest hurdle that I had to get over, man, was discrimination within employment. You got to check that box, man. Have you ever been convicted of a felony? And I had to check that box. And as a result of checking that box, I never received a call back. When individuals are re-entering society after a period of incarceration, there's three things that, in my opinion, and also data supports this, that they need to successfully reintegrate. They need adequate housing. They need employment that pays a livable wage. And they also need transportation from A to B. I think the way that we begin to ensure that impacted individuals are able to successfully reintegrate into society, I think we remove the box, ban the box. I'm sure you all have heard about campaigns called Ban the Box, where we remove the box from applications that asks if an individual is a convicted felon.
In my culture specifically, we have a left side and a right side, and one side is feminine and one side is masculine. And you usually possess one or the other, but two-spirit people, get to possess both. If I need to be more feminine one day or, masculine the next day, I can do that and kind of transform between both.
If you could put it into like Western terms, I guess, what would be the best way to describe it? Is it like gender fluidity, gender non-binary?
So yeah, like I said before, it is it's an umbrella term. So it can be all of those.
Oh, okay.
It's non-exclusive to sexuality. It's not exclusive to gender roles.
Okay.
Yeah.
If like a gay person or a lesbian person or asexual person says I'm queer, is it kind of like similar to that within Navajo culture or Dene culture, or is it like a little bit more complex than?
It is way more complex.
Okay,
it is way more complex.
Because
yes.
it's not just sexuality.
Yeah,
it's not
just
like
sexuality.
who I'm attracted to or like what I
Exactly.
It's like it includes again what you're talking about, like gender roles,
Gender
the way you want to
roles,
express your femininity and
spirituality,
masculinity,
all of that. Yes.
We are in a country that once upon a time held individuals that look like you and I in chattel slavery. The parallels between chattel slavery and what they call mass incarceration was very striking. Once I came to the realization of how striking those parallels were, what I realized was slavery never left us. Slavery was never abolished. The emancipation never really set freedom to enslave Black people. What the Emancipation, the Proclamation did was it created a more sophisticated version of chattel slavery.
Okay, the question is, do you consider yourself a feminist, or would you?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, dope. That's it.
Cool. Oh, hell yeah.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, dope. Can I ask you why?
Maybe I just don't know a whole lot about it, and I feel like a lot of the views are a little bit more negative than I feel like they could be.
Okay, dope. That's it. Sweet.
That's a good question. I'd need to do a little more research about what feminism is to really understand whether I am one or not. I believe that career opportunities should be equal for women, but I also believe that children need at least one parent in the home for them to be properly raised, whether that parent is a man or a woman.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, I think God created men and women. Everyone was equal. So, I mean, I guess I'm for humankind. I wouldn't call it like feminist. I would call it just I'm for love of everyone, I guess. I don't know.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Me too.
No.
Okay.
What is it that would make someone want to move like from their country to the United States or to another country?
It's a complicated question because depending on the country, I think that a person comes from, the answers could vary. I don't think anyone just wakes up one day and be like, I'm just going to move to a different country just because. People are just looking for something better, whether it is to reunite with their families, whether it is to provide something for, a lot of people work, especially in the U.S., work in the U.S. and send money back to their own countries.
Yeah.
Or escaping insecurity and such like that. Whenever we talk about the definitions of refugees, asylum seekers, immigrants and stuff, so many times the definitions of those terms overlap, but they are labeled like that for political reasons. I have not met a single person who's like an immigrant and thought like, oh, your reason for moving is illegitimate. I have an interesting story about my mission president. When I was like leaving, the word on the street was that he was telling most everybody, and by most everybody was like all the white missionaries. He was telling them like, you should go study finance, I even asked friends like, oh, who wanted to be a writer? I'm like, hey, are you still going to be a writer? This was after school. I was like, nah, president told me to study finance. So I guess I'll study finance. So anyways, I go in and he asked me, he's like, so what do you want to do? What do you want to study? And I'm like, well, I tell him, it's like, I'm interested in going to the entertainments, whether it be like TV, radio, music, television, films. And he just like leans back. He's like, okay. It's like, look, Elder, I don't really care what you do. It's just, if you become a janitor, just become the best janitor that you can.
He said janitor?
That's, I feel like you could have picked a different example. It feels a little racialized.
Just a little.
One of the hardest experiences I've had in a religious class at BYU was sitting there and being told that in the resurrection we'll all be resurrected perfectly and that we will be white as snow. And so I remember sitting there, another classmate again, one of two people of color in that class. And we come out and we're like, so what do you think you'll look like when you're white? Because that's just the experience we left. We're like, what does that look like for us? We didn't believe it, but I mean, we're being told this by someone who is certified or just got this job to teach us this concept.
I kind of feel like a clown right now because I always had it in my mind that like Latino people at BYU had it like they were more accepted. I thought that was kind of more of the sentiment. Hearing from y'all and just kind of like learning more, I'm realizing that's not the case at all. And I'm having to like really shift the way that I think about things because man, like some of these stories, even I didn't like have some of those experiences as a Black person at BYU.
I worked in probably the most Republican place you could ever work was a gun place. I worked
Oh
there.
my God.
I remember the night before the election, it was obviously Hillary Clinton and Trump. So the night before the election, there was a lot of that fear, and they would be like, what are your thoughts, Gail? And I'm just like, honestly, I don't really watch politics. I was watching it every time I could.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not watching just because I knew that it was an argument waiting to happen. Trump won. And I just remember that feeling sick. The next morning, I was like, no, I'm not going to let this get to me. Like, I'm bigger than this. I'm stronger than this. Go to work. And I remember there was this one guy that got hired like a week before I did. I was actually above him because I was able to perform better than he was. And so they put me on top of him to kind of like manage that little team that I had. He comes up to me and he's like, you see the election? But kind of more like, did you see it? And I'm like, yeah, I saw it. He's like, what are your thoughts? And I told him, I was like, honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed on the way that America responded to this. And he's like, yep, what can you do? Guess you're just going to have to respect me a little more, huh? Oh! And I was like, I looked at him and I was like, excuse me? Me thinking, I'm like, I'm your boss. You know? Like,
oh, that's crazy.
That professor was sharing an experience that he had with his family where he started off saying, this is one of the hardest things my family has ever gone through, but we made it through. He pulls up a picture of his family and he says, my daughter and son-in-law were in the process of adoption. They're like, this took a lot of us to like redefine how we thought about everything and just really learn to love her. And they adopted this individual that was really hard for us to accept. And I was like, okay. So then he's like, our family really struggled with this, and pulls up the picture, and it's the parents who are both white and this little girl who is Black. So I should have known that was the start to a lot of difficult moments with this professor, but he would say things to me, for example, where this girl who looks nothing like me, except that our skin tones were kind of similar, comes up to us and he's like, hey, I just want to let you both know that I'm so glad that you sit in the same spots every day, because if not, I wouldn't be able to tell you apart. I'd have other classmates come up to me. One specific came up to me, grabbed my hand. She took a picture of my hand and she's like, I love your skin color. I'm going to show my tanning place this skin color so I can get it done. Yeah. Came back the next day looking orange. So I don't know what I look like.
How would you rate dating at BYU from 1 to 10 as a Black woman?
I'd give it a 0.5 on a good day. You know.
10.
0.
Negative 11.
Yeah.
I'd say 2. Solid 2.
A 1.
Trenches. Maybe 2, 3.
2, 3?
I didn't realize we dated here, to be honest.
Fat 0. -1 if you could.
Negative 10. They don't like Black women here.
0.
3 out of 10.
Negative 1.
Black woman.
Negative 100. Depends, you mean as a whitewashed Black woman or as a proud Black woman? Because it's very different.
We could do a whole segment on what's happening in education, but if I could just say this, one thing that I am really, really concerned about is we see these parental rights parent groups popping up, and in theory, it sounds great. Like, I'm a parent and I want to have my voice heard. But if you really look at their missions, it's not really about like, what's best for their kids. If they really understood diversity is good for all kids should be around all kinds of kids, who are English learners, kids who are a different race than them. Diversity really strengthens kids. Learning different languages strengthens kids. But what's happening with these parental rights groups, they're really trying to move kids away from anything that's different than their kid. I remember my freshman year, a girl in my hall said to me, you know, you are the first Black person I've ever met. I'm in my mind thinking, I cannot recall the first time I met a white person. I could not tell you that story, but you can tell me I'm the first Black person you've ever met. And so here I am 10 years later, and I was like, this place is not equipped. But this other professor said, Cheryl, we need you to go get a doctorate. Go get either EDD, education doctorate, or a PhD, and come back to BYU and teach. And I looked him dead in the eye and I said, Dr. So-and-so, BYU cannot support me as a student. Why do you think that it can support me as a faculty member?
Period.
I was hanging on by a string. The problem is that I couldn't find a faculty member that looked like me, first of all, that I could even just like talk to about some of this gaslighting that I was experiencing. Being called angry and all these things. And it's like, yeah, but why am I angry? Like, really understand my sentiments, right? That was a huge experience, realizing that I could not come back as a faculty member because I didn't feel safe as a student. I remember there's one experience where, one kid told me that, hey, I can't marry you because my dad said that it would be a bad business idea if I married a Black girl. I experienced fetishism where these young men would come home from their missions and, were so excited that they served people who were predominantly Black. They see me and they're like, oh yes, this person I want to be with, but not really. They just wanted to kiss a Black girl or check off a list. I remember getting to a point where there were guys that would date me and I would just say to them, hey, do your parents know that you're dating someone who's Black? He was like, no, why would it matter? And I was like, go and tell your mom and then let's talk. 2 days later, he came back and was like, oh my gosh, I had no idea that my parents had certain sentiments.
I don't know if you know much about LDS missions. You go out, you serve for 2 years.
In a place that they assign, like they pick it and then you go.
To basically go to a place and do a mission trip for 2 years where you're just like teaching people about Jesus. I was experiencing like some pretty intense discomfort and like nausea and like sickness. And in my body, I was like, yeah, this doesn't feel right. Like I've never felt like this before. And I went to the doctor and they're like, oh, you have an ear infection. I was like, I don't think I have an ear infection. And like, they had this dude who was a retired doctor, and I guess he had been used to working on Black populations. I'm like a week into this illness. I'm like, I feel very sick. I don't know what's going on, but it's not an ear infection. So I'm talking to this doctor, and he's like, oh, well, have you been going to the bathroom a lot? And I was like, well, yeah, but I also, like, I drink a gallon of water a day. I've been trying to stay very hydrated. He's like, I don't know. I think you might have diabetes. And I was like, I got depressed. You telling me this name. Yeah, I was legit depressed. This man diagnosed me with diabetes over the phone. Come to find out, I had bronchitis.
Professionalism is rooted in white supremacy.
Yeah.
And I hate that I have to change the way I present myself to be seen as like, just taken seriously. To be taken seriously, you have to change yourself. I don't know. I feel like I get really frustrated because I want to be this authentic version of yourself that you're talking about. And I love it because I try to hold true to that. But sometimes I still feel like this, I get in the moment and like, then I don't do it. I don't know if that happens to you at all. Like you have this idea of like, I want to stay true in this way, but then it comes out and it doesn't.
Yeah. To a certain extent, yes. Like, you have to be professional. You have to like adapt to a certain extent. But I feel like what my big goal was not to lose my identity.
Yeah.
I feel like even one of the main ways I try and stay true to myself, my hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, you better keep them locks. I'm trying to see you.
I got you. Even when I'm out with my friends, like socially, like we go, do whatever, I still try to be myself. No matter what. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So the question is, does reverse racism exist?
If it's like affirmative action, is that like kind of the idea?
Just just in general, like the idea that people of color can be racist to white people, etc.
I think like technically it could be possible, but like I don't think it's an actual like problem. I don't think the pendulum has swung that far.
Okay.
So I guess my short answer would be like, no, not really.
Okay. Dope. All right, sweet.
No.
You want to expound upon that?
Absolutely. I don't think you can be racist to a majority group. Because the meaning of racism is being discriminatory against minority groups that are like actively oppressed on. So
right, and that's on period.
Off the top of my head,
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. What is that for y'all? What makes y'all think that, etc.?
Reverse racism would be racist thought applied to the majority instead of the minority.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to give an example.
I think that's pretty well put. So.
All right. Cool. All right. Cool. That works.
Reverse racism. I've actually never heard of reverse racism.
So basically just like racism against white people. Do you think that exists?
Oh, okay. I'm sure, yes, that somewhere there's some reverse racism. I've never experienced it, but I'm sure there is.
Okay. What about in the United States, to be more specific?
Again, I don't have any experience with it. I've felt like I've been treated pretty well, but I would imagine even within the United States there are places where there's probably some reverse racism.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah,
How was it connecting to like Black culture, like as a transracial adoptee?
All of the Black people that I would see growing up would be in the news. But, I'd turn on the TV or the news and I would see, here's an armed robber, and like they would show his mugshot or like a picture of him, this Black man, he's the burglar, he's the criminal, like let's get him. Growing up, being in my family, being told every day, like, you're our son, we love you. And seeing myself in the mirror, I would see, the faces of the burglar or the criminal. It got so bad that I didn't want to be Black. I remember just being so upset about it. And I remember looking in the mirror, sobbing because I hated what I saw. And I remember grabbing a washcloth, putting a bunch of soap on it, and started to just rub my skin to try and make it white.
Wow.
And I, got even more frustrated because nothing was happening. And I was just, praying to God, like, why'd you make me this way? Like, I don't look like my family. And it was really, really difficult.
But was there kind of a moment like that where you felt like, dang, I have nobody here to defend me?
One of my family members, I would, because I was like really skinny as a kid, there would be this pose that they would be like, okay, do your Ethiopian poster child pose. And I would just like suck in my stomach and my ribs.
That's crazy.
And it was like a joke that would happen. Yeah, from like family members doing that stuff. Now we're gonna, when you see this family member, don't just say yes, family members, say yes, family member Massa, sir.
Oh my God.
What? Looking back on these things, I know that they didn't mean ill, but like they also didn't consider like what that would do to me.
Kind of share a little bit with us about like times that you maybe felt invalidated or felt discouraged from seeking out aspects of your culture.
I was passing the sacrament, and I had since discovered Bob Marley, so I started growing out my hair, right? And it used to be a fro, but then I used to just like not pick it out, and I would just let my natural curl pattern form.
Okay.
And it got really big at the time. It was like really out to here, and so I was passing the sacrament with this big fro, and I remember a member of the bishopric pulled me aside one time, and he was like, hey, like, how's it going? Like, good to see you. And I was like, yeah, I'm doing good. Everything's great. And he was like, hey, so, everything's good with you. I just wanted to say, I love your hair. It looks really great. But I noticed that, when you're passing the sacrament and, your hair starts to, kind of wobble and bob and stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, because my hair's long. And then he said, I know that if we were in maybe Jamaica or like in the tropics, it would be totally okay.
No, that's crazy.
But I know that to some of the members, it could be a little distracting from them, to feel the spirit just watching your hair bob. So maybe you can,
Right, because hair.
take care of your hair a little bit. So I was like, okay, totally fine. So the next day I just shaved my head.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, but if you can't feel the spirit because you see somebody's hair wobbling,
Right.
like you're in the wrong church.
Maybe you
like,
never felt the spirit in the first place.
Right, like
I've seen a lot of white people busted. Okay,
right.
So if the spirit wasn't there, they wasn't there for that.
That's crazy. To say that. What advice would you give to just transracial adoptive families in Utah?
Black identity is not like a static thing, and that might be hard for parents that don't share the same identity. But you see all these things out there about like, oh, you can't ask a Black person this or that, or like you can't expect them to educate you. And what I usually say to people is like, recognize that you might not catch everybody at a time, that they have the energy to educate you. So sometimes you will and sometimes you won't. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't reach out for people that can be in your child's life, but not everybody is going to have the energy to give that to you.
100%.
And so you should be able to respect that while also continuing to do the work that you need to do.
Best cue, just be like what's his name, Jacob from Abbott Elementary. Just be like him. If all white people were like him, we'd be all right.
I like him because he tries. He makes mistakes. He accepts correction.
Yeah, he's not afraid to mess up either. Yeah.
We have a lot of transracial adoptees here. A lot of the kids that come to my office, their parents know that they're having some kind of identity issue, but don't always know how to help them. And like in the extreme, have been doing things to invalidate their experiences. No, I don't think that was racism. I think that was this other thing, or maybe you misunderstood the situation. Most kids experience racism between the ages of 8 and 10. There was a kid, a Black boy that I know that was coming into conflict with classmates because they were saying these things, and when their mom, who is white, went to advocate for them, the principal apparently said, it's your fault that your child is having this problem because you've taught him to see himself as a Black child.
Oh my
and
gosh.
if you didn't prepare him for the possibility of bias, then he wouldn't see it.
What?
It's wild. It's wild times. White's gonna white. And it just
In the
feels
church,
different.
in the church, out the church. So
yeah. Sometimes you like see people in common areas and you just know they're gonna say something silly.
Oh my goodness.
You remember
I
this?
think I know
There
what
were
you're about
some
to
like
say.
old, or some seasoned white people in the like common area of the student center. And they were like, "Oh, where in Africa are you from?" And we're like, "None of us are from Africa. We don't even look.
we
the
really
same."
don't. We really don't.
And how I've been able to distinguish what's white LDS culture from LDS culture is like in New York, nobody asks you things like how you joined the church, when your parents converted. Like it just does not matter. But in places where it's majority white people, even here, even with people who have like LDS backgrounds but are no longer in the church anymore, there's all kinds of assumptions that people make.
How was your experience working as a therapist at BYU and like as a Black woman at BYU? What was that like?
When I was leaving university conference, this rando woman comes up to me and was like, "Be careful, BYU challenges your testimony more than any other place." And I was like, what? I just got here. But I often say, like, if that lady didn't tell me that, then I probably would have had like a much worse experience. I didn't go to BYU for undergrad, so I didn't understand what the big deal was. At that time, I just needed a job. And so people were there, like, being at BYU was the most meaningful thing in their lives. And like, being a BYU professor was such an important part of their identity. And I just kind of, like, I didn't come with that perspective.
It was on like a Tuesday because my sister told me, she's like, I'm going to tell them to tomorrow because I'm having lunch with mom and I don't have much to talk about, so I know it's gonna slip out. She's like, so you better tell your mom now.
Wow.
And I was like, oh my gosh. So yeah, so I was kind of like, okay, so I call them and I'm like, hi, like I found someone who I really, really love. And they were so happy, like they were clapping. And then I said, it's Carmina. And radio static. Like,
No.
and I knew that it was happening. I knew it was happening. Like, I knew that they wouldn't take it very well. And my mom she's like, what about any grandchildren? And then I was like, girl, it's very early to be thinking about that. Because she and I had only dated for like, since August. So, like, only 4 months. Obviously, we had talked about marriage. We're lesbian.
When did you become aware of your sexuality, and when did you become comfortable with it?
I remember one time my mom was consoling, I was probably around 16, and she was consoling one of her friends because her friend had a gay son. And I remember just sitting in the other room and thinking, she had 5 kids. 3 of them are married. One of them is just the forever bachelor. And then there's me. And I'm like, she's got to have like 1 gay kid. And I was like, yeah, it's probably me. Like, I was just kind of aware. And looking back, it makes a lot of sense. I'm like, oh, I think I know what that is. It's called You're Gay.
I've known since I was 6. Very young. It was Tobey Maguire and Kristen, what's her?
Dunst.
Yeah.
Spider-Man.
And Spider-Man. I was like, wow, I love Peter Parker, but man, MJ.
Consequently, all of her boyfriends, past boyfriends, look like Peter Parker, and her one girlfriend is also a redhead. So
wow, I was gonna say something about that, but
yeah, I got my MJ.
In 60 seconds, tell us your story.
We met on our missions. I don't believe in coincidences, and this wasn't a coincidence. We weren't supposed to ever meet, except I think it was pretty divine. We were in separate missions, and because of COVID, we were brought together. And even if it had only been like a day apart, where one of us had flown in on a plane later, we would have never have met.
When we came home from missions, we got together, became even more besties from that. We started having feelings after that, but because of the church, we were like, no, we can't do that. Things started progressing, and
she won my heart. And after the longest situationship in the world, we're together.
We're together.
Are you guys getting married?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, you're not together. Y'all are getting married. That's like,
yeah, we're getting married.
Yes. There we go.
What has been everybody's favorite Black Menace memory?
Me, Nate, Sebastian, and Kenethia, and we were all just kind of talking, hanging out. And then I don't remember who, but someone had the bright idea that we need to have a rap battle. Freestyle rap battle. And I'm gonna be very honest, none of us have a future career in that.
Love. Baby, fill the tub. Give me that rubber dub. Don't leave me hanging. Shoot, I must be dreaming. He held me tight. Wait, he held me tight. Yep, it's that time of night. The day of love. You're gonna take me out, right? But if you don't, it's time for fight night.
Oh.
Bars.
Guys, this is what happens on the off time. We're so serious. We're not a serious group at all, especially Kenny.
My favorite Black Menace experience. I don't know. I think it's accumulation of everything.
Hey, I'm recording the podcast.
I'm sorry.
Oh no. Tough.
These bloopers are so funny. Like, we should make a reel just the bloopers.
2, 1.
Y'all can find me on it, because were you there? Thank you. Give y'all work. No, thank you.
Stop playing with me. Was you there? Come on.
Thank y'all.
That's funny.
Did slavery happen? I don't know. Were you there? What?
Okay. That's a little different.
Pigeons aren't real. I'm convinced.
I'm gonna stand by that fact.
I'm sick. My brother ate a pigeon
What?
in France. In Paris, he went to this mad bougie restaurant, ate a pigeon.
Oh, yeah, it's very
Y'all are killing me right now.
8-course meal. He ate one of them pigeons. Gobbled it up.
Ew.
Don't say it like that. Gobbled up.
I know.
He had a bone-in wing. That's what he had, Nate. He had a
Stop.
The bird wing.
A bone-in too. Come on.
Yeah, imagine how good boneless pigeon would have been.
Stop. You're
Boneless
done.
pigeon wings. Delicious.
Okay, time to wrap it up.
Pigeon nuggets. I want to know everybody's most controversial opinion. Boneless wings are better than bone-in wings.
Stop.
That is literally false.
That is anti-black.
You like chicken nuggets.
Bone-
Harry Styles and Taylor Swift fans are the same people on a Venn diagram.
I don't like watermelon. And I know people be hating that, but I think it's trash. I think it's watered down juice. That's all it is.
The Cougarettes they're good dancers.
Yes.
I take that away from them. However, I think the reason they get so much hype is because it looks cool. But if it was a group of black girls, we would not get the same energy that they get.
At all.
Last summer, I saw Pompeii in person, and I'm convinced that Pompeii little volcano did not happen.
People who like Chick-fil-A think they're better than other people.
Back in the days when I was teaching elders quorum, I was just church group for men. I don't know how many people who was watching, but and basically I was like, hey, we talked about families. We were all like single, and I was like, I mean, we should probably face the facts that some of us won't get married. And people were like, they were like scandalized, and I was like, I am sorry if that makes you nervous, but that's just a reality we might have to face.
So true.
If your value is placed on your worth as a partner, that may not be sustainable or healthy. You know what I mean? Like in the queer community here, there's a lot of conversations these days about being masculine versus being perceived as feminine, and how men that come off more masculine are more sought after in the gay community. And in some, in some circles where it's like more lauded and everyone wants to come off as more mask, which is kind of interesting, right? It's all tied to like misogyny.
Yes, it is.
To be perceived as feminine is weak and bad, right? Isn't that sick?
Interesting.
I was talking.
Patriarchy.
Sorry, side note. We were talking with me, my roommate, and my friend about this. We were talking about like attraction and like what are you actually attracted to, masculine or feminine? Because then I was like, there are more masculine presenting women, and like, have you been attracted to that? Yes, you have. And why have you been attracted to that? Like, was it because, like, we were like, let's just be honest here. Let's talk about it. Like, what about that attracted you? And it's like, have there been things about whatever? And so it's interesting. And things, the sociologist in me was like living for that conversation because it's really interesting to see, like, are you really attracted to just male, female, or is it masculine, feminine?
If you could give advice to Black kids coming into Utah, if you could give advice to queer people coming into Utah or already living here, just people who experience the same or similar intersections to yourself, what advice would you give them on how to survive this climate?
Oof. That last part, how to survive this climate. Oof, because a lot of people don't, which is unfortunate. I think my biggest thing to people is your greatest strength is going to be your authenticity. And that can apply to your sexuality, your gender expression, your gender, your race, your ethnic background, your culture, your preference, your beliefs. Like, your authenticity is going to be your greatest weapon. And when you fight your sense of authenticity, like what's real for you, you are fighting yourself, and you're going to be limiting yourself and what you can accomplish and do. And so be your authentic self. And if people have problems with that, it's personal. It's not about you.
I've said this before, but I feel like my experience in Utah has been kind of like being surrounded by a bunch of like Michael Scotts, like from The Office, where everybody is just, they have no self-awareness when it comes to how they act around other people, right? So they'll say and do things with good intentions, but just being like woefully ignorant and completely unaware. And so I love The Office. That's one of my like favorite shows.
We love a Michael Scott on TV.
But I feel like that's my experience living in Utah a lot of the times, especially at BYU, because so many people, like you said, had never had a meaningful interaction with a person of color, let alone a Black person. Right. And so for them to be able to like come up to you and try to talk to you, they, like you said, they don't know how to connect if you don't know anything. I remember they would ask me like, oh, have you heard of such and such rapper? And I'd be like, no. And they'd be like, oh, what do I talk to you about? And it's like, well, I mean, I don't know. You're eating the same lunch as me. Like we have the same class. I don't know. We're roommates, but you don't have anything to talk with me about. So yeah, I definitely get that. It's tough out here.
But one time this girl came online and she was like, wickedness never was happiness. Like she like roasted me in the comments, which I love a good roast because I like to roast back. I'll bring a roast too. Right. And I kind of like roasted her, and it wasn't even like a roast. I just like called her out.
Clap back.
And then she like in the messages was like, people are being mean to me. Like I didn't mean to. And my boyfriend at the time was like, hey, I think you're being a little hard on her. And I was like, let's talk about white tears.
Yes.
I was like, this is what we're not going to do. We're not going to take someone who initiated a conversation.
Absolutely.
And then once they start feeling some of the heat that they were putting out.
Oh, yes.
She came at me telling me how wrong my life was. I didn't even tell her how wrong her life was. I was just like, this is a weird way to think. Own your words. If people start coming for you, that's between you and how you feel.
Yep.
But I was like, we're not going to take this attacker who all of a sudden wants to become a victim and validate them because they're claiming victimhood. I was like, sorry. Yeah. I was like, I'm not going to do that. And I was very adamant about it. And he was like, damn, like, that's something I never thought of. I'm seeing the situation, which I appreciate that he did. But yeah, that was very frustrating.
You know, most people don't know when they first meet me, but I am a homosexual. I identify with the LGBTQ.
I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to ask you. Why are you saying?
I wasn't expecting it to come
Of
out.
course, you said it like this. Yeah, Andre, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, I identify with the LGBTQ community. I'm openly bi. I know a lot of gay people within the Mormon Church who are there and who are happy, who are flourishing within them. I know people in the bishopric who are gay, you know, who is secondhand, firsthand to the bishop, and they're happy, you know. But for the gay people who are having questions, or they don't feel comfortable in the Mormon Church, bitch, leave, go somewhere else, go somewhere where you appreciate it. And even more importantly, don't wait until you're too old to try to find love. You know, if you're gay, listen, put the church on hold, the Mormon Church, and try to, figure you out. We'll do what's going to make you happy at the end.
I'm gonna keep it real. I don't give a damn about your feelings. I'm gonna say it again. I give a damn about making your feelings feel nice.
Okay, Ronald, you said damn.
You said damn. We need you exactly. But here's the thing: Christ doesn't care. He cares about your feelings, but he don't pass by stuff. At least the Christ I know. If you find a different Christ, let me know, because I want to meet him. Because I don't think that's possible. And this person does that, and it's just frustrating because at the end of the day, Jesus did cast people out when he needed to. When it was that way, he did threaten people. So when you try to go away from that, and when just that moment just took away, and it really, to be honest, I felt like it ruined the show, and then I felt like I had to get up there and I had to refute that.
As the MC,
I ruined the show as the MC, as the master of ceremonies. I feel like I cannot not do that, especially when I got you, Rachel, I got other people. I'm like, if I let that go, I can't let that go. Like, no, like, but that's how it goes at BYU.
Okay, so the question is, what are you guys doing to celebrate Black History Month this month?
I don't have any plans.
Okay.
Yeah, to be honest, not enough, but I should probably figure out some kind of way to support the Black community.
Yeah, you did. You should. Okay, cool.
Oh my gosh. I hadn't thought of anything. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. So one thing you can do is to follow the University of Utah Black Cultural Center on Instagram. They're having like a bunch of different activities and stuff you can participate in.
Sweet.
Yeah,
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I'm actually going to be spending a weekend with one of my friends and her family and just kind of learning about their whole African culture and a bunch of stuff like that.
Oh, period. Cool. That's what's up.
I don't know.
I'm not really planning anything.
Well, you should.
What do you suggest?
Do you guys go to the U, right?
We go to the U.
Okay, I'm assuming. You guys should follow the U of U BCC, which is a Black Cultural Center page, and they actually have a ton of stuff going on this month, like low-key, like 3 or 4 things a week.
Okay.
All month long. So
Okay.
I recommend that.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll check it out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
So the question is, do you think that the U is an inclusive school?
I would say yes. There's a lot of stuff that goes on here that tries to include everybody. I'd say they try to be.
Perfect. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah. Why was there a little hesitation?
I don't know. Maybe I don't have really like a lot of friends from like other countries.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that's
Yeah, same reason.
Okay. Cool.
I wouldn't really have a saying in it because me, as someone who is very clearly white passing, despite my background of being a person of color, I would say that it is. But then again, I don't really have a very good background to be a judgment of that.
Period.
Good answer. Good
Cool.
answer.
I'd say it is. I mean, there's a lot of... Well, I'm a transfer student here, so it's my first semester. But I know there are a lot of, like, clubs and programs, and then they do post it a lot on social media, too, like, join this club, and then different, I guess... what's the word I'm looking for? Like, promoting it, I guess. So, there's always, like, something here at the U for everybody. So, yeah.
Love that. Thanks a lot, man. That's it.
Yeah.
So rate your experience here at University of Michigan 1 to 10.
I have to give it like a solid 6.
Maybe like 4 or 5 out of 10.
I would rate it a 9.
3 out of 10. 4 out of 10. I give him a 4 out of 10.
3.
I'd say a 6. Right now, it's a 9.
When do you guys celebrate Black History?
That's interesting. Not as much as I should, probably.
Did you ask what do I know?
When do you celebrate
when do
Black
I celebrate
History?
Like him, I probably don't celebrate as much as I should, but I know that in February is the time. It's Black History Month, so
Yeah, that's right. February's Black History Month.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Do you have any
And then, for when to celebrate it?
How to celebrate it?
I would say definitely one of my favorite things is looking up Black inventors,
Oh, cool.
just to see the different things that Black people have contributed to this country, and just learning about different historical events. Just learning about more than the basic things that you usually learn,
sure.
like
Yeah.
Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks. Definitely branch out from those things. Yeah. And then the second question is, what was the first country to abolish slavery?
I do not know.
Okay. What about you?
That's interesting. First country to abolish slavery. I mean, I know the U.S. was really late. Obviously.
I was gonna say definitely not us.
Yeah.
but I don't know.
True.
which one.
It was Haiti, actually.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
are some? Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
What are some like cool inventions that you know that I could look at?
Let's see. I think my favorite would be, I think it was Benjamin Banneker? No, Lewis Latimer. I think he invented the carbon filament for the light bulb. So that's the one that we use today. So he worked with, Thomas Edison to make the bamboo filament, but then he created the carbon one, and that's the one we use today. So
Just makes it
really
more
useful.
like electrically efficient.
Yeah, it makes it last longer.
Okay.
Yeah, so like nobody uses bamboo filament today still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very interesting. That's great. I'll look it up.
All right, cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, no problem.
What was the first country to abolish slavery?
I want to say the U.S., but it probably isn't.
It wasn't the U.S.
Can you give me the continent?
Nah, that would give it away.
South Africa, was it? No?
It wasn't South Africa.
Okay, where it was?
It's Haiti.
Oh, yeah. I should have known that, but...
Oh, my heavens. Is this intuitive, or am I going to be pretty surprised by this?
You might be, if you don't already know it.
I don't already know it. I don't know.
It's okay. It's Haiti.
It's Haiti.
Yeah.
Okay. Amazing.
That's something I wish I knew. I imagine it's not America, but I'm not sure.
It's not.
It is. South Africa?
That's not a bad guess. It's Haiti.
Haiti.
England?
Brazil?
That's not a bad guess. It was Haiti, actually.
Okay.
Thinking. Was it Haiti?
Yes. Oh my God. Whoa! Fire. Period.
Was it Haiti? It was! Wow, okay, period. Who is this person?
Oh, No. Give me a second. His quote was in my junior high school. We are captains of our fate. I'm the captor of my soul. What's it? Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, there you go. Nelson Mandela.
Yes, that's good.
I do not know.
Want to take a guess?
Malcolm X?
Nelson Mandela.
Okay. I wish I had a good answer for you. I don't know, unfortunately.
Nelson Mandela? Yeah.
Oh, Nelson Mandela?
Yes, sir. Nelson Mandela.
Okay, so the question is, do you know when we celebrate Black History?
Yeah.
When?
The month of February.
March.
March? Okay.
What month is Black History celebrated? February.
Correct.
November?
No. But I'll give you a hint. It's next month.
December.
February.
February. Oh.
Yeah.
I thought you meant next month.
No, you're good.
February.
Nice. Yes, yeah.
June, right?
So there's Juneteenth. So you're around that part, but the Black History Month is February, actually. So tomorrow.
Awesome.
Yeah.
February.
Attaboy.
February.
Good.
Hey, it's Sebastian with the Black Menaces with a big announcement. It's Black History Month, obviously. Venmo reparation. But on a real note, our Menace Influencer Coalition, which is a coalition of influencers dedicated to collaboration and empowerment of marginalized communities, this month we're highlighting everything Black in Black history, Black success, Black struggle, Black art, everything Black empowerment. Here are our 4 weeks: global Black history, segregation, police brutality, and Black successes or inventions. If you see the sticker in the top right hand corner, then that's how you know it's the social media Menace Coalition and that you should follow, like, and love it. And always, I love you.
Hey guys, I'm Nate.
I'm Will. And I'm Rachel.
We just finished interviewing Will on the Black Menaces podcast.
And I'm so excited for you guys to listen to it this Wednesday. Yes, we shared all about Will's story and his experience. So check out the Black Menace podcast and also check it out every single Wednesday. We drop new episodes.
And never forget,
always
be a menace.
Knowing what you know now, would you choose to come back to BYU?
If I was able to start Black Menaces at another school, my heart wants to say no, but my mind wants to say yes. I don't know.
Liar.
I don't know.
Liar.
No, I don't know.
That's a tough question. For the good experiences that I've had, yes. For the bad experiences, no. The one thing that I'm grateful for is the career path BYU has given me. But besides that, probably not. And my beautiful wife.
Mm-hmm.
So besides that, and obviously the group of friends that I've made, no, I wouldn't come back. Outside of that.
A few days ago, Will and his friend Dee Dee reached out to us for help. We are sharing his story in hopes that it will prevent this from happening to someone else. Jordan is a returned missionary and a pre-business student at BYU, and he only modified his behavior a few days ago when he found out he was being reported to the university and the apartment complex he lived in. Upon learning this, he accused Will of threatening him, told him he was getting a lawyer, and moved out of the apartment. The apartment complex responded to Will's complaint within a day and gave Jordan 3 days' notice to leave. After several days, BYU has not yet taken any action, but our hope is that the recently opened Office of Belonging will live up to its purpose and address this blatant racism from a BYU student. They will also need to implement specific protocols and diversity training to prevent responses like this one. As of right now, there is no rule against racism in the Honor Code, although it does ban drinking coffee and alcohol, unnatural hair colors, premarital sex, and homosexual behavior. We decided to use Jordan's name because his actions were appalling and unacceptable, and he needs to be held accountable for sure. But he's not the only one who's at fault here. There were 3 other adult white men in this apartment who did nothing, and they're part of the problem. They allowed Jordan to segregate their roommate and treat him with hate and disrespect for over 4 months. They did eventually send private messages to Will apologizing and expressing their regret for the situation, and so we've omitted their names in the hopes that they will commit to being better people in the future. Angela Davis said, "It is not enough to be not racist. We must be anti-racist. This means speaking up when these things happen and defending those who are subject to this kind of treatment." Because Will's roommates waited until consequences became inevitable, there is very little difference between them and Jordan. I would hope that they take this opportunity to find the courage to never allow something like this to happen on their watch again. To those watching, if you see racism or discrimination around you, whether it's verbal or physical, know that we, the Black Menaces, need you to be a menace and stop it from continuing. A true menace is someone who stands up for the rights of others, no matter the circumstance. We need you to be menaces with us so that we can protect the mental health and physical safety of people like our friend Will. This is Will, and this is Jordan Karpowitz. Now, Jordan hates Will, but can't seem to explain why. Story time. Will and Jordan became roommates at an apartment complex in Provo in September of 2022. Jordan immediately began treating Will differently than his other roommates, expressing dislike for him both verbally and through his actions. He repeatedly used racial slurs to refer to Will, both to his face and in private. He literally segregated Will in the apartment by instructing the other 3 roommates to use one bathroom and assigning Will the second one to use by himself. This wouldn't seem so bad, except that whenever he needed to dispose of something nasty like vomit, blood, diarrhea, or other biohazardous materials, he did it in Will's bathroom and left it there for him to clean up. While Jordan was on a date with a neighbor, he expressed that he hated Will and referred to him with racial slurs. The neighbor he was on a date with was surprised when she met Will because she could not reconcile how kind of a person he was with the way that Jordan and his friends spoke about him. When Will asked Jordan to stop treating him in this way, Jordan showed no remorse and continued his behavior. When Will's family learned about the situation and came to the apartment to confront Jordan, he was very defensive and made excuses. When speaking to one of Will's friends, he even used the N-word in the conversation. Check this out.
I haven't said that for a long time. I said it as a joke, not towards him.
As a joke? Come on.
I have lots of Black friends in Idaho. Let me tell you, it's different.
I lived in Idaho.
Okay, and it's different groups. Remember, different groups type of people.
Yeah.
And I was just, that's what I was used to. And I've changed. When have I caught him man word? When? I never call him man word. I never look at him and say nigga. I never say that. I never say that.
You just said it.
I was just saying the word. I wasn't saying the racial slur. I was saying the word. I'm not allowed to say a word. I don't like Will, so I'm not going to treat him like I would treat everyone else that I like. It was not me. It was not me who was saying those things. It was Will. I mean, it was Will was saying those things, not me.
Oh.
And to his room, and I dealt with that bullshit. And they thought I was going to say it. And Will didn't correct them and just let the blame come on me. And I did not appreciate that. So I don't like Will because of that.
Nothing about that conversation made sense, and you can hear Jordan contradicting himself and even using the racial slur in the middle of the conversation. The situation got so bad that Will actually felt physically threatened and had to move to a new apartment in Salt Lake City and pay double rent. Will is a UVU student, so this was a major inconvenience. During this time, his mental health was impacted and he experienced suicidal ideations as well as mental and emotional instability.
ACLU Utah held a rally today protesting legislature that banned gender affirmation.
So what brought you out to support today?
So I'm an educator and I am very passionate about supporting trans youth as they figure out who they are and make sure that they have the love and resources that they need to do that safely.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
There
you go. Perfect. Love it. Thank you so much.
I'm here to support trans rights because those are human rights.
Love it. Perfect. Thank you so much.
I'm a queer person. I'm a lesbian, and I'm also a human being, and I support other people in being who they are. And yeah, I think any reasonable person would do what we are doing and coming out here and making sure that people have basic human rights. Trans rights are human rights.
I'm a transgender woman myself, and I'm here to support and stand up for trans kids and trans youth because I want them to live, because without hormones, I wouldn't be alive today.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Knowing what you know now, would you still choose to come to BYU, and why?
Yes, because I wanted to experience something new.
To be honest, yes and no. Yes, because man, it's an advantage being black, because like I go to class, professor never forgets my name. But also maybe no, because I do miss Texas and I miss black people, so I don't know, kind of goes both ways. Yes and no.
I would say no, because knowing that the system doesn't really work for me, and also the culture is very different than what I grew up with in my own home, and I would like to be around people who have a lot of things in common than me, so BYU is just kind of not it at this point.
Knowing everything you know now, would you come back to BYU, yes or no?
Yes, I would.
Why?
Because the teachers are nice, the classes are nice, it's a fun environment, it's beautiful here, so.
I would say I would come back because I've had a pretty nice environment here. Being in the Black Student Union, I found a community, and also I have been very successful in my academics. So when you combine those two things together, I think it would make me come back to BYU.
I honestly wouldn't know, just because of my why would be, first, like, BYU is a good school on education, and it's also very non-expensive, unlike all other universities. But at the same time, I feel like the cultures do kind of mash up, where sometimes it's not understandable. And a lot of people kind of live in bubbles. And a lot of that has kind of affected, like, mental health. But I feel like I would come here sometimes, but sometimes I've had other experiences that would make me not want to come to here. So I'm always in the middle grounds.
What's the most racist experience you've had on Vanderbilt's campus?
One of the most racist experiences is definitely people who aren't black defending themselves saying the N-word. Like, you hear a lot of kids who want any reason to be able to say it and will sort of minimize its importance or sort of the impact it has on someone who's black or just as a word in general. And there's sort of any attempt or a fight for the right to be able to say it. And that's very prominent here with a lot of white students and just non-black kids as well.
Girl, I thought I was better in Utah. Shit. I mean, shoot.
I would say my race affects my experience because there isn't a large community of black students on campus, so I guess that can feel really like isolating sometimes. And but also like New Orleans being predominantly black city, it's just kind of different coming on campus, and you don't get that same experience. I guess also like making friends, I would say it's kind of hard to make friends that are black, or even like just friends that are minorities, POC, I would say, just because there's not many of them. And then also in my classes, there's not many students that are POC, it's mostly white students. And I realize like a lot of times hanging out with white people or students that have different backgrounds than me, they don't always like, I feel like the conversations are really different, and sometimes it can make me feel uncomfortable to be in those situations. But yeah.
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, so I am new in Tulane. I'm not used to living in the US because I'm an exchange student. And I would say that it is really different from confronting in a way. Like, I see that people here, depending on their social background / race, stay a lot together, whereas where I come from, because I was in an international school, we didn't have that much of this. So I would say that this is what I noticed first when I came here. Yeah.
Thank you.
If I get wild without that bitch, then you know it's up. It's 200 on my wrist and my blick is up.
Hello everyone. Merry Christmas. It's the day after Christmas. I mean, it was multiple days after Christmas, but Merry Christmas anyway. We're gonna go through the Black Menaces wish list. Get ready. And yes, I did break my arm. And yes, it's in my family background because, you know, it's Christmas time, so all my family's here. Yeah. Number 1, more black students at BYU. Self-explanatory, period, point blank. Number 2, less students I'd rather die a terrible death than to do something somewhat nutty. Y'all are weird. It's weird. Number 3, more Black Menaces chapters because we want more. We want to be everywhere and on every PWI, every campus across the country, even maybe the world. Number 4, less racism. And if you disagree, Number 5, more opportunities to meet menaces around the country because we want to meet you guys. We love you. We love you. Number 6, more people willing to acknowledge your ignorance and be willing to learn because what are y'all doing if you're not ready to learn? Y'all ready to just stay in your ignorance? No. We're not doing that. Thank you, Santa. Thank you, Black Santa. Come through.
How do you think race impacts your experience at Tulane?
So as an Asian American, I think Asian minorities at Tulane make up 6% of the overall class in undergrad. So it's definitely an interesting experience, and also being Asian American versus being from a country in Asia itself makes an impact, I think, because a lot of people would characterize me as foreign exchange students when in reality I've been a citizen of the United States my whole life.
Okay, thank you.
It very heavily impacts it. Of course, I have friends in all races, but I definitely feel, seen and heard when I'm with my Black friends, and I think they're a very core part of my happiness here.
I would say race determines, it sucks, but it determines who you hang out with and kind of your Tulane experience, because everything revolves around race. They don't really say it, but it does. All the white people hang with white people, and black people, of course, hang with black people, so it determines everything.
Ooh, that's a great question. I will say that I do feel like this is a predominantly white institution, and I will say that the majority of my friends are white because of that. In high school, I went to a high school that I was one of the only white kids there, so I feel like you can really see the difference coming to school here, just the way people act, the way people grew up, and it's just an interesting time.
Awesome, thank you.
So the question is, how do you define womanhood?
Oh gosh, that's really hard. I just think it's expressing your femininity.
I define womanhood as being strong, independent, and just being confident and owning who you are and being true to yourself.
I define womanhood as anything and everything. It's really just whatever you want to be as a woman. There's no real definition to it.
I feel like womanhood, at least for me, is being connected with other women and finding that community for yourself and defining what being a woman is outside of patriarchal society. So not letting society's perception of how a woman should behave define your perception of how a woman should behave and act and present themselves.
I mean, I feel I kind of believe in with what she said of it's super fluid and it can be different for everybody, and there's no right way to be a woman or I don't know, right way to present. So
Ooh, that's a tough question. Womanhood, I would have to say my mom, honestly. I would say for me, my mom has just always been my rock my whole life, someone to lean on. She's been my support through everything I've gone through, so that's how I would define womanhood.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Have a great day.
You too.
redefine, my dear.
If the nigga tries to fight,
You
it's your
promised
husband, okay?
me.
Hey, tell the nigger I want to fight, nigger.
Yo, this is Sebastian with the Black Menaces, and we have a problem. We need your help. That was white students at BYU, Idaho. They said the N-word with a smile on their face, and there needs to be accountability. At BYU, Idaho, all the black students go through racist issues like this every single day, draining their mental energy and harming their physical safety. And we need your help. This article shows all of the racist experiences by a ton of black people, and I'm not going to go through it all, but the link will be in our bio, but I'm going to go through one. This is a black man, and as he's walking home, a white man continually made monkey noises at him. Put the two together. The white man had no problems with it. He was perfectly happy and fine with it, as he later talks about in the article. These are unsafe environments. This is not okay, first off. The BYU administration in Idaho does not care. They haven't given it a blind eye. They don't mind the fact that their students are unsafe physically and mentally. Y'all, we need your help to identify who those people are. At them, I want their whole names. I don't care, because they need accountability. They need punishment. And then we need to fix BYU Idaho, so everybody, help us out.
Do you believe Tulane contributes to the gentrification of New Orleans?
Definitely. I feel like Tulane is a bubble in New Orleans, and it leaves out a lot of people who deserve to be a part of the community. I feel like if you go outside of Tulane, the Tulane bubble for just like a second, you see the difference in resources, the difference in like diversity ratios. It's just odd and weird. It's like not okay.
Thank you.
Yes, and I think it's really obvious based on like how the rent prices are going up around campus, because a lot of wealthy students are able to afford higher rent prices, and that's causing like rent to go up all around uptown. And so I think that's like really damaging to the city.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And I think Tulane's very much a bubble, and I don't think people really realize the effect that we have, especially on the city of New Orleans. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even further, I think the way in which Tulane students sort of interact outside of the Tulane bubble in the first place does sort of end up being sort of a form of tourism and sort of encourages more of commodification, which, I don't know. I guess would encourage sort of like safe sort of like gentrification rather than an actual like reckoning with like what the city is in the first place. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
They absolutely do.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't go here.
Yes.
I feel like yeah as well.
I don't go here, but I would say probably yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. What language do they speak in Wakanda?
African.
Any other guesses?
No.
Nope. That is not correct. They speak Wakanda.
What? That doesn't make sense.
What else did you think?
Wakanda is African.
Yes, but in Wakanda they speak Wakanda.
Yes. And Wakanda's Africa. So they speak in African.
Good job. Okay. So the question is, when was Black Panther the comic? When did it come out?
I'm gonna go with 72.
Any guesses?
1966.
She is correct. 1966 is when the comic book was released.
Okay, we're here with Marvel Trivia in Salt Lake City. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
What language do they speak in Wakanda?
Wakandanese.
Wakandanese. That's real close. You speak Wakandanese?
I do not speak Wakanda.
I do.
You do?
Maybe. All right, can you name a neighboring country of Wakanda?
Nairobi.
Nairobi? The country Nairobi?
Is Nairobi even a country or is that a city? I don't know.
I'm going to leave it up to the viewers to decide.
Kenya?
Hey, I guess we'll have to look at a map after this.
Can you name 2 black superheroes besides Black Panther?
No.
No? You can't name anybody?
You can.
Can you do it? Can you name 2 black superheroes besides Black Panther?
Yeah. Let's see, the Falcon and it could be DC and Marvel.
Good.
Oh, Black Lightning.
All right. There you go. There you have it. There's $1. Appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, so for $1, can you name another movie starring Lupita Nyong'o or Chadwick Boseman?
Ooh, 12 Years a Slave.
Hey. Yeah, I'll give you that. That's a good one. But say it into the thing one more time.
12 Years a Slave.
Perfect.
Name another movie that Lupita or Chadwick Boseman are in. 12 Years a Slave. Okay, that's it. Here you go.
What phase is this Black Panther movie in for MCU?
What phases are there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm gonna guess 4.
Okay.
I'll guess 4 too.
You guys are right! It is phase 4! It's the end of phase 4! What year was the Black Panther comic released?
Ooh. I'm gonna guess 2013.
Okay.
I feel like it should have been before then, right?
Very much so.
Yeah.
Before we were all born.
Yeah. 90.
Further back.
80.
Further back.
Girl, 60.
Yeah, on the right track.
You were way wrong. I'll say 80. Or no, I'm sorry, 68.
Close, 66. Yeah! You guys are close though. Yeah.
So the question is, how have you experienced discrimination at UNC?
I'd say I haven't faced a lot of outright discrimination, but more in terms of just feeling included and unincluded in various spaces. Sometimes I feel like UNC doesn't do a good job of creating senses of belonging for the Black community, and we have to make our own spaces with our own like music and taking up physical place. So I feel like institutionalized, like trying to make room for minorities usually kind of sucks and is like really forced, but at the same time I feel like UNC sometimes doesn't even try.
Well, I'm actually diabetic, so my biggest thing would be with professors. If I have like a low blood sugar, or I've even passed out before and I've told professors like, hey, I can't come to class today because I just like don't feel well, and then I'll have to either get a university approved absence, which is hard for low blood sugar, or like prove that I'm not lying about it.
It's just kind of like little things. I know like while rushing for a certain professional frat, they do kind of only pay attention to people, like they give like Caucasian and white people more preference than they do people of color, and it's like very dominant.
I think a lot of the academics are very cis, straight, and white. And so when people who are not that, so I am a gay man, they are both threatened and unwelcoming.
People assuming that I've experienced certain things in the classroom, like we have certain discussions and stuff like that, just because I'm Black, or like encountered, I guess, like certain like forms of adversity when like I haven't, I guess, sort of.
Full-on discrimination, but just like the assumptions that people make, and also knowing that you're a minority here also kind of like makes you feel a little isolated in a way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What is affirmative action, and do you support it?
Isn't it like the process of like bringing diversity by like including others, like people of color, and allowing them to get equal opportunity for like this white people?
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
So affirmative action is essentially like the policy of recognizing that people of different backgrounds and like socioeconomic statuses have like significant disadvantages when trying to like apply to universities, and I definitely support it.
Yeah, I definitely support it as well, and I feel like I had a lot of privileges like throughout high school, like taking SAT classes and stuff like that really gave me advantages when I was applying to college, and I feel like people that don't have access to that should like have an advantage in the admissions process in order to make up for those disadvantages that have been working against them their whole life.
Being Native American and Hispanic, I would say so. I think it has helped a lot of my family members in the way of giving them opportunities that they may have not otherwise been able to get. So I do think that it can help a lot of people, seeing systemic racism being as prevalent as it is in America.
To have these resources that other people have just because of the color of their skin or their gender or their sexuality or sexual orientation, but it's just more opportunity for them because they are discriminated against.
Yeah, like to include more people who deserve to be included in the school system, and I definitely support it. I don't think people should just be accepted into a school because they have privilege. I think everyone should have a shot, and I think it's a very good thing, an important thing to include everyone.
I think that it's incredibly important, especially on college campuses, because it allows people different opportunities that they might not have had in the past. I think especially now it's incredibly important, especially with this Supreme Court case going on.
I totally agree. I think affirmative action is important for not just minorities as a whole, but especially specifically Black people, and I completely support it. I agree with all that, and I think it's a means of leveling the playing field, and I absolutely support it.
Folks deserve an equitable opportunity, and if that's the way which we have to do it right now because of the systems in place, then of course I support it.
Okay, thank you so much.
This Thanksgiving, I'm very grateful for all of you who support the Black Menaces and allow us to share amazing content. I'm also grateful for my Black Menace team. They're not just the people I get to work with, but they're some of my closest friends that I almost consider family. I'm grateful for my own family and my other friends in my life who have supported me up to this point. I'm grateful to have a job, and I'm just grateful for my ability to use my privilege to help other people.
I'm thankful to be Black, and my family, of course.
I'm thankful for the opportunity to gather with family and friends.
I'm thankful for my friends, my family, all the people that support us, and the ability to fight every day for the empowerment of marginalized communities. Period. I'm thankful for period, so period.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving!
Happy Thanksgiving!
Happy Thanksgiving.
What needs to change about the culture at UNC?
I would say that making it more inviting towards all cultures and races would really be beneficial.
Yeah, I think more intersectional, for sure. Yeah. I think it's like there's like a student culture and then there's like a bigger administrative culture. And I think like the bigger culture could be definitely more inclusive and also talking more about mental health and having more of those resources. I think students do a good job of talking about that kind of stuff and bringing that up, but I think that on a bigger scale there are problems with that, with actually making change and not just talking about things.
I think the administration could reflect what the students want. I feel like there's a big difference in between what the administration does and what the students as a community really want.
All right. Thank you so much for your answers.
Thank you.
Just the lack of caring about mental health. I think that which a better culture in terms of just acknowledging mental health issues.
Mental health is something that's really important and definitely should never just be looked over or skimmed over. And really, I think a lot of emphasis should be placed on that.
Okay, can you name one tribe, Native American tribe, that Utah was built on?
I know the Utes.
Right.
I think everyone has said that,
Yeah.
I'd imagine. Let's see. No, I don't.
Okay.
I can't.
Trying to think. I can't think of any specifically. I don't know how far the Navajo or the Diné tribes extend, so I can't say.
Here in Utah, I'm not sure. I'm not from here. I'm from California, so I don't know the total history of Native Americans. But I'd be curious to learn. What are some?
So the other three are the Paiute, the Shoshone, and the Goshoot.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Paiute. I'm familiar with that name, but
Yeah.
I don't remember any others. Awesome.
Cool.
Man. Thanks so
Well,
much.
now you know.
Appreciate
Sweet.
it, brother.
Have a good day. Okay, so the question is, do you know what the Mountain Meadow Massacre is?
Mountain Meadow Massacre?
Yeah.
Probably some church history thing, but
It is.
I don't know the whole.
I know a lot of people died that probably shouldn't have.
Yeah.
Oh, it was probably the worst time in Mormon history. What happened was the Fancher Party was traveling through Utah, and at that time, it was what was happening was called the Mormon Reformation, and the Mormons were really worried that the U.S. government was going to come in and take them down, and so they were really getting militaristic.
Right.
So they felt like the Fancher Party coming through was poisoning wells. They had heard there was misinformation about them raping Mormon women and things like that. And so they decided that they needed to get rid of them. So some of the Mormons got some Native Americans to come with them, and many of the Mormons dressed up as Native Americans, and they gathered the Fancher Party together, split the men from the women and the children, and they killed.
What are you doing to combat patriarchy?
Patriarchy. To be honest, I'm not really super informed about that, and so I can't say I'm doing a whole lot right now. But so, what exactly is patriarchy, according to you guys?
Yeah, so patriarchy is basically just the system in which men have more power than women, and they use that power to kind of like keep themselves at the top. So, is there anything that you're doing to like combat that?
Just trying to be inclusive of everybody, you know, especially women. Like, for example, in my classes, I'm in a couple groups, and there's women in my groups, and we're doing all that we can to make sure that they have an equal voice that we do, and that one person takes control over the group. So we just work as hard as we can to make sure everybody's included and everybody's voice is heard.
I think so. I'm married.
Okay.
So I think one of the things that I can do and that people can do generally is recognize that women have just as much to contribute to men.
Right.
And so spouses working together to lead their families together rather than
Right.
one feeling like they should take the lead over the others is one way I think we can combat that.
Did you vote in this election and why?
I did vote in this election, and I feel like it's important to have my voice heard as well as, you know, my best interests, regardless of the issues.
Okay.
Yes, because I think it's important. I served in the military for years, and I think it's a part of what I do and part of what I try to defend, the Constitution of the United States.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and thank you for your service.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Have you voted this election, and why?
I have not yet, but I was planning on doing it soon.
I have not. And honestly, it's because I really don't care, to be honest. And I'm more focused on different things like school and, you know, my life. And I know my vote really wouldn't matter, even though it is a good thing to do. I just don't think it matters for me.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No, just because I don't know enough about it. So I want to be educated before I went out and did that.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Y'all better come up here and get one of these.
What's that?
It's a chicken salad.
Okay, so the question is, are you familiar with what patriarchy is?
Not really.
Could you define it?
No.
Okay, so patriarchy is basically just like a system of government or society where men hold the power and women are excluded from it.
Okay.
So the follow-up question to that is, what are you doing to combat patriarchy?
I guess not too much, since I didn't really know what it was, huh?
Well, what about now? What are you going to do to combat it?
Oof. What do you think are good things that people do to combat it now?
Well, I think that, since we live in a society where men hold a lot of the power, we need to be aware of that, first of all, right? So just learning what it is important. I think also making sure that we step away from, like, behaviors that make women feel less than. So, for instance, like, interrupting them, mansplaining, like, explaining things that they already know, or, like, assuming that they don't know things. Whenever we have a chance to include women in something, we need to make sure that we, like, go out of our way to do that, because the system's not going to do that for us, right? So a lot of things like that I think would be very important, very helpful.
I think those are good things I could implement in my life, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, man.
Yeah.
So a recent study by the Century Foundation found that schools with a higher population of Black and Latinx students are more likely to be underfunded by about $5,000 per student. With that being said, how does that make you want to join the fight for equity?
Equity should be everybody's fight, So I think that raising awareness of, like, statistics like that, they don't lie.
I think the segregation between Black and Latinx populations against, like, white populations is definitely not fair. I think we're definitely regressing in history, which is very sad to see. But I just hope that we can, again, raise awareness and spread this information, and hopefully some action will be taken in the future.
First and foremost is the importance of your local elections, right? Local school boards, state, because that has the biggest impact on your local education. Federal government doesn't have that much to do.
It makes me want to go out and vote. Yeah.
I'm a Black Menace.
I'm a college Democrat.
I'm voting for gender and racial justice.
I am voting because human rights are at stake and people have fought so long and so hard for people who look like me to be able to vote.
And I am voting for universal health care and health equity for all.
I am voting to preserve democracy and to make sure that we continue to have the right to vote.
And I'm voting for racial justice and reproductive rights.
I care about economic equity and redistribution of wealth.
I'm voting for abortion access for every single person who wants an abortion in every state.
I'm voting for racial and gender justice.
And I'm voting for abortion access.
We are
Gen Z voters.
Okay, now we're going to add our seasonings. We got a lot of seasonings here. A little bit of pepper.
Spicy.
Yeah, that's good. A little bit, any more than that, it'd probably be super spicy. A little bit of salt.
Yeah.
Just enough to give it some flavor.
Just a little.
Okay. And then for added flavor, ketchup.
Be careful because that's really spicy.
It is pretty spicy. Yeah, you got to be careful with the ketchup. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Oh, I almost forgot. We got to make it ethnic. Tahini.
Oh.
Perfect. Oh my goodness, that smells amazing. So much flavor.
Bro, what are you cooking?
Oh, bro, I'm practicing my recipes for the rally next week.
What rally are you talking about?
You know, like the rally for the immigrants next week?
Let me see.
Yeah, I'm like practicing my recipes for that. They're gonna love this.
You sure?
I am an immigrant.
I stand with immigrants.
I am an immigrant.
I stand with immigrants.
I am an immigrant.
I'm petty. Yeah, I'm petty. B-E to the T-T-Y.
Do you know what's at stake for this upcoming midterms?
Oh, I know there's a lot at stake.
Reproductive health and the Senate and the House staying blue or flipping to red.
Gerrymandering, big time. Because, again, we're in North Carolina, and it's always the politicians choosing their constituents around here.
So I think what's at stake is definitely like these rights that we fought so long, like hard to maintain that are like slowly being lessened.
No.
Of course, we want to flip those 2 Senate seats, I believe, because if we don't, probably abortion is going to go away in our state. Yeah, plus a bunch of other things.
Abortion rights, we've got gun control, the future of the environment, like our future, future of our democracy, like not turning into like a fascist state. Yeah, all that good stuff.
They want to build on Utah Lake.
Right.
And so I have a lot of friends that are really passionate about that one.
Cool.
And then I know that there are a couple of other local leaders up for re-election as well. So.
Cool.
Obviously, housing crisis, because we're in North Carolina. I feel like a lot of people are into the legalizing marijuana lately. So, we'll see.
So for me, I'm more concerned about like social issues.
Okay.
And so like that's usually like the way I vote. But yeah.
Okay. Cool. Sweet. Thanks, boss. Did you know that immigrants are twice as likely to have their doctorate degree?
Did you know 3/4 of U.S. citizens and residents are born outside of the U.S.?
Did you know that only one generation ago, 84% of immigrants were from Europe?
Join us at a rally on Saturday, November 5th to show support and learn more about the positive impact immigrants have in our communities.
Do you think it's easy to cast a vote in an election?
Yeah, you show up and answer.
I think in general with like college, it's hard because usually the ballot and all that stuff is in your home state. So to actually vote, you have for like your state, you have to have it mailed to you. So maybe not necessarily, but I don't really know about for Duke.
I want to say like a lot of the student organizations here have definitely helped with like registering, and I think that's definitely helped with more students being able to vote and feeling more comfortable in the voting process. So I definitely would say that it has gotten easier and has gotten better.
It's easy to get there and like cast the vote, but you like obviously you have to like you're deciding on who you want to vote for.
Right.
So
yeah, I think Duke makes it easy. I know you can do early voting at the Carr Center, I think. So yeah, I think it will be.
We think it's quite difficult to like the whole like registering to vote and like the confirmation emails and just like the whole process seems a little bit difficult, especially for first-time voters.
Especially coming from home, it's like difficult from like if you're registered at home and then now here, but yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Duke has a lot of programs that make it easy to register, you know where to go, so for sure.
Yes, I do.
Okay, cool. Sweet, that's it.
Cool.
if you don't take it seriously, then like no, because it's not something you want to do. If you do take it seriously, that it's hard because you're thinking about what, I don't know, who to vote for. I don't know, but then there's also things that like keep people from voting, so in that way it's not easy.
Period. Yeah, facts.
Yeah, but maybe no. I don't know. I've never really thought about that.
It's an interesting one.
So, do you think that institutionalized racism exists?
Yes, absolutely.
And then would you like to expound or anything like that?
I need to think. That's tough. I just think it's like at the very foundation of, especially like in America, and that's why it's such a problem still. It's like literally existed like from the very beginning before we were even a country. So I feel like it's like very obvious that it does still exist today.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. And then would you like to expound or anything? No. All right, cool. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to expound on that or anything?
Just a yes, yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And then would you like to expound?
Well, I think if we look at the outcomes of our current institutions, like who's getting incarcerated, what percentages of people are getting incarcerated from certain groups, and socioeconomic outcomes, it's impossible to dispute that the outcomes are racialized. So how could the institutions not be racist?
Thank you so much.
I do.
Okay. And then would you like to expound or anything?
I think I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you.
No problem.
All right, so do you think that reverse racism exists?
No.
Okay. Would you like to expound or anything?
Racism was built by the white people, therefore they have to own up to it. So when they say that we're being racist to them, it doesn't exist for us because we've been so so discriminated against from the beginning. So it don't work like that, boo. It don't work like that.
All right, well, thank you.
Not in the same sense that like racism is like a real problem. Like, yeah, sure, like you could make generalizations about me because I'm white, but in the way that like it truly like affects like actual issues, I don't think it's like a real thing.
All right, thank you.
That's honestly such a complex question. Like, I can't answer that without thinking about it for a little bit, you know?
That's fair.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, well, thank you.
No, I do not think reverse racism exists.
Okay, why?
This is asking like, can white people experience racism essentially?
Essentially.
No, I don't think it's true because I think in order to experience racism at one point, you had to be a race that was like perpetually discriminated against. I don't think there was ever a time in history when like the white race was ever like in a lower class than all the other minorities. So I think it's kind of impossible for them to experience what other minorities have felt because they've never been a minority in society. So.
All right, well, thank you.
Okay, the question is, do you believe the police should be defunded?
The police should be fucking abolished. Defunding is a de-toothed argument against abolishment. The police should not exist as an institution. At the very least, we should take all the money and put it into actual social services. But honestly, we should just get rid of it, the entire thing.
Okay, thank you.
That's a really good question. I think in general, it depends on like the place, but I think in overall, yes, or at least reallocating some of the funds towards things like psychological help for people instead of we need to de-escalate violence, and I think defunding the police and reallocating those funds to other places can help with that.
Awesome, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I do.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
No. Awesome, thank you.
Do you think it's okay if like non-black people say the N-word?
I don't think so, although I feel like depending on the environment that they're growing up in, it can be controversial because I know some Hispanics, white, that may be growing up maybe in foster homes, group homes that are around black people, but I don't think it's correct for them to use it. But some people may, have a controversial side to that just because of the environment that they're in. So I'd say it really depends on the person. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I do. It depends on how they mean it. Like, if you mean it in like a derogatory way or like a defensive way, and hell no, you can't use that. But if you mean like the way that we say it, like as in like greeting each other type shit, and yeah, they can say it. That's what I think.
I was gonna say I have to deeply agree. If you say I shouldn't have song like that, I ain't gonna trip. But if you saying it in a racial slur, then
if it was like a white person, it's okay.
Yeah,
like
you can't say that. You can't do that.
Like even in a song too.
Yeah, that's disrespectful.
Okay.
Personally, I don't think it's okay. Cause it's like, I don't know, it's not their like culture or like heritage, you know, so they can't like speak on it, I guess.
Okay.
In one sentence, why is voting important to you?
Voting is important to me because I'm able to make a change for my community by putting in people that can make changes for us.
Voting is important because many people have sacrificed their lives for me to have the ability to have a say-so in my country.
That's the only way we'll ever make change. Like, we can protest, we can yell, which are powerful, but democratic change, like through the democratic process, is what really will make us, have equality and equity.
Voting is important to me because I can vote in people who represent me.
Voting is important because we need to keep people in that we want in.
Because of our sacred duty to create change in the community, voting is extremely important to the Black Menaces, and that's why we've teamed up this year with Turn Up. Turn Up is a nonprofit dedicated to encouraging young people to vote. Voting registration deadlines for the midterms are coming up soon, so if you're not registered to vote, please do it as soon as possible. We also want to encourage you to participate in Turn Up's Drive the Vote sweepstakes, in which you have the opportunity to win a free car. Just click on the link below or go to turnup.us/car to enter for a chance to win a free car. Once you've entered the Drive the Vote sweepstakes, you'll receive a custom referral link that you will then have the opportunity to send to your friends. Once 3 or more of your friends sign up for the sweepstakes, you'll have a triple chance to win that car. Catch y'all at the midterms.
Is it going?
Yeah.
Okay, Kylee, why are you protesting today?
I'm protesting for queer rights because I am a victim as well of the Title IX exemption. My RA practically discriminated against me at every turn, and all she had to do was write me a thank you or an apology letter because of the exemption. And so that is why I'm protesting. I'm protesting for the rights of my friends and for the rights of queer people on this campus because everyone deserves to be to feel loved and to be accepted as their.
I'm protesting today for all the fellow queers that have been referred to as the F slur throughout Christian backgrounds, because oftentimes we're excused with the word that Jesus didn't enjoy us, but in reality, Jesus loves LGBTQ. Part of God's kingdom, so why should we be treated differently? We are the same. We are one.
But if your advice to someone who is struggling with discrimination at a place like BYU is to just leave, then you need to rethink what you're saying, because what you're saying is, if this is a place that isn't welcoming to all people, then you should just leave and not try to make it a place that's welcoming. You should just preserve it in what it is. And you may not be trying to say that on purpose, but what you're really saying is, don't try and make this place better. Just give up, go somewhere else, and allow it to be what it is. And I can understand that. There's a place for that. However, as people, I think it's kind of our natural instinct to just kind of take what we've been given and make the best of it. And so a lot of us at BYU are fighting to make it a place that is safer, fighting to make it a place that is more inclusive for people of color, for people who are marginalized, so that people who come there in the future don't have to have the same starting revelations that we had, showing up and realizing, hey, this place isn't as great as it was,
So lucky enough to be here telling my own story, and I would like to thank you all for being here, because that's what gives me the courage to share my story and exist at BYU.
Stop the hate! 2, 4, 6, 8! Stop exemption!
Tomorrow, October 11th, National Coming Out Day, on 50 plus college and high school campuses, we are striking out queer phobia. From BYU to Hawaii to Stanford to New York, we're everywhere. It doesn't matter. We'll be there. Okay? Regardless, share this with somebody. It doesn't matter. A news outlet, a friend, blow it up, comment. Let's make Strike Out Queer Phobia the biggest thing possible.
Okay. How would you feel if you weren't allowed to hold the hand of your significant other, date them, or kiss them?
I would feel dejected.
And why should queer students at BYU have to go through that?
They shouldn't.
Cool.
I'd be pretty bummed out.
I mean, I go to UVU, so I don't feel like that would ever happen.
Awesome. And then the follow-up question is, why would queer people, why would LGBTQ people be, why would we put them through that?
I don't know. Doesn't seem fair.
You can say that again.
What's up, everybody? It's the Black Menaces. We are super excited to announce our Strikeout Queer Phobia protest. The protest will take place on Tuesday, October 11th, and we are so excited to see you there. As I said before, the protest is going to be happening nationwide, so wherever you are, find the protest nearest to you. It'll probably be at a college campus, and we just have a few instructions for that day. Be sure to arrive early to find parking, and make sure you get to your location at a good time. Wear rainbow colors when you show up to protest, and bring a sign, and just be ready to do some chants and to listen to some great speeches and things like that. We look forward to seeing you at the protest.
As you know, on October 11th, National Coming Out Day, we are striking out queer phobia across the country at a ton of colleges and high schools. We are calling to end legal discrimination against queer individuals by religious institutions. This means if you are interested at all in joining to protest against your religious university or standing in solidarity, please email us here, strikeoutqueerphobia@gmail.com. We want you. It doesn't matter where you go to school, because there's 100,000 queer individuals across our country that are in desperate need of your assistance. So, email us and get started. We only have one more week.
The absolute worst, most unsafe campuses for LGBTQ youth.
One LGBTQ advocacy group is suing the U.S. Department of Education.
Legal flight at Yeshiva University.
Students and staff suing Seattle Pacific University.
Petition asking Oral Roberts University to change its anti-LGBTQ policy.
The bottom line, this is a fight that's been going on for several years behind the scenes. Now it's out in the open, and it's not going away anytime soon.
So would you go to or support a gay wedding?
Never. No, I'm joking. Yeah, I would. My one of my best friends is gay, so I would definitely go. It'd be a lot of fun.
Cool.
Yes. Awesome. Cool. Thank you so much. That's it. Wedding?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's it.
Yes.
Probably. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a
Hey, it's the Black Menaces, and Carolyn here was helping us with recording some questions about, queer relationships and different things like that here at BYU. And she had an interesting experience, so tell us about it.
We're going around and we asked a student if they would ever go to a gay wedding or support a gay wedding, and we had an older man start to follow us, and he tailed us for about 5 minutes. So, yeah, that's what happened.
And I think, what's crazy about this is, these are the real experiences that, happen every single day, especially to our queer students. And so, I don't know, realize it and do better, call everybody out you see, but now you know, do something.
Okay, so the question just is, are you guys registered to vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect, that's it, thank you.
Are you registered to vote?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Perfect, sweet.
In my state, yeah, not in Utah, but.
What's your...
Thank you so much. No problem.
Yes.
Yes.
Love it, that's it. Perfect, thank you so much.
No, I'm not.
Can I ask you why?
I haven't done it yet, because, just turned 18 last year, so.
Wow. Cool.
Yeah.
Are you gonna vote this midterm?
I'll try to. I should probably get registered.
You should. You should look it up.
Okay.
I'm not.
I am. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. So you gonna register soon?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Love it. That's it. Thank you.
I was in the state of Arizona, and then that's where I'm from.
Right.
But I don't think I'm not for this election. No.
Are you going to vote in this election?
I would love to. I should probably get registered.
You should. Period. Cool.
Do you think it should be legal for religious universities to not allow queer students to date on campus?
No, absolutely not.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm gonna go with no. I don't think it should be legal. That's interesting. Now I want to like study law and shit. Cause on one hand it's like you're private, you can do what you want, but that's also like impeding on people's like personal rights, civil liberties, all that.
Right. Thank you.
No.
No, I don't think so. Okay, thank you.
Do you think it should be legal for religious universities and colleges to deny queer students to date?
Oh shit. Yes. I only say that because I don't think I would want to be embraced by a place that doesn't embrace my identity. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So, do I think that they're justified? Not necessarily, but do I think that we should have like the option to go? I don't think so, because it's like kind of a waste of an option, you know? Yeah, that's me.
I think they have the right to exercise their religion in the way they see fit. I think if you don't want to be subject to their rules, it kind of makes sense to not go there, in my opinion. But I could also see the opposite way too, where it's like that kind of is just off-rip, sounds bad.
Yeah.
Just to do it, so yeah. For sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, I still think like no, it shouldn't be like illegal for them because it's their choice, and you know, if the state allows it, you know, it's legal in America. I don't think why should it be an issue with the university.
Okay.
So that's
I think the rule should change. I didn't even know it was a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that was a rule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Thank you.
Oh, not at all. They should have no involvement in students' relations to whoever they choose to be, you know, in love with. So, no. Yeah. Big no.
Okay. Do you believe that LGBTQ students dating on campus interferes with religious freedom?
I don't think it does. No.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, do you want to expand on that?
I feel like I'm a member of the church, that's pretty obvious, you know, and I feel like part of our beliefs are agency, and while I do believe marriage is between a man and a woman, I think that if you use your agency that way, you know, that's okay.
Cool, thank you so much.
No. I think the definition of freedom is everyone does what they want.
Thanks.
I'm not sure, honestly.
Okay, do you have any other thoughts on that?
I believe that LGBTQ people on campus deserve to be respected, of course.
Cool. Thank you.
No.
Do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't really know anybody in the community, honestly, but yeah, I don't think it interferes with anything, so.
Thank you.
We are striking out queerphobia.
Queerphobia is rampant in our legislation,
in our religious communities,
in the media,
and in our academic institutions that we attend every day.
And it needs to stop.
Now.
There has been a big push at schools all across the United States
by LGBTQ plus students, professors, employees, and allies
who are demanding change on our campuses in our education.
We are tired of change being delayed by debates over our identities.
Love is love.
Transgender students belong.
Our identities are not up for debate.
Show how serious we are about this.
We need to use our voices.
So we need all of you.
Yes, all of you.
Religious schools, public schools, high schools, organizations to join the fight and stand in solidarity with us.
Because on October 11th,
National Coming Out Day, we will be walking out of class and coming together to protest queerphobia.
We're talking all across the country.
At hundreds of different schools at the exact same time.
How much more serious could we get? Queer individuals deserve to feel safe in all spaces.
especially in our schools.
So contact us to find out how you can get your school involved.
And let's strike out queerphobia.
Have to pick between getting married and getting their degree?
No.
Why do queer students have to choose that at BYU?
I don't think they should have to choose.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
I think the answer is no. I think you can do both of them.
Why do you think that queer students at BYU have to choose, though?
Why do I think that queer students at BYU have to choose between getting a degree or between getting married? I think it's because BYU is a private institution, so they can do what they want. And then also there's religious beliefs that go behind the school, and they enforce those. And I don't think it's to oppress a certain group or other. They do want everyone to live by a certain law, and that is the same between male and female living by a certain God-given law, and they just expect the same from others. So.
Okay. Thank you.
No.
So why do you think queer students have to do that here at BYU?
They do. I guess I'm not that educated. They have to do that. I honestly don't know. Like, maybe it's a stigma around it, I think.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
No, I don't see why.
Why do queer students have to do that at BYU? Why do you think?
I don't know. I think it's because of a lot of maybe outdated policies and honor code things, and I think it's kind of unfair that that decision even has to come up.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay. Would you report someone to the honor code office for same-sex dating on campus?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to expand on that?
Sure. I mean, it's clearly outlined in the honor code, and I took an oath to uphold that honor code and, see or go after people that aren't seeing it. So.
What does the honor code say about same-sex dating?
They say that it's not encouraged and that it shouldn't be publicized or allowed on campus.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you so much. That's all.
Do you believe black people should get reparations?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Like, everything was built off of their exploitation, so they deserve reparations to fix what the fuck we caused. Yeah.
Yay, thanks.
Okay.
100%. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Deserve reparations.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Like in general, like a general sense. Yeah.
Thanks. That's it.
I think so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
What is your opinion on gay marriage?
I think gay marriage is the most amazing thing in the world, and everybody should just have sex and love each other and marry each other, because I do.
Thank you.
Given that I'm bisexual, it would be very problematic if I didn't support my own marriage. So I'm all for gay marriage. Everyone should get married if they want to, and these people should stop being bigots.
Thank you. I am in full support of gay marriage.
Me too.
Thank you.
I think an inalienable right for everyone to get married to who they love, so I'm all about it.
Right, thank you.
Jesus said this. He said, in the beginning, God created them male and female, and then he said the male will leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife. So because of the Bible, I've changed my stance on that. I used to be okay with it 15 years ago, but when I studied the Bible, I saw that Jesus said that it was a pathway to extinction because without a male and a female, we cannot reproduce. So,
thank you.
Love it. Love it. I support.
I want it. Thank you.
I mean, everyone should be in love and marry whoever they want. Like, all about it. Thank you.
Have you ever experienced racism at SF State?
Let's see. I actually haven't experienced much like racism on campus because I have a group of like all African American friends, or like mostly people of color friends, so it's definitely worked out great for me. But then there's some people that come on campus that sometimes and they're just talking about like random things and they're being a little, I don't know the word, but they're being like rude towards like the African American community. Like he called someone ghetto, like so yeah. That was a mess. But other than that, the school's pretty good with like diversity and all of that.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
My experience has actually been pretty good. I joined a club, PACE, Filipino American Collegiate Endeavor. Woo, go them. Happy birthday, Miss Girl. But yeah, it's been pretty good. I've done a lot of events, and I've never really felt excluded. So I love this campus. It's pretty diverse.
My first year, I lived in Mary Park, and it was right before coronavirus started.
and it was a group of white boys outside of my dorm that said the hard R N-word. But they weren't talking to me, they just was saying it to each other, but it's still racism, you know?
Yeah, So the question is, what issues are important for you for this midterm election?
For this midterm election, I think the most important is abortion, probably, because I think local politicians need to run on the platform that they're going to protect abortion in their states or their counties.
Thank you so much.
I know there's stuff going on with the economy.
Yep.
There's also human rights things. Yep. Honestly, I think everything's kind of an issue right now.
Valid.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah,
that's it.
I honestly haven't caught up on anything because I'm kind of just scared in general. And every outcome I know is going to be terrible regardless.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry
no,
to be so
it's
negative.
I
think that abortion is probably the thing that's the most prevalent on my mind right now. I don't like the way that the country is going right now with abortion, and I feel like abortion should be legal.
Period. That's it. Perfect. Thank you.
What issue did Kendrick Lamar highlight in the 2016 Grammy performance?
I don't know. You're about to expose me right now.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Never. Did you see it?
No.
Then you might not know. You want to take a guess?
Damn.
Damn? No, that wasn't it.
Nah.
Diversity in the hood, things like that.
no, not diversity.
Kinda.
Like capitalism. Not that. We're getting close.
What does he talk about a lot in his songs?
Mass incarceration.
Yes, period. Hey, period.
Racial
Think
injustice.
bigger. Okay. Follow that line.
Poetic justice.
Let's
No.
let's
Racial injustice. Okay.
Oh, mass incarceration.
What is it?
It's it was the prison system, right?
Yes, yes.
The school to prison pipeline, right?
Yes. If there's a term, you have it.
Oh, do you
There's
know
a term.
it?
You know the term?
Do y'all know it? It's
Incarceration.
Yeah, period. Let's go. Oh, do y'all know how he did, how did he show that? How did he highlight that issue?
Pull up in a jumpsuit and shackles.
Yes.
And
Yes.
a performance of that.
Yes.
All right, shout out to Cash App and Kendrick Lamar for letting us upgrade these people's tickets.
That's money.
So the question is, should queer students, gay and lesbian students, be allowed to date openly on campus?
I think they should. Yes, I think that they should.
Amen to that. Perfect. Thank you.
I don't know, really. I haven't really thought about it.
Okay. Do you have any opinion, any thought of would you be uncomfortable or would you not mind?
I probably wouldn't mind. I mean, that's it.
All right, dope. Thanks.
Should they be allowed to openly date here on campus?
Yes, just like us straight students can.
I know in the honor code it says they can have public display of affection, right?
No.
No?
If they do, they get kicked out.
I swear there was an adjustment or something.
So they erased the clause, but then they reaffirmed that that's not allowed.
Dude, I just go with what the leaders tell me, man. Maybe it's not popular, but it is what it is, what the leaders say. So that's it for me, man.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
I think that I'm gonna go on a little tangent if that's okay. But I think that our logo or our motto is to go out and serve. And so if we're not learning and we're not exposed to people who act differently than we do, then how are we gonna serve those people in the future? And so I feel like they should be allowed to date, and I think it should be more normalized.
Amen to that. Perfect. Thank you.
Yes. What about you? Yeah.
Do you believe reverse racism exists?
I'm honestly not sure what it is.
It would be reverse racism would be black people can be racist against white people or other basically.
I mean, you can be prejudiced, but it's not as systemic as racism is.
I don't think you can be racist to a group that isn't marginalized. So
I don't think so, just because racism by definition is when a group with institutional power is oppressing or discriminating a group without it or abusing their power. So I don't think reverse racism is really a thing. Thank you.
No, I would say no.
Probably not.
That was pretty easy, actually.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I feel like it does, but just not to the extreme that it clearly happens right. I don't know how to word it properly.
It depends. I mean, I guess not. Yeah, I know what you mean.
It does, but it's, I don't know.
Not the same amount.
Not the same, and it's not as extreme.
Okay.
Yes, if that makes sense. I hope that didn't sound like.
No, it's okay. Okay, thank you.
Racism, only racism.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
What's up, guys? We're doing a video with Simple Citizen today, going around asking people questions about immigration.
Okay, what are the 3 branches of government?
Okay, we have legislative, we have executive, and judiciary.
Yes, ma'am.
Period.
Who is the commander-in-chief of the military?
In the United States?
Correct.
I have no idea. Is that good? Oh.
That's okay. It's the president.
That's the president. That's right.
Yeah.
I forgot.
It's all good.
Okay, so we're asking people questions from the U.S. citizenship test.
Oh,
so the one we got for you is, what did Susan B. Anthony do?
Susan B. Anthony? Oh, shoot, I don't know.
Any guesses? Have you heard the name before?
I've heard the name, but it's not off the top of my head.
Okay, gotcha. So Susan B. Anthony, she fought for women's rights, voting rights, and then also for civil rights.
Oh, cool. All right.
Perfect. That's it, man.
That's it.
What is one right or freedom from the First Amendment?
The right to worship God.
There you go. Yeah.
Is that a right answer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably not knowing.
Okay, so the question is, do you think Duke is inclusive?
I think it's getting to be more inclusive, but historically, it's hard to make that argument.
Thank you.
Yes and no. It depends on what organization you're talking about, and are we talking about Duke as a whole? It's a really hard question to answer. Just blanket statement: is it inclusive or not?
Thank you.
I feel like compared to some other schools, yeah, but that don't mean that they're as inclusive as they could be.
Yeah. Thank you.
No.
Do you want to elaborate?
Yeah, how much time do we have? Okay, well, actually, even in this space, this is supposed to be AAPI based, which is like a space for Asian American students on campus, but if you look around, it's very small, and the space that we were just in last year was taken by the Career Center, and they moved not just the AAPI based space, but a lot of the other cultural groups and affinity groups to the second floor, and now we have less space than we used to, and then we're worried about the fact what does this mean for Duke admin priorities, prioritizing Career Center over affinity spaces. So that's just one of the examples. But yeah, I mean, I feel for a lot of marginalized groups and minority groups and cultural groups on campus, they feel they don't have the backing that they want from admin to do the things that they want on campus and create the community that they want. So that is why I do not think Duke is inclusive.
All right. Thank you.
I think that there are a lot of great staff members at the CMA that are very inclusive. However, there's a lot of faculty and even people at other centers that don't necessarily believe that Latinx students, Black students, AIPI students deserve a space on this campus or deserve a more adequate space than what they already had in La Casa or base, especially since now that the Bryan Center changes are happening, there are Latinx students that literally have to sit on the floor of their own center, and I think that's very disappointing. I think it's a horrible move on Duke's part. So I think some aspects of Duke are inclusive, and then there are some that obviously aren't. I hate that there's upper level administration that makes decisions for us, but has never probably sat in this room right now.
Thank you.
It's the Black Menaces. Hold on for this announcement. October 11th at 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time and 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are walking out to protest the end of legal discrimination by religious universities against queer individuals. We are partnering with REAP to be on 100 plus college campuses to have this protest be nationwide and larger than large. Look at the flyer. Email us to get one on your college campus. We need it everywhere. Public, private, it doesn't matter. We need it there. Email us, comment to keep this video going.
Okay, so my question is, as a new black student, how has your experience been on campus?
It's very different. You know, it's not a lot of diversity, so I have to like really go out and find people, you know, black people. Yeah. But it's kind of weird. Like people look at me like, "Oh, you're not supposed to be here." I'm like, "Come on, bro. We're still around." You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so it's different.
I feel it.
It's been good. I would say it's not that many African Americans in my class, but I think it's cool. It's a diverse school. I like it to a point.
I think it's pretty cool. Like, at first, my first year here, I was like kind of in the midst of COVID while the pandemic was still fairly new, and there wasn't a lot of black people on campus. But now that like it's back to full capacity, I feel like there's a lot more black people, and it's pretty cool. So I'm waiting to see what happens this year. Thank you. You're welcome.
Oh, well, my experience as a black student on this campus, it's been good. Not a lot of controversy. Everyone's just been helping me out, really. Just getting to my classes and going home eating. Really. It's not bad at all, actually. It's really good. Great, really.
What is your opinion on Roe v. Wade?
Ooh. Honestly, that's so hard. I don't know. Okay, so I grew up Roman Catholic, so, you know, values are instilled in me and have been instilled in me, so it's really hard to kind of take a stance. And of course I've definitely learned, especially like immersing myself in cultures like the one that Tulane offers. So right now I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place because my family's pulling me one way, and then my peers and the things that I've learned over the years are pulling me another way. So it's like my education's pulling me one way, my religious background is pulling me another. So it's really hard for me to take a solid stance on Roe v. Wade right now. Thank you. You're welcome.
That was wrong. What they did was incorrect. You know what I'm saying? Ladies, you know what I'm saying, they got their own thing for their body, you know what I'm saying, their own decision, so they shouldn't have made that decision for them. Simple.
Thank you.
I think it should be absolutely pro-choice. That's my standpoint on it, yeah.
Thank you.
I think it should be reinstated. I don't think that what happened is constitutional. I also think it was just like a political, what's the term, agenda. I don't think it was right. I think it was really wrong. That's like the short answer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm very much pro-choice. I feel like men shouldn't tell women what to do with their bodies, and yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think that it was overturned is absolutely ridiculous, and it's a huge step back for women's rights.
Okay, thank you.
I feel like everybody should have their own opinion with their body and their choices, you know.
It never should be overturned TV. I don't even know why it was even in conversation to begin with. I think that women and women alone should have the choices in their body, and a bunch of white old men should not dictate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Black Menaces pulled up to Back to School Pride Night to show some support and have a good time. But things took a turn pretty quickly when some BYU and UVU conservative Republican groups showed up to protest the drag show. They kept moving closer and things started to get a little chippy. So we organized a literal safe space by linking arms and creating a barrier between the protesters and queer students. Shout out to all the amazing queer people and allies who acted quickly to protect those in attendance. Because of them, the event was able to continue while the protesters were held at bay. That didn't stop them from holding up ridiculous signs accusing queer people of Satanism, grooming and sexualizing children, and shouting things like, "No gays in heaven," "Let's go Brandon," "Back the blue," "Make BYU straight again," and "Free the KKK." The hate was unreal, but not surprising. When the drag show started, 12 guardian angels with giant wings came to hold the line with us in the sweltering heat. The kings and queens who performed were very brave to do so in the face of so much hostility, but the show went off without a hitch, and we drowned out the hate with our cheers. They left pretty quickly after that, either because they realized that what they were doing didn't matter, or because they had to be in bed for 8 a.m. church in the morning. Either way, this was a classic example of how love will conquer hate every time.
Have you ever experienced racism at SF State?
No, since I've been here.
Thank you. Yeah.
Personally, I've experienced more racism through like the staff and faculty with like education and like taking courses it's more like being singled out or them not, I guess, helping me as much as they might help other students.
Yes, definitely. I have from other students and also from faculty members who are supposed to prevent that from happening. Specifically, people who work for associated students have treated me and other people extremely poorly through racism.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially being like Indigenous, it's not just like outright racism, it's like erasure and not feeling like you're being seen on a campus that is literally built on stolen native land. But also like my specific experience being in the journalism department has been like being targeted for having like bias when it comes to writing stories on like communities of color or like the issues that we face. Also like what you said about associated students being really shitty to us, specifically last year, trying to paint not just us but also black students as being like aggressive and hateful. Yeah, I hate this school.
So as the week has gone on, we know that there's been a lot of different opinions and different people who attended the Duke versus BYU volleyball game coming out and saying what they heard or didn't hear. And even with all the different narratives that are coming out and different opinions, we as the Black Menaces wanted to reaffirm our stance in supporting Rachel Richardson. Now, this group here has been sharing different stories, as you can see, from different people who've been at the game, who heard different things. And even with all these different people coming out and saying different things, we believe Rachel and her teammates, as she is the victim in this situation, and we always believe a victim story. We also wanted to reaffirm and say that it doesn't matter if Rachel was called a slur 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, or the entire game. She experienced something horrific and didn't feel safe at BYU, and there was nothing done to truly protect her. And also, we're calling to attention the way that BYU as an institution, from the top down, including the president's office, and the way it has been addressed and handled. And that is what we as the Black Menaces are calling attention to and are extending a hand to BYU to work with us to work towards helping these types of situations to not happen and to handle them more carefully.
So the question is, do you think that it's important for PWIs to have cultural centers?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, y'all like talking about like what's Duke Stillman Bryan Center? It's kind of like messed up. Like,
Yeah, if you want to talk about that, then yeah, most definitely you can.
It's kind of like weird. It's like giving y'all a closet basically for like the career center. I don't know. I feel like with this like a place with so many like white people, it's important for like people who are POCs to have like a safe space, and like I don't understand why they would like take that away.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Would you like to explain why, or?
Because it's important.
Period. Thank you. Yes, for sure. Yes.
No doubt.
Thank you.
Yes. I mean, I don't know that much about it, but I think so.
Yeah, why not?
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I think so.
Would you like to elaborate on that?
Sure. I guess it's good for people to be able to find people who relate to them on a cultural level, especially when maybe the outside institution doesn't so much.
Sure. Cool. Thank you.
What's good, everybody? Black Menaces again, and we have another one. BYU just keeps missing the mark. In this instance, they decided to remove LGBTQ resource pamphlets from orientation gift bags for new students. These pamphlets were created by the Rainbow Collective and were originally approved to be distributed to these new students, but after administrators saw them, they decided that they didn't want them in the gift bags any longer and they were removed. The Rainbow Collective is a group of students who seek to identify and facilitate safe and positive spaces for queer students on campus. The distribution of these pamphlets would have been a big step forward for BYU, so it's really frustrating to see them take this step back instead. Rainbow Collective actually printed about 5,000 of these pamphlets to be distributed to all the new students on campus, but BYU decided that they didn't want these to be distributed anymore. This is especially sad and frustrating because these pamphlets had a lot of great resources for queer students on campus, including scholarship information, transfer funding, therapy, safe housing, and local events. According to a BYU spokesperson, the decision to remove the materials was based on the university's commitment to provide support through the Office of Belonging and Counseling Services, and not to allow outside entities to imply affiliation with or endorsement from the university. I don't know about you guys, but I find it super problematic that BYU is so reluctant to affiliate itself with anything pro-LGBTQ that they're willing to deny students resources, especially when they don't have them. I remember a couple of years ago, I tried to use BYU's counseling resources, and I was told that it would be a 6-week wait before I could get in for an appointment. As far as I know, things haven't gotten much better since then, and the Office of Belonging has been open officially for about 1 day, so it's hard to know what support they're going to be able to offer in the first place. The Rainbow Collective released a statement about this event. Pause to read. You can also check the statement out on their Instagram page, but basically it talks about how even though they received a refund for the resources that they used, they would have preferred to have those resources available, especially since BYU agreed to have them there in the first place. It was a BYU administrator who originally approved these pamphlets to be distributed, but after other administrators saw them, they opposed them, and the decision was made to remove them from the new student orientation gift bags. Instead of being able to distribute those pamphlets to every student at new freshman orientation, they'll just be handing them out at their back-to-school Pride Night on September 3rd. We talked with the Rainbow Collective, and apparently there's going to be several conservative anti-LGBTQ groups showing up to protest this, so we need your support more than ever. In order to keep the event safe, BYU police will be in attendance. Now, Black Menaces are for sure going to be there throughout the day, but we need help from you, our Menace Society, to make this the best event possible. And definitely support the Rainbow Collective by donating to them on Venmo. They're not going to be intimidated by people coming out to protest who they are as people, and we shouldn't be either. So be sure to show up, show out, and we'll see you there. Peace. Hi, it is the Black Menaces. And we're upset, angry, disturbed, disappointed at what happened at the BYU versus Duke volleyball game. If you don't know what happened, here's what happened. This is Rachel Richardson. She is the only black starter for Duke's volleyball team. And while Duke was playing BYU in her volleyball game, every single time she was served, she was called the N-word with the hard R. She was also threatened by a white man, and nobody did anything. The most that they did was put a police officer to sit next to the person that was calling her the N-word every single time she served. We are so upset by the apathy that every single person in attendance at this game showed. There was 5,000 people. This includes the coaches who didn't say anything, both teams who didn't say anything. This includes everybody in the stands who didn't say anything, and the people in the student section right next to this person who didn't say or do practically anything. At what point will white people at BYU and across our country fully start sticking up for those who aren't like them? At what point will they call out racism when nobody's there to do it for them? We are calling on BYU and everybody in attendance with this letter. Pause to read. We are calling on BYU to work with the Black Menaces to create and implement a mandatory anti-race training for the staff, faculty, and administration, and every single student to root out internal racism and learn how to properly respond in these situations. We have to take action, and we have to do it now.
The question is, do you think that UNC is a safe place for members of the LGBTQ community?
I would say reasonably so, more so than other places in North Carolina. I'm friends with a lot of members of the community, and compared to their hometowns, they like it a lot better here. There's a lot of good clubs and organizations for the community, so I would say yes.
Thank you so much.
I've only been here for about 5 days, but I've not seen anything that has suggested that it is or isn't, if I'm being honest. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
I'd say for the most part, the community here, very diverse, and most people are really nice for the most part. It's always such a bad apple somewhere, but I think fairly, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Do you think we should defund the police? I think that we should defund the police, to an extent at least. Okay, thank you.
I would say no. Yes, I do have issues with them, but not completely to defund. Yes.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
say no. I would say there's changes that need to be made, and maybe regulations in terms of what funding goes towards. But I don't think defunding the police as a whole would be good.
Thank you so much.
I think to some level we should. I think that money and those resources can be allocated to like other places like mental health crisis lines and crisis, like people that can come to you and meet you and talk to you, because I think a lot of the issues are with mental health and not criminals.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I think so. They discriminate towards people of color and minorities.
Thank you so much.
Do you support the overturn of Roe v. Wade?
Definitely no.
Absolutely not. Okay, thank you.
No.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Absolutely not. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Absolutely not. I think, especially in terms of women of color, we've had our reproductive autonomy taken from us. Especially in terms of forced sterilization, or just like black enslaved women on these reservations, just not having control of their reproductive system, sexual assault. And then you add the maternal mortality rate for black women, just like not great. So no.
And we're back with Hate Mail Part 2 that we get as the Black Menaces. Again, I'm posting this to highlight the reality in the hate that we get every day as activists, and that other people probably do as well. So here we are. This person here believes that we should open white menace chapters at HBCUs to show anti-white racism and black privilege. I don't think we'll show those things because they don't exist. And then because we don't expose all racism, I guess in this anti-white racism that he speaks of, that we perpetuate racism, and that focusing on racism against black people is racist. I don't know. Lost. And I don't know if this is hate mail, but it's definitely weird mail. He says, if you're really for real, why don't you do this to every single one of the U.S. military base and organizations which has embedded racism since it started? Honestly, I would love to. I'm confused. Best for last. Worst for last? So this guy starts by saying, as the father of biracial children, so you're white, as a white man, then he proceeds to tell us that we're not creating a better environment for black kids, trying to figure out how he would know this, but it's whatever, and wants to justify his pro-blackness by saying that he dated black girls and married a black girl. That don't make you pro-black or anti-racist. Then he says it's progressive, a woke agenda, and his kids haven't felt unsafe at BYU. Sir, I can guarantee you that they just would never tell you. Look at how you're invalidating. They're not going to tell you. Come on now. Then he says we're creating a bigger divide. Exposing discrimination doesn't create a divide. The discrimination does. It's crazy, I know. And then that we're a bunch of posers. And if, sir, you mean you like the way we pose on camera, then just say it. In all seriousness, it's ha-ha he-he. But this is real every single day. It's tiring. It's unfortunate. But we have to, we have to expose it. So, all love.
Do you guys think sexism exists?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much.
I think systemically it does.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And we're back. And we're going to start a new series showing you the hate mail that we get on a day-to-day basis. Just to show, one, the reality of these people in our country. And then also that being in advocating spaces and activism spaces, this is what we go through on a day-to-day. So just sit here. So let's just start here. You're the problem, not the cure. Crazy. Groups like yours are the problem, not the cure. If you're looking for money, I hate to tell you, BLM took it all. P.S. Don't come to our school. I'm going to be real with you. We probably are. They had to use an anonymous mail because obviously don't want to track them down. Or we're racist. The movement's racist. We want inclusion, but we specifically are against another race. So by definition, it's racist. It's just crazy because when have we ever targeted a specific race? White people just go to our school and we are also just black. Okay, last but not least, move back to Africa. I'm from Texas. That's crazy. What if I went up to a white person and was like, move back to Europe, we're tired of you? Like, what? That doesn't make sense. Okay, anyways, and then, you know, he goes on to say, like, no one's stopping you, B word, B word, B word, gimme, 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 F you, F you, F you. I don't think he has, like, and he says he's in the middle class. And I just don't believe he's in the middle class with this type of grammar. Like, to me, I don't know. You know, like, how can you be in the middle class, but you repeat the same words 3 times? Like, that's just not grammatically correct. It's okay, though. Have another trophy baby and suck the welfare program, you little cocksuckers. Crazy. Anyways, this is what our, you know, hate mail looks like. The series will be starting here, so stay around. Sincerely, F you. Love you, James Humphreys.
So the question is, do you know what the pink tax is?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
The pink tax is, I think it's an added cost on feminine products that manufacturers place or governments place, like luxury tax, a luxury tax on like tampons and pads and stuff.
Thank you so much.
I don't. Isn't it the tax on women's products? Like that only women?
It is. Thank you.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Are you a feminist?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I don't really, I haven't really thought about that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Feminist? Yes. Okay, thanks. I would say yes. Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Hey, it's Sebastian and Kylee.
Hey.
So, we are officially announcing that we're opening up Menace chapters to the whole country.
And we want a Menace chapter at every predominantly white institution and university in the country.
So, if you go to a university and you want to see change on your campus,
email us at
Black Menace chapter.
Thanks.
@gmail.com.
What's a racist experience that you've had either at BYU or before or after you've attended here?
I think actually this isn't my own experience. It's actually my sister's experience. But we were in the Young Women's program, and I don't know what it was. This white girl got kind of mad because my sister answered a question right. It was kind of weird, and she was like, "Why don't you just go back to Africa?" And we're like, my sister was like, "I'm not even from there originally, but that's okay."
Wait, so she said this like in the middle of like a young women's lesson?
Class, yes. In the middle of church, like this girl is from like a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
And said, "Go back to Africa."
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, this just goes to show what it's like being a black member of the church.
We love it.
Dating experience? Oh my gosh, you want me to talk about?
All right, Nate. So tell me your racist experience that you've had in life at BYU. Either way.
Ooh, I got a couple. All right, so when I was 9 years old, I was sitting in Sunday school at church, and one of the kids in class asked if I would be white when I went to heaven, and the teacher chuckled and said he didn't know. And let me see, on BYU campus, there's another one. I was in church, and they had just called like a new ecclesiastical leader, a bishop, if you will, and it was a white man. So me and my friends were kind of upset about that, and we asked another ecclesiastical leader. He was like a higher up in the church. We asked him, why isn't there more representation among the leadership in the church? And he said, "Brother Byrd, the first shall be last and the last shall be first." And we hated that. And then third example, when I was a freshman here on campus, I was walking down the street over by the stadium, and some dude on a motorcycle shouted the N-word at me as he drove past on his motorcycle. So, good times at BYU.
There you have it.
Okay. All right, Rachel, tell me about an experience you've had with discrimination, racism, prejudice in your life.
Okay, so I came back from winter break, and we were at this mall, and they had a policy that you basically had to be with someone over 21 if you were under 18, because they were having problems with theft. But really, they were having problems with like black people stealing at the mall. And so they let a bunch of people in, and they were like not checking IDs, who definitely looked under 18, and they didn't look like they were with someone over 21. But when me and my little sister and her boyfriend went up, they like stopped us and they were like, we need to see your IDs. And I wasn't 21 at the time, I was only 20, so I wasn't old enough to like be their adult representative, guardian. And then I asked them, well, why are you not IDing? There's Asian people walking in, there's white people walking in, and you aren't stopping any of them, but you stopped the only black person walking in and asked for our IDs because we're the groups of people that you're having theft issues with. So it felt very racially motivated. And he's like, no, I have the autonomy to like choose who I want to ask these questions to. And it just felt very much like they were only asking the black people to prove, because that's who they were having issues with. And it felt very racially motivated because no other ethnic group was asked to show their ID.
Black people are always expected to prove themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, do you support Black Lives Matter?
I do. I think it's a really important movement, and especially being a white person, it's important to recognize my privilege and see what I can do to help the movement. And I know like it can create division, and it like is, I feel like, just really problematic for people to say that they don't agree with it, because I think it creates a lot more good than negative.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Yes, we do.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'd say I'm pretty supportive of Black Lives Matter. I'm actually like pretty involved with a bunch of friends who are involved with Campus Y, and I've actually like given a discussion where like someone wanted to write in the Daily Tar Heel, and they asked me a bunch of questions about how I'm involved with it, like what I know about it, and I'd say I'm pretty involved.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Rate BYU from 1 to 10 on its level of inclusiveness.
We give it a 3-4 because there are certain spaces on campus that are really inclusive, like the College of Family, Home, and Social Sciences, but then there are some that are not at all.
Period.
On its level of inclusiveness, about 3.
Why?
Because it doesn't really include anyone. I'll give it a 3 because they do SOAR, which makes an effort to reach out to students of color. But even that paints a false narrative of what the university is actually like. I think it'll get better.
I'd probably say like a 3. I mean, even just besides like within like minorities, including us, even the disabled community, like there's like 0 ramps, and the only ramps we have are like super far.
I'd probably say like a 3 or 4, 2.5, 4.5 in that range, because the one thing they do good is with like accommodations, like if you have mental health like struggles or like stuff like that, they're pretty good on. They like help you with your classwork and stuff, which is something.
Yeah. Is there a place on campus where you feel like you can exist authentically?
Yes, I think that in the organization I'm part of called Spark, definitely can exist authentically, just supporting women of color on campus and being the minority and still improving and thriving here.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, I would say my dorm and just staying with my roommates, yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Authentically, probably Bell Tower. Well, I'm a new student here. I'm from New York. And Bell Tower, it's probably a spot I'll go to. Like, I'll go with my friends. We went there yesterday. It's just a beautiful place to be, and I just love the area there.
Awesome, thank you.
I would say the dining hall, because you could just get whatever food you want, and you could just listen to whatever you want in your headphones, and it's just your own vibe, I think. And you stay there a while, so yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, McCorkle Place and Grand Memorial. Those are my favorite places.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, like everywhere, I would say.
Awesome, thank you.
I like it here. It's great.
Awesome.
I would definitely. Can I do like a place and a time?
Sure.
Yeah. I'll say the Fridays during like pit pop-outs, because usually like that's where all the black community is at. There's music playing, like stuff can happen. I remember this one time, this guy came out and like did a kind of performance and threw up money. Everybody was running. It was really fun, bro. It was really fun. So like definitely the pit, I'll say.
Awesome, thank you. Does UNC have a racist history?
Oh yeah, of course.
I love your TikTok.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, of course, UNC is the nation's first public university. So, I mean, if you're here during slavery, then yeah, of course, the history is racist.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I know that we had some kind of statue that we took away a couple years ago. I think it was something Sam.
Silent Sam.
Yeah, Silent Sam. I don't really know much about the history behind that. I also know that the campus is on like Native American like land. That's why we have that area over there to kind of commemorate that. So I do know that there is a racist history behind UNC.
Yeah. Yes, it does. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I am not sure for now because I'm like not very familiar with the history of UNC. But I think for now, people here are really nice to each other. So are you talking about like a conflict or?
I was talking about
just the history?
Right, just the history.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry, I may not be very familiar with that, but I believe like there must be because I saw some like books related to it in the Stone Center Library.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the only thing I know about that.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so the question is, do you know who Jalen Walker is?
That sounds so familiar. I'm so sorry. No, I don't think so.
No worries. So
Yeah.
Jalen Walker was killed by police on June 27th. He was 25 years old. He was stopped for a traffic violation. 8 police officers showed up, and he panicked. He ran, and they shot over 90 bullets at him, hit him 60 times.
Is that this year?
Yeah,
Or is
that was
okay.
June 27th.
Okay.
Yeah. Any thoughts on that?
Fucked up. That's, I mean, they're a gang of bullies and violent and awful and they need some sort of punishment ever.
Do not.
Okay, have you ever heard the name at all?
I've heard them separately, but not put together like that.
Okay, so Jalen Walker was. Any thoughts on that?
Without knowing more, I can't say anything definitively. Okay. But as you're putting it, it sounds horrible.
Okay, cool. Sweet. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. No, never heard of it. Okay, so he was and so that's Jalen Walker. Any thoughts on that story on him?
That's kind of messed up for real.
Yeah.
Like, why you need to shoot him that many times?
Yeah.
Like, it's like why?
Yeah.
And like, what was the reason to go out there and then shoot him that many times? I said that a lot, but
Right. No, I mean, cool, sweet. Yeah, it's pretty terrible. Thank you, though, man. Do you sit sadly, seeing menaces, wanting to be a menace because you are? If so, we have a solution for you. Join us. I promise it's not a cult, but join us. $25 only. Get your Be a Menace shirt. It's the best thing you'll ever do. Woo!
So the question is, should critical race theory be taught in schools?
Yes, I think it should.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Have a great.
Should critical race theory be taught in schools? It depends on what you mean by critical race theory, I guess.
So pretty much like talking about how race affects the individual, and including like Black history and things like that.
Yeah, then sure, I guess. I think there's a lot of confusion over like what that exactly means, but yeah, if it's just teaching about like Black history and how like racism affects people, then yeah, sure, I support that.
Thank you so much.
I think it should. I think so, yeah.
Thank you so much.
I definitely think it should, personally, just because that history, is kind of not going anywhere. I mean, that happened, and so I think kind of making it seem as if, going against critical race theory and not teaching is kind of allowing people to, make it seem as if nothing was ever happened, and there's, I want to make sure, like, history isn't lost and we don't forget about some of the terrible things that happened in this nation's past. So,
thank you so much.
Yeah, appreciate y'all.
So do you know who this is?
That's Malcolm X. I'm just kidding. You messed with the wrong white chick, baby. Aw, that's Nelson Mandela, baby. Okay, fine. Thank you.
He looks similar to Morgan Freeman, I think.
Huh?
He looks similar to Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman, period.
Similar.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Nelson Mandela.
He got it, folks.
My uncle.
You?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. No, it's literally. I'm not gonna judge you.
Nelson Mandela.
There you go.
All right.
See?
Shit.
Okay.
Listen.
No.
No.
No. I don't think so.
Yes.
Okay. Who is it?
That is Newsom. It starts with an N.
Yeah.
Newsom. No, not Newsom. Oh my God, no. I don't know it. I don't know it off the top of my head, but it starts with an N. It starts with an N. Like Nelson Mandela or something?
Yes!
Oh my God! I knew he was gonna get it. I knew. Yeah, you got it.
All right, my question is, have you ever heard a non-black person say the N-word?
Yeah.
What did you do about it?
Nothing. It's not my business, so I don't say anything.
Period.
Thank you.
Have I ever heard of? Yes.
And then did you do anything to prevent them from saying it, or did you educate them on the subject?
Yeah, but they ignored me.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, did you speak up and say something?
I mean, it depends on who it is, I feel like.
So even though they weren't black, it still depends.
I mean, like, no, it's just, like, sometimes my friends, like, would joke around saying something like that, but, like, if that kind of makes sense at all.
Okay, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
And, like, did you, like, confront them or say that was wrong or any way, or?
Yeah, actually, one of my best friends since I've grown up with is Ethiopian, and she told me how offended she gets when, like, we have a friend that is half Hispanic, half white. That said it a lot while we were in high school, and eventually, like, I didn't say anything at first, and then, like, when we were, like, seniors, we almost got in, like, a fight over it, because I was like, bro, it's, like, fucked up. And he was like, it's not fucked up. It's just because he'd say it in songs only, but I was still like, that's kind of fucked up, so.
Yes.
What did you do about it?
I told him to knock it off. It was a ex-boyfriend. He thought it was cool to say that, especially when singing along with some songs. And I was like, no, you gotta knock that right off. And he did when he was around me, but who knows what happens when I wasn't there. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the question is, do you think that the Confederate flag is racist?
Yeah.
Thanks.
I would say yes, because the vast history attached to it is one of like slave ownership, and their main point that they were fighting for in establishing the Confederacy was to keep slaves and have that be a right that couldn't be infringed upon. So I would say so, yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, 100%. Yes, yeah. of course. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. You're welcome. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the question is, do you think that UNC is an inclusive school?
Okay. Coming from, North Carolina Central is?
Yeah.
Okay, I've transferred from North Carolina Central to here. And I could say that North Carolina Central was way more inclusive as a whole than here, in a sense. I feel like here you sort of have to like make like your group, or like sort of find out who you mess with, versus at Central it was just like everybody's cool, everybody's family. So
yeah,
I definitely say that it isn't as inclusive, but I feel like there has been a bunch of progress. So yeah, that's how I feel about it.
Awesome. Thank you.
In some ways not. I think if you find an organization on campus, it can be inclusive, but I know last semester I attended the disability rally, and it just really brought a lot. It made me realize how it wasn't inclusive to UNC. Just isn't very inclusive in all aspects, to all students.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So the question is, do you think that UNC is inclusive?
I think so, yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
I don't think so. I think just attendance-wise, they can do better with the numbers. But I think in terms of classes and trying to promote it, they do a good job. But I think just the actual numbers of trying to include, different races and ethnicities needs to be better.
Thank you.
Yep, of course.
Yes. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Well, I feel I can start. I feel like just like it tries to be, but by definition, it really can't be. Just because like I know I feel like universities in general just can't, as a concept, be very inclusive.
No, I think it's always like a work in progress. I feel like they're always trying to do things, but it's really up to the like actual people on campus to like make it happen.
Yeah, I was gonna
say like the university can like do their work their hardest to do it, but it's ultimately like up to the student body and like the people around us to like bring everyone together.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. So the question is, have you ever heard of Jalen Walker?
No.
Never heard the name or anything like that recently in the news?
No, I want to say, if you give me more context, maybe.
Okay, so you may have heard of him. On June 27th, he was stopped for a traffic violation by police. He's a 25-year-old black man. 8 police officers showed up. He panicked, he ran away, he was unarmed, and police fired over 90 bullets at him. He was hit 60 times and killed. You have any thoughts about that event?
I do recall seeing that in the news. And I'm going to be honest with you, I probably have a little bit of a different perspective on things, just because my husband is in law enforcement. That being said, oftentimes he will say that the whole story doesn't always get out in the beginning of, what happened and what police perceived. So I always try really hard to get the full story before I make any form any opinion. So, do I think that use of force was correct? No. But from what I understand, they did try and use the taser first. Is that the story I'm thinking of? Am I correct?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
I don't know about that one. But all I know is that there were 8 police officers there, and then he got afraid and he ran. So I don't know what happened in between.
Okay, so the question is, can you define what systemic racism is?
Systematic racism? I would say it's inequality. I would say it's kind of everything that's going on right now, for sure. I wouldn't know how to define it.
Yeah.
But I would say it's belittling, injustice, inequality, everything with that.
I think it's racism that's structural in nature, so it's like it's the opposite of individual racism, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Probably not.
That's okay. That's okay. No, I appreciate the honesty.
It's like, I would say very like planned out, like just undermining. I don't know.
Yeah, you're on the right track. No,
Oh, I had a class, we talked about this, but from what I remember, I'm pretty sure it's just like, I'm gonna sound so stupid answering this wrong.
You're good.
Is it racism that's like built into our system that just like keeps transferring down? It's kind of like ingrained in society. Sorry, I think I answered that wrong, but
no,
I've heard it before.
That's pretty much exactly what it is. Yeah, so it's like systems in government and things like that kind of perpetuate racism. So yeah, just like what you said. Yeah, so like things like racism in the education system, in the healthcare system, all those kinds of things are part of systemic racism.
So the question is, do you think that black people can be racist?
Possibly. Yeah. But yeah, possibly, yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Do I think that black people can be racist? Against other races? Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Do I believe black people could be racist? Mm-hmm. Yes, possible, yes.
You want to elaborate?
Well, if racist covers anybody who looks at who, I don't know. No, I don't want to elaborate.
That's fine. That's perfect.
I think that's, anybody can look at another race and make a judgment on the whole race. I don't think they should, but it's possible to do, and yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. That's it.
Cool.
Yes. Yeah, I think anyone can be racist.
Yeah.
Do you want to elaborate on that?
I mean, there are a lot of races, so like they could be racist towards other. I feel like it's more relevant, like other people being racist towards black people, but I think anyone, like, there's a bunch of races you could, you know. Anyways, yes.
Yeah.
General consensus?
Yeah, I
Anything you
kind
wanna
of feel the same way. Yeah, like, yeah, I think most of the racism is against black people, especially like in America and anywhere. But yeah, I think black people can also be racist. Yeah, against other races. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, awesome.
Question is, how do you feel about the recent overturn of Roe v. Wade?
I actually think it's disappointing. I feel like it's a step back. I think we're taking away from the real purpose of civil rights, and I think it's going to spur action to possibly change a lot of other things, like legalizing gay marriage and things like that, and I think that's a step backwards.
Period.
Personally, I would consider myself pro-life. I also am very much of the mindset of, like, to each their own, like, you do you, man. And so that's where I stand, I guess. So
sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
This is actually like the first time I've heard of it, but I think I don't know. I'd have to do some research and get back to you on that. But I honestly think it should have stayed with the federal government, just because like I feel like the same policy should apply to every person, not just certain groups depending on where you live. I think it should just be the same for everybody, I guess.
Period. Cool. Thank you.
I generally agree with it. You want me to say why?
Yeah, you want to elaborate a little bit?
Just turn the power back to the people. You know, let states decide. It doesn't eliminate abortion, and there's probably times where abortion is needed, but it's not in the Constitution. There is no constitutional federal right to abortion. It's to be decided by the people at the state level.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
Honestly, I don't agree but don't disagree with it. You know, it's just too controversial for it. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be done. I just feel like they shouldn't be choosing over people's rights, and they have overseen that, like, in a way that we just cannot explain.
Right. Period. Cool. Thank you. Okay, we have someone that we interviewed like back early February or March, and our friend Steve wants to get on here and say something to you guys.
Hello, everyone. Big shout out to the Black Menaces. I support what you're doing. I was, one of those folks that did not recognize the mugshot of Rosa Parks. I mean, if you're gonna even guess like a famous civil rights person,
yes.
I mean, female, who are you going to come up
Right.
with? I mean, I know the name, I know the person, but man, I was embarrassed that I couldn't come up with it on the spot. But it inspired me to, dig deeper, learn more about Black history, try to be ready in case I saw you guys again. So I appreciate that this is a little more friendly meeting. I don't think you're going to ask me any questions, are you?
No.
Okay, good. Well, keep up the good work.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
Okay, should sexual orientation be taught in school or at home, or in general?
Honestly, both. I feel like sexual orientation is something that's an important part of everybody's life. And I know that I would have come out a lot better if I was taught it as a queer person.
Okay, that's
perfect. I think it's
perfect question.
It's
Good.
Yeah. Cool. That's it. Thank you.
I don't know.
Any ideas, thoughts?
I don't know. I think it definitely should be taught in the home. I don't know.
Okay.
Not too important.
You lead at that. Perfect. Thank you.
Honestly, I haven't thought about it a ton, but I think both. I think both avenues are important.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Taught in school, like elementary level?
Yeah, like K through 12.
It's a really good question. There's a lot of different sides to that question. I think, personally, I think that there's a lot of things that are learned by experience other than instead of just being taught in school. So I think that that's something that should be more up to life experience than taught academically.
Okay, cool. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Both.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sweet. Thank you.
Both.
Period. Anything else you want to add?
I just feel like both sides would have valuable insights.
Yeah, true. Thank you.
You ready? Okay. Do you know what the Emancipation Proclamation is?
Yes, about freeing slaves back in the 1800s.
Perfect. Cool. That's it. Thank you.
Slaves. Slavery.
Like, what about it?
Oh.
You're on the right track.
Okay. So I don't know super ton of details. History's not my strong suit, but from what I so emancipation is like giving slaves like freedom.
Mm-hmm, yeah, like.
So, yeah, it was basically like freed slavery and like ended slavery. Yep. So,
yeah. Cool. Thank you.
No problem.
So that's when President Lincoln signed into law that slavery was no longer legal in the United States.
Cool. Sweet. Thanks.
I do. It was in a I guess a political attempt to kind of end slavery. It took a lot longer than just that Emancipation Proclamation, though.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
I think he did great.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah.
But Juneteenth is they didn't realize that had happened, right? And I wasn't right.
Perfect.
I wasn't right.
Yeah. How often do you personally think about race?
Oh, that's a good question. I probably don't think about it enough.
Okay.
Not at all.
Not at all?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
All right.
That's a really good question. I don't know if I think about it too much. Yeah, do you want like a number?
No, I mean, whatever you feel answers the question for you.
Yeah, I guess I do think about it like every day. Like a thought will come across my head.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I want to work in human rights law, so I actually think about it every day. Oh, cool. That answers the question. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah.
I don't know. I try not to think about it, like, just because I don't want to separate people into groups and identify them solely based on race.
Yeah.
So I try not to think about it too much, but sometimes I do catch myself thinking about it, like, in terms of, like, oh, if this were to happen, if I was of a different race, would it be handled differently?
Right.
And so that's where it's mostly when I come to.
We're back here, and we just wanted to talk about an experience we had on campus today with a professor.
Kylee?
So we were filming videos like we always do, and we asked the professor if we could ask him the question, and he was very questioning of us at first.
Right.
So trying to figure out if we could even record him was a challenge, and then following after that, it was like, are you guys even students here? And so we were just wanting to highlight how frustrating it is to be questioned if you're students, because we look like everyone else here, and the only difference is the color of our skin. Which are adding.
Yeah, versus we ran into another professor later in our time we were filming here, and he didn't ask us if we were students. You know, this professor said, are you guys even students here? Like, why else would we be on campus in the middle of summer? Yes, we are students. Versus another professor that from a class that Kylee actually took, he asked us, you guys are students, right? Right, that small distinction, he assumed that we were and was just checking versus assuming that we didn't belong here in this space of a university.
Yeah, and I feel like it happens a lot on BYU's campus just because there's not a lot of black students, and so they're very questioning of why we are here, or based on just like anything. Like, he definitely looked us up and down and was judging us on our appearance of what we were trying to do on campus.
And just to like reemphasize, is like there's this ideology that like is like perpetuated in like white communities and through white supremacy, that like being black or anything that represents black is not intelligent and it's not advanced or intellectual, and so that's what was passed on to us and projected onto us, that those thoughts embedded in white supremacy. So we just wanted to highlight that and show you that like these experiences happen to us on a daily. So now you know.
And it's the small things, like that's what microaggression is.
Literally.
So it's not everyone's not always like, oh, I hate black people.
Right,
but it's
right.
subtle things that we are taught that we don't even realize.
Literally.
They make us. This is what we mean when we say we feel excluded and othered, because he probably wouldn't have asked 3 white students if they were going around asking people questions.
Literally. Right.
Cool. Thanks.
Okay, so the question is, do you have any friends who are queer?
Yeah, I do. I have a lot of them. So I'm from back east, actually.
Okay.
So.
Oh, okay, let me see. Do you have any friends at BYU who are queer?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I don't.
That's okay. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Dope. That's it. Perfect. Thank you.
Personally, there's people I've known from BYU who I don't keep in super close touch with, but yeah.
Okay, sounds good. That's it.
Cool.
Perfect. Thanks, man.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Are we good? Okay, rate your dating experience at USU?
Like a 2. It's rough out here.
Are you sure we don't want to discuss it? No, I'm just kidding.
Probably a 4.
A 4?
4, yeah. I think dating here, there's like very distinctive looks and very distinctive kind of size you have to give. So dating here, I don't know, I'd rather just be a baddie and work on my career.
Her.
0. Hard 0. Why a 0? Y'all look at me! I'm in Utah! I understand. Okay, there we go.
I'm gonna give it like a 4.
4?
Yeah.
Why you get a 4?
There's not a lot of diversity, not even just with like race, but with like anything, interests, hobbies. Everybody's pretty similar, but other than that, like people are friendly, they're cool, so it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so the question is, when is Juneteenth, and do you know what it's about?
It's June 19th, and it's the day that the Emancipation Proclamation, where slavery was abolished. So basically, freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's June 19th, right? And it's about abolition, right?
Yeah. Juneteenth, pretty sure it's June 19th, and it's about gay pride, or I guess LGBTQ plus pride. So,
not quite.
So
Juneteenth.
I don't know exactly when it is, no, but I do have a lot of minority friends that are have taught me about it and whatnot. I'm always open to learning more.
So, do you know what Juneteenth commemorates, celebrates? You don't know exactly?
I don't want to give a specific answer and be wrong.
It's okay.
I have heard of Juneteenth. Mm-hmm. It's coming up on Monday, and I'm not sure what it's all about.
Okay.
Do you know what Juneteenth is?
I do know what Juneteenth is, and it was passed. What was it passed? It was last year, right? It was passed last year, I think. I can't exactly say what it is. I guess I don't know. I guess I can't put it into words.
Do you know what Juneteenth is?
What, sorry?
Juneteenth.
Juneteenth? Yeah, I'm not from the United States, but I know that it is very important for the history of Black liberation. And it's like a commemoration in the United States. I'm not from here, but I have heard of it. Yeah. Yes.
I do know what Juneteenth is.
Yes, kind of, but yes.
Do you want to elaborate on what your knowledge of it is, or?
Dana, do you want to?
No. Okay, that's fine. I think we're afraid of not
saying the right thing.
Saying the right thing.
What would you say is your dating experience while attending SS State?
I look for. It's not here. It's not here, but it is in Oakland.
Yeah.
None. I think I'm more focused on my studies, and to be honest, there aren't that many Black people here.
I am dating a white man. Love him, but I found him on Tinder, and a lot of my options for dating around campus were white people, and it didn't matter to me, but still would have loved it if I could find another Black person. You do face some struggles dating white people as a Black woman.
Alright, thank you.
Not good. 0 out of 10. Maybe a 3 out of 10. The men at SF State are not really it.
What's your favorite thing about the LGBTQ plus community?
They're so welcoming and loving to everybody, and I love celebrating with them today. Purr. Yeah.
Say purr.
Purr. Purr. Purr. Purr. Purr. Purr.
Have a good day.
That's prideful. That's colorful.
Colorful.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Equality.
Absolutely.
Equality, and the fact that we can just express our love to each other.
I like that I can just start a casual conversation with anyone and it keeps going, you know? It's like I'm just like, hello, and then they're like, hello, like these guys. I just met them today, and we all went to the parade together. It's great because even if I don't have my friends here, I have my community, which is, it's amazing, and I love it. I love being in this community.
I love it.
Yeah,
Thank
have
you.
a good one.
You too. Thank you. We love you.
Just the inclusion for everybody.
Yep.
And everybody is happy to be here.
Absolutely.
And happy to see everyone. I mean,
Love
that's like, ooh, look, goosebumps.
You're right. Good. I love it. I love it. Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ooh, I love that they're the most accepting group of people that I've ever met, ever.
I love it.
I love it too. They rock.
I agree.
Woo-woo! Woo-woo! Yeah.
Can we get a woo woo? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I just want you to give words of encouragement to the, like, LGBTQ plus youth.
Yes, you're here, and I love you. I'm seeing so many shirts that are like free dad hugs, like I'm your dad now, I'm your mom now, and it's like making me emotional. Like, just the most welcoming, beautiful community, and I'm so happy to be here and serving it today.
I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You guys are so
I want you to know that you are loved. I will be your mother. You just need love and support, and everything gets better as you get older, and you can just be you. So just be you, and it's enough, and we love you.
I love it. Thank you so much.
You're
okay,
welcome.
that was beautiful. Also amazing being a doctor. I love that.
Yeah, just you are amazing, and you should be proud of who you are and love who you are, and I love you.
Yeah, I think that's what this whole event is about, and Pride in general is being, support. We want to support people in the queer community. We want people to know that they are valued and loved and cared for, and
Okay. So the question is, what are your pronouns?
She, her. Is that the right order? I never know.
Right order. That's cool. Thank you.
Cool.
My pronouns. I use he, him.
Per. Okay.
Period.
Oh, like she, her. Yep, that's what it is.
Yep, there you go. No,
cool.
She, her.
Okay. Okay.
She and her. She and her. That's
period. Love to see it. Thank you.
He, him.
Per.
She, her.
She, her.
She, her.
Cool.
What's up, Menaces? We are so excited to announce that we're giving away 8 $500 scholarships this upcoming semester, and you could possibly be eligible to win. So for one, to be eligible, you have to be a college student, either returning or you can be an upcoming freshman, and that's got to be this upcoming semester starting in August/September. 2, you need to submit a 60-second or less video explaining to us how you're going to be a menace on your school's campus this upcoming semester. Show us what you got. We're so excited for this opportunity to give away these scholarships, and if you have any questions, please feel free to email the new Gmail account for the scholarships, blackmenaces.scholarship@gmail.com. Also, head to our website for more information, and please go to our Instagram as well for more information. We have all the steps and everything set up in our Instagram stories highlights. So yeah, we're so excited. Good luck everybody applying, and please tell your friends about it. We want everybody on this opportunity.
Alright, so are you pro-choice or pro-life?
Pro-choice.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you.
Pro-choice.
Okay, thank you.
I'd rather not say, if that's okay.
Alright, yeah, that's fine.
Pro-choice.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I'm pro-choice.
Okay, thank you.
Pro-choice.
Do you think being gay is a choice or that somebody's born that way?
So I feel like it has like the two different sides. When some people might have a choice, but then there's also like the different like neurons, hormones in the brain that can like happen when they're born, which can influence like someone is gay or lesbian. So I feel like there's both sides.
Okay. Dope. Thank you.
I think it's complicated. Definitely not a choice. It's not a choice, I'd say.
Period. Okay. Thank you.
I think it's a lot more complicated than most people give it credit. I mean, we know there are genetic factors that go into it, but there's also obviously a lot of other influences.
Okay. Do you want to expound upon genetic factors? I just have never heard that. I'm very like, I
mentioned it in my evolutionary medicine class. That's all I know.
I think it's more case by case. I think that you can choose to be gay, but I also think there are people who can be born with essentially gay. That sounds a little more reductive than I'd like it to, but I think it can go both ways, and I think that I think there's just a problem with reducing one population.
I think it's both. I'm not gonna lie. I actually took a human development class last semester where we were kind of talking about how it can be like something that you're born with and it can be biological, but I definitely think it can be both, that it can be something that happens like based on stuff that happens in your life, and there's nothing wrong with that. So
what do you mean by stuff that happens in your life?
I think there may be some like environmental factors that can play into someone being gay, and just like things that happen, and maybe it's something that they decide based on what they see or decisions that they make. So yeah.
Cool, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, are you a feminist?
Yes.
Of course. Yeah, intersectional feminism. I know all about that shit. 2 classes.
Yes, I think.
Okay.
I have a lot of nieces and females in my family, so I support it. To my knowledge, yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so the question is, do you know what Bloody Sunday is?
I don't.
Okay. Have you ever heard the name before?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I've never heard of it.
No.
Okay. Well,
No,
No.
I don't.
No? Okay. So Bloody...
Okay. Haven't heard of it either?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Bloody Sunday is a day in March when a bunch of people were marching for the Voters' Right Act of 1965 to be passed from Selma to Montgomery. And as they were crossing the bridge in Selma, they were met with police and National Guard, and they physically assaulted all the people across the bridge. And so people were injured, and that's why it's called Bloody Sunday, because they were just, hurt very badly, but it eventually led to another march, which led to the pass of the bill in 1965, later in the year.
I had no idea.
Do you think reverse racism exists?
No, of course not. Reverse racism is all about power, and white people have always been in power, and I think that to be racist against someone in power is kind of redundant.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think so. But to be honest, I feel like it's worse if a white person does it to like anyone else, because I feel like white people have always that priority, if that makes sense. So I think it's less worse if someone of color does it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
I would say it depends who you're being racist towards.
No. I don't think it exists. No.
No. Okay. Thank you.
So the question is, who did you vote for in the last presidential election?
I voted for Donald Trump.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
I think it was Donald Trump.
Okay.
If I'm being honest.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
That's a personal question I'm not going to answer. Sorry.
All right, cool.
Okay. I am 19.
Okay.
So I didn't vote.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
But I probably would have, can I say who I would have voted for?
Sure.
President Joe Biden. So
I think it was Trump,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
kind of lesser two evils, I felt like, wasn't really my favorite.
Yeah. Period. Cool. Thank you.
I honestly didn't vote.
Oh, okay. Can I ask you why?
I didn't like either of the candidates. I thought, it just wasn't about either candidate.
Biden.
Period.
Cool.
I voted for Trump.
Cool.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to episode 1 of the Black Menaces podcast. I am your host, Nate, and this is my co-host,
Rachel Weaver. We are super excited to be here with you guys.
Okay. Thank you.
Three.
Okay. Perfect. So the question we have for you is, are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Whatever makes them happy. I don't know. To be honest, I'm more independent, so if they're happy, they're happy. If not, then no. It's up to the woman, in my opinion. So.
Amen to that. That's perfect.
So. Yeah, that's all I got to think.
Thanks a lot, man. We appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey, have a good one.
I would have to say I'm probably pro-life.
Okay. And can I ask you why? Like, what makes you feel that way?
I don't know. I just think it's because, everybody has a chance to live.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there's situations that I understand that maybe it's not better, if you're referring to like abortions.
Yeah.
There's some cases where I think, it'd be okay to a certain point, but I don't know. And it's probably due to, religious upbringing.
Okay. Cool.
But.
All right. Well, that's.
Hi, it's the Black Menaces here. And we had a very interesting experience today on BYU's campus. Rachel, why don't you start us off and tell the story a little bit?
So we were, doing our usual, asking people questions on campus in the Cougaree, which is where people, get their food and where they sit.
Yep.
And we actually were not near the part where you purchase the items, the whole area, sitting area.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sebastian. You can tell the next part.
So as we were asking questions, there was one guy in particular just looking at us a lot, and I didn't know if it was because we're black, the Black Menaces, or those are the only two reasons.
Or interviewing people.
Or interviewing people. Yeah, that's a good one,
also,
right?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, oh, that's weird, but it was steady all the time, just staring. And so after a few questions, somebody approaches us, and then what happened?
And he said, "Oh, you guys need to be able to film in dining services. You need to get approval from the director."
Approval?
I said, "What?"
We got 15 videos there already.
Also, I'm like, that is not the BYU policy to film on campus or record. So we were like, "What? How do you have a policy that goes against BYU's policy?" And then he's like, "Well, I just heard it from my boss, my director." So then he's like, "Let me call him over and you can talk to him."
So we waited about 5 minutes for his boss to come, just to tell us that his boss told him that that was the rule.
Yeah, and apparently the rule is certain companies don't want their logos and videos, which is crazy.
On the internet.
On the internet, which is crazy because...
Wendy's?
Subway?
Chick-fil-A?
Papa John's?
I don't know. It's confusing to me. Personally,
I'm like, oh, they don't want their videos on the internet when they have very large advertising budgets.
It's weird. You want to help us interpret this one?
Yeah, and so he said, and then we asked, as long as the logos aren't in the videos, can we still film in the seating area? And he was like, I mean, technically,
but you need approval.
But you need approval.
You need approval, and then just tell us that you got approval.
Okay, so we're just gonna tell you we got approval.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, it was giving targeted policy at Black Menaces.
What are your thoughts on Colin Kaepernick?
Colin Kaepernick?
Yeah.
I think he's a pretty cool dude. I appreciate standing up for good stuff, so yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah.
And then do you know what exactly he's standing up for? He was kneeling for and everything?
Vaguely. Yeah.
It's a very interesting topic to say injustice as a whole. Taking a knee, is that correct? What was I don't know. A lot of people fought against it, thinking football's football, it shouldn't be political. But if you're going to be someone who wants to have a voice, you have to make actions that would dictate that. See?
Sure. I'm not super familiar with Colin Kaepernick.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm somewhat familiar, but not all the way completely.
Okay, so Colin Kaepernick was an NFL quarterback for the 49ers, and he was the one who started taking a knee during the national anthem to protest police brutality and unjust legal proceedings and things like that. Because obviously black people
Yeah.
are disproportionately treated.
Yeah.
So that was what he did.
Do you think white people should be allowed to wear locks, box braids, or do-rags?
No.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hell no.
No?
No.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
As long as you understand where like the tradition is coming from, like the braids you're doing, and what you're doing it for. Like, are you making fun of the culture, or are you doing it? I guess I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with that. I feel it looks weird. It depends. I don't know.
I think no. Yeah, no. I think it's simple. I mean, no.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
Nah.
No, I don't think they should. Yeah.
Okay.
Hell no.
Hell no.
Okay, cool.
Why?
Thank you.
For what?
Perfect. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask you, or I'm going to show you a picture, and then I want you to identify who's in the picture, okay? Can you tell me who this is?
I cannot.
This is Frederick Douglass. Have you heard that name before?
I think so.
I don't.
Okay. So that's Frederick Douglass. Have you ever heard that name?
Okay, yeah, for that name.
Do you know anything? Have you heard anything about him, perchance? Or?
Just from the beginning of civil rights movements, I think.
One more hint. First name starts with an F, last name starts with a D.
Is it Frederick Douglass?
Frederick Douglass.
There it is. Okay.
He got it.
Perfect. But you did recognize him, though, yeah?
I do recognize him, yes.
Perfect, no worries.
Frederick Thomas.
Close. You have the name. You have the first name.
I know.
Second name, it starts with a D.
Give me a Oh my gosh. What did he do?
He was an abolitionist. He was born a slave, but he became a free man.
I know this
I can feel
guy.
it.
It's Frederick.
Yep.
D something.
Yep.
I don't know.
It's Frederick Douglass.
Douglass. That's the guy.
Well, that's it. Great. Yeah, he was an abolitionist. He fought super hard as a black man to help free slaves and all that stuff. So
that's awesome.
Cool. Thank you. Good job. Cool. So can you identify who this is in this photo?
Looks like Rosa Parks.
Got him. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Perfect. Look at that. That's a good day.
Nice. No.
What about you?
Yeah, but I forgot the name.
Okay, no worries. So this is Rosa Parks. Have you heard that name before? Yeah, Rosa Parks. So that's it. Perfect.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No.
This is Rosa Parks. Have you ever heard that name before?
No, I can't say I have.
Okay, no worries, no worries. Are you an international student?
Yes.
Okay, where are you from?
South Africa.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool, cool. Well, yeah, that was it, man. Thank you.
Awesome. Have a good one. Who that is?
I don't, but I should.
Rosa Parks.
That's it. That's it.
I was going. Do you know what I was going to say? I was going to say the lady that sat at the back of the bus, and then I thought that's really rude because I should know her name.
Or who wouldn't?
You know, and so yeah, my bad. I should have known.
It's okay. Yeah. So that's Rosa Parks. She sat at the front of the bus.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
No,
it's okay.
no, but she was expected to.
But she was expected.
To
Yep. That's it. Yep. And she was arrested, and then helps the whole civil rights movement. So.
Yes.
That's it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I love her statement. In fact, I read a statement of hers very recently, something about I wasn't tired, so I needed to sit down. I was tired of the injustice. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
The question is, do you know who Trayvon Martin is?
No.
Have you ever heard the name? No?
No.
Okay. So Trayvon Martin was this...
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. What do you know about Trayvon Martin?
That he was shot by a police officer.
No.
Oh.
Oh.
Who am I thinking of?
Is that a different Trayvon?
There's been quite a few, but no, there's only one Trayvon Martin. Do you know?
I was thinking of the same Trayvon.
Okay, so Trayvon Martin.
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about him?
He was the kid that was shot in Florida because he was walking home after getting Skittles.
Yep. That's him. George Zimmerman killed him. He fought, he tried, but eventually was killed. And do you know what happened with George Zimmerman? Do you remember?
If I remember right, he was found not guilty, but everyone thinks he is guilty, and I personally think he is. So,
I agree. Cool. That's it.
Sweet.
Cool. Sweet. Thank you.
No.
Okay, have you ever heard the name or anything like that? Okay, so basically, Trayvon Martin, I think in 2013 or 2014, he was 14 years old. He was walking home with a bag of Skittles in his hand, and a white man in the neighborhood saw him and thought he was a threat, and so he followed him out and like hunted him down and killed him. You guys have any thoughts about that story?
It's terrible. It's really sad.
Yeah, sad.
That's kind of hard to hear.
Yeah, it is tough for sure. The question is, are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm pro-choice.
Awesome. Do you want to elaborate?
I don't think that we should have to. Right?
Don't think that we should have to what?
To elaborate on whether or not someone should be able to choose what to do with their body.
I love that. Amen to that.
Okay.
Thank you. That's
Thank
it.
you.
Perfect.
Cool. Pro-life.
Okay, can I ask you why? Like, what makes you feel like that?
Yeah, I guess I was just raised that way, you know. I just think that everybody has a choice, and I guess a fetus I would consider as a living human being, so any process of that, I think they should have their own choice.
Okay. Like choice to live type
Choice
thing?
to live, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I shouldn't be somebody else's choice, I guess.
Cool.
That's what I'm thinking.
All right, that's it.
Yeah,
Sweet.
all right. Hey, thanks, bro.
Yeah.
I am pro-life.
Okay. Do you want to elaborate on why?
I just believe that life begins at conception. And so the one thing I do also believe in certain kinds of instances, like in rape and incest and things like that. But what scares me most about what's being wanting to be done by the other party is to actually have abortion right close to when births happen. And I just think that's kind of gross.
Okay.
So I'm pro-life.
Part of me wants to say pro-choice just because certain situations put us in that circumstance where we can't, like, instance, rape. Mm-hmm. If you want to have an abortion, I can understand that, so I can see pro-choice there, but then I don't think people should just abort kids just because they want to, so that's a tough question. So I have to say both. Okay. I'm sorry I can't answer one or the other.
It's okay.
I have friends in both situations,
Yeah,
so I have to say both of them.
Okay, cool, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, so our question is, how are you going to celebrate Pride Month this year?
Ooh, I want to do a lot about education this year, and I want to start reminding everyone of our past and how we got here, and then because we're here for queer youth, start giving that education to them because we don't learn queer history in school.
Absolutely.
So it's really up to us.
Cool.
So that's what I plan to do.
I love that.
Yeah.
Okay. The question I have for you is, what advice do you have for someone who may not be out yet but is thinking about coming out?
Well, I guess first and foremost, the most important thing to note is that you're in a safe space and a safe environment. Everyone's living situation is totally different, and it's possible that you could be, with family members or people that are not necessarily going to put you in a safe space. So acknowledge that first, and if you're having a tough time with it, still just kind of know that there's nothing wrong with you. There's absolutely nothing wrong with you, and just because the people around you don't understand, no opinion on you is going to be unanimous in life anyway. So as long as you're safe and you're comfortable in your own skin, and you at least have one or two people in your life, friends or whatever that may be, to help you feel validated and secure, that's the best advice I could give.
I love that. Thank you. And this fit is giving, by the way. This is fire. All right.
Okay, what is something allies can do to best support the community?
We're such a diverse community, and we're so loving ourselves. So I think allies can show us love as well, because then we're all loved, and that's all what this is about, is loving loud, and then we can show everyone love.
Perfect. Period. That's it.
Question for you.
Yeah.
The question is, what can parents do to support members of the LGBTQ community?
Ooh, they can listen, and this is controversial, but if you're not going to accept your kids for whoever they're going to be, please don't have kids.
Amen to that. Thank you so much.
Okay, perfect. So what's one thing that parents can do better to support their LGBTQ plus kids and family members?
That's a great question. I just feel like it's important to just love. Generally, if you love them and you allow them to be who they feel like they were meant to be, then I think that's what it all comes down to, and that's what this whole festival is about.
I also
right?
feel like listening is so important. That's something that my parents have done that has been so awesome for me. They've just been very open to communication and listening. I feel like that's so important.
Amazing.
Hearing their story.
Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. Can y'all say purr with me on 3?
Say
purr. Say purr. Yeah.
Okay.
1, 2, purr. So what's one piece of advice that you would have for a youth that's part of the queer community at this moment?
Never let anybody tell you that you can't be who you want to be.
Talk on it. I love it. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, what is some advice that you have for people that may not feel comfortable in their skin yet?
Ooh, that's a great question. I would say
that no matter who you are, no matter where you are loved and you are worthy just as you are. And yeah, I guess that's what I would say is that, like, you know, you don't necessarily have to change anything about yourself in order to be accepted and loved, because there's a community that'll love you. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you. Okay, last thing is on 3, we're going to say purr.
Okay. All
there
right,
we go. Okay, great. So 1, 2, 3. Purr! Okay. Thank
What
you.
else can you do to celebrate Pride Month? I mean, I'll be in New York, so I'm definitely going to the parade there. Oh, that sounds so cool. Hang out with my friends. Eat
I'll
good
probably
food.
honestly, I'll probably be with her. That's exactly what we want to do.
Mhm. Yeah.
Celebrate
Sounds
with
good.
friends.
That's perfect.
Have a good day. You know.
I'm very excited, actually. It's gonna be Take fun. me with you?
Yeah.
If you want to come to New York, you can pay for my ticket. I don't know about that one, but I do have a place for you to stay. Okay, I can work with that. Yeah. I can work with that. Perfect. Okay, so what was your original motivation before being such a strong ally?
You know, I think, well, I have family and friends that are LGBTQ, and obviously that plays a big role into it. But you know, I think your life path for me is not a predetermined thing. I don't really know where my path is going to take me. I just kind of go where I feel like I'm supposed to go. I met Asia. She's been an advocate and ally for years, and this just felt like a road we needed to go down for our friends. I've lost friends to suicide who are LGBTQ, and particularly people who are raised in communities of Orthodox faith. It can be a really hard path for them. So they need all of us. They need us to rally behind them, and that's our goal. Yeah.
Would you like to add anything?
No, I mean, I think he said it beautifully, and I just, you know, we're in it for the long haul. It's like a slow uphill grind, and sometimes it feels like, you know, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. But, you know, it's just, we're in it for the slow game. We're like, you know, yeah.
Exactly. Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, what's one piece of advice you have for any youth that haven't come out yet and that are thinking about coming out?
Don't tell anybody that you have to. Everybody has different situations. They come from different backgrounds, economical, cultural, any of that, and all that plays a part into it. I don't think people understand that coming out has to do with intersectionality, and you have to take all those things into consideration before deciding if someone should come out or not. So do it on your own time and when it feels right for you.
Period. Okay, go off there.
Okay, how are you fighting homophobia, or what advice can you give to someone trying to do so?
Oh my gosh. I have to keep this short.
No, give us a good answer.
For me, I feel like I've had to battle inner homophobia because I was raised, like, just in my surroundings, growing up very conservative, around very conservative everybody. I feel like gay was bad. I'm like, oh, what is gay? They're like, well, whatever it is, it's bad. So just like warning you. And once I found out what it was, like as I got older, and realized, oh my gosh, I kind of feel like I may be in that LGBT area. I was like, what am I supposed to do? I must be bad myself. And I was so afraid of myself. I'm like, I've got to do everything I can possible to make sure I'm not like this. Or I need to change myself. I've got to pray. I've got to fast. I've got to go to the temple. I've got to do all the church Mormon stuff. Yeah. And so it was, I feel like finally, like as I was, until I think maybe I was a late bloomer. I don't know. Everyone's got their own timing and pacing, but I wasn't 30. It was 30 until I finally just came to terms with it and just said, I'm going to let this part of me come to the front, and I'm just going to not judge it and have compassion and let me be whatever I'm supposed to be. So I think I guess the advice would be to anyone else trying to understand, to fight and challenge homophobia, including for their own selves if they're like me. Just be okay with allowing all of you to come up to the front. Just hold it in your hands and don't judge it. Don't just have compassion, be able to look at yourself for everything you are, and you realize it wasn't as scary as you always might have thought it was going to be.
Yeah, perfect. That's great. No, thank you.
Do you think Vanderbilt is an inclusive school?
Yeah, I think it's very inclusive. We're in grad school, but yeah.
Yeah. No, it's really inclusive. I mean, you see a bunch of like international students from all around. So yeah.
Yeah, and I'm doing a master's in finance program, and I'd say like 40-50% of the students are from all over the country, and there's a bunch of D&I events as well. So yeah.
That's true. I didn't think about that.
You want to know?
Depends on what you're involved in here on campus.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. It really depends on like who you're around and what you're involved in on campus. I feel like there's a lot of resources out there to, promote inclusivity, but at the same time, you really gotta look for it.
Yeah.
But you, I mean, why do you say no?
Because I feel like no matter how hard you look, there's still people that really don't want those things to exist and do like their part to make it feel like hostile towards those things. So you can't have stuff like that and then say it's an inclusive campus. Like,
Heard loud and clear.
so what's the worst experience of racism you've had on this campus, or anything that you've observed?
So this is my first year at Vandy, so obviously I don't have as much as the returning students. I think it's mostly been in classes, and specifically I took an economic statistics class last semester, and like we do group work together, and I would be like continuously my intellect would be discredited, so like I would ask someone, like someone would make a mistake on like the group work we were doing, and so I'd be like, oh, like why'd you do this? Because I'm not trying to call them out, and then they'd be like, they'd try to explain to me how to do subtraction or negatives. Like we had to take a calculus class to get into this class. I know how to subtract negatives. So I guess just continuously being disrespected for my intellect, and then just like not even being regarded in like those types of like intellectual conversations because they think I won't understand. And then when I do show that I understand the concept, they're like, oh my god, like they're surprised. You knew that? And I'm like,
why do you think I'm here? Right? Why do you think I'm here?
I just, as a black woman, it's so much hard to get into this school. So I'm like, I definitely am smarter than you. Expect that.
Right.
But thank you so much.
Hey y'all, we are so excited to announce the Black Menaces podcast that will be dropping in June.
That's right. Our podcast features question and answers from the menaces themselves, as well as the interviews and experiences of people in marginalized communities that we interact with so often.
We're super excited to share these experiences, but we also want to incorporate all of you, our fantastic audience. And what should we call them? The Black Menaces?
The Black Menace Board?
The Black Menace Group? I don't know about that.
Ooh, what? The Menace Society.
The Menace Society.
Yes,
that sounds
we need
good.
y'all, our Menace Society, to send in your questions about difficult conversations you're having, guidance that you need on how to be a menace in your own life, or just questions you have for the menaces themselves.
And we will also love for you to share ways that you are being a menace in your own community in Menace Moments.
We're recording now, so be sure to start sending your emails tonight.
And you can send those emails to the blackmenacepodcast@gmail.com.
That's right. Send those to the blackmenacepodcast@gmail.com, and you can also subscribe to our Menace Society Patreon for access to interview bonus content, exclusive merch opportunities, and video episodes.
We are so excited to hear from all of you.
So the question is, would you consider yourself a feminist?
Yeah,
And why?
because of course.
I think that's a pretty good answer. Thank you.
Yes,
Why?
because I support equal rights for everyone.
I think there's a big push for women that they have to have jobs, they have to have all of that, and it's like there's some women that like want to be stay-at-home moms, and I feel like there's they almost get there's a social pressure not to do that. And I don't think that's necessarily feminism. And so I don't know what you would classify me in that as, but that's just what I believe. That.
What about you?
Wild. I believe women should be given all the opportunities that men have to do basically anything. We'll go with that.
Thank you. Good answers.
Thank y'all.
Why?
Because all people were created equally, so I see myself as someone who thinks that women shouldn't be any less than or perceived as any less than because of the body parts that they have.
Amen. Retweet. Thank you. So the question is, what's the most racist experience you've had on Vanderbilt's campus?
So last semester I went to office hours with a professor. It was the first time that I had gone, so we were just talking about where I'm from, things like that. And I mentioned my hometown and that I went to a public school, and he was like, you made it here from a public school? And I was like, yeah, I did. But, you know, yeah, probably
better than
racially
me.
motivated. Yeah, yeah.
What's the most racist experience you've had on Vanderbilt's campus?
One of the most racist experiences is definitely people who aren't black defending themselves saying the N-word. Like, you hear a lot of kids who want any reason to be able to say it and will sort of minimize its importance or sort of the impact it has on someone who's black or just as a word in general. And there's sort of any attempt or a fight for the right to be able to say it. And that's very prominent here with a lot of white students and just non-black kids as well.
Girl, I thought I was bad in Utah. Shit. I mean, shoot.
Black Menaces say love everyone.
Being a menace is more than talk. It's action. So let's walk the walk together with our Be a Menace shirt in rainbow colors that we're doing for Pride Month. It's coming out right now.
10% of the proceeds will be donated to an organization that is dedicated to making safe places for the LGBTQ+ community.
Be a Menace with us. Rainbow Edition.
Be a Menace. Rainbow Edition.
Okay, so the question is, do you guys support the Black Lives Matter movement?
Yes.
Do you guys support the Blue Lives Matter movement?
No, I don't think I know enough, but no, probably.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think I also know enough, but I don't think yeah.
Okay. What do you know about Blue Lives Matter?
I don't know a lot other than like I do support cops,
Okay.
and I think there's good things about both sides and not good things about both sides too. So, yeah.
All right. Thank y'all. Hope y'all have a great day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course. Yes. Yeah. Okay, and the flip side of that, do you guys support the Blue Lives Matter movement?
No.
I fucked with y'all head.
Yes. Yes.
Do you guys support the Blue Lives Matter movement?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so why do you guys support both? Either or both?
Because I think that there are valid arguments to be made for both sides of each party. They're not parties, but, you know.
I agree completely with that. I think that there's a lot of good points on either side that they're just not often communicated well across.
Yeah. Heard. Thank you. That's it. Thanks.
Do you think that Vanderbilt is an inclusive campus?
No.
Yeah, I agree.
I think they put attempts there, like they attempt to be inclusive, but it feels very poster-esque. They do it for the visuals, for the aesthetic. I don't think it goes really much deeper than that. I don't think they really have a care for the minorities on this campus. They do the bare minimum to get by, to say they're inclusive, whatever they need to say, and then it's like gone after that. Yeah, they don't really care.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your response.
Would you consider yourself a feminist?
Yes.
Would you want to elaborate on that?
I believe that women have just as much like power as men do, and that we deserve to be treated as equals. So, yeah.
Well, couldn't say it better myself. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Say yes. ...
And what about you?
Yeah, I'd say yeah.
Okay, perfect. Do you want to elaborate on your answers?
I would say that since being married and my wife being like a social science major, I've learned a lot more about what that means than I thought I knew before. And so I'd say I'm a better feminist now than I was 2 years ago, 3 years ago. As far as like details go, I don't know. It's a big can of worms, I feel like, depending on who you talk to. But I feel like just supporting people and what they do is the most important thing.
I can agree with that. Marriage gang, you know.
Yep.
Anything else you want to say?
Yeah. I just think that we have like a really changing world, and a lot of women are getting to like explore different like career paths and options. Not everyone has to be a housewife now, so I think that's really great, and I think that's due to some feminist movements, some people pushing for some change. I think it's really great.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, in some ways, yeah.
Would you elaborate on that a little bit?
I guess. I don't know. I think just like the obvious things with like women's rights in the workplace and things like that. I have more feminist beliefs along that line, but I think most people in the world these days have those feminist beliefs.
That's awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes. Everyone should.
We want to expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Okay, I feel like people think of feminism and they think of like the really radical extremism side of feminism, but really it's just about lifting each other up and supporting each other, and I think everybody should be a feminist.
We love it. Hey, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
So the question is, do you believe that police brutality disproportionately affects black people?
Of course.
You want to elaborate on that?
Well, it just seems, just statistically, I mean, or at least just all the ones I hear about, always just seems to be people of color, minorities.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Could you elaborate on that just a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I don't watch the news too much, but it does seem that there could be some police brutality towards African Americans.
Hey, appreciate it, bro. That's a great answer. Yeah.
From what I've seen and read, it seems that way for sure. I don't know like a ton about it, but it seems that way.
That's awesome. That's a great answer. Thank you.
I think it does, yeah.
You want to elaborate on that at all?
Yeah, I think that obviously it depends on the situation and the area and who's working. I think the police have a terrible, awful job that's difficult. I think they need more training, and that we can do just better to help them out, and also to make sure that they're treating everybody right.
Amen to that. Perfect. Thanks, man.
Oh, I feel like, especially in the media, we are seeing a problem with police brutality, especially in black communities. Like, I'm not saying that police brutality only exists in like black communities. We just see a lot of it. And
people.
I feel like it does, but I also have like never looked at the numbers online. But I do feel like there's just a lot that you see on social media and whatnot, and yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Do you think that discrimination exists at BYU?
Yeah.
You?
I think it does. I don't know if it's as big as most people make it out to be, but certainly we all have to like work on ourselves and make sure that we're all living the way that Christ would want us to.
Yeah, I totally agree. Have you seen that in any way in your time here?
Unfortunately, no. I'm a recluse, right? I'm the guy who sits underneath like the stairs and doesn't like do that much. So,
I appreciate it.
Definitely, yeah. Oh, 100%. As a minority myself, I think that people don't maybe do it on purpose, but at the same time, maybe they don't recognize some things about like minorities that they maybe they can do more research and see maybe slurs or whatnot that maybe they're more comfortable in their communities hearing that not so much within like our community's views.
Oh, I'm sure it probably does.
Perfect. What about in the... Can you tell me who this is?
You know, I cannot actually.
Do you recognize him at all?
He looks. I'm vaguely familiar, but I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry.
No worries. So you probably recognize the name. This is Emmett Till.
Okay, that would have been my guess actually, but I didn't want to be wrong.
Okay, we'll give you credit for the guess. Yeah, so Emmett Till, he was lynched by a group of adult white men, and his murder was kind of the catalyst for the civil rights movement.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dan, sorry.
I don't.
Does it seem like familiar to you at all, or have you seen it before?
No, I haven't seen that photo before. I'm sorry.
Okay, this is Emmett Till. Do you recognize that name at all? And so, isn't this photo?
That's Emmett Till.
It is awesome. Do you know who Emmett Till is?
Yes.
Or, I mean, could you tell me a little bit about him?
He was 14 years old. He was murdered while he was visiting relatives in Mississippi for no reason.
That's very true, and he was the catalyst of the civil rights movement.
Right.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
Can you just go with the brightness real quick?
Yeah, sorry.
Couldn't tell you. It looks like a kid version of the person of like 13, 14.
Yeah. So this is Emmett Till.
Okay.
Do you recognize that name at all? All right. So.
Okay, cool. So the question is, do you know what DACA is?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you've never heard of the word DACA or a person that's a dreamer? Okay.
For children who are born in other countries and brought here by their parents without, I guess, technically permission, but it's not their fault that they're here and born in another country. I had a lot of friends in high school who were DACA recipients. So.
Nice. Are you from Utah?
No, I'm from Oklahoma.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't.
Do you know what a dreamer is?
No. Well, not probably in the terms you're thinking of. So, inform me.
No, I don't think so. What about you?
I've heard it before, but I'm not sure. I'm also just not that smart. So.
Perfect. All right.
They know what a dreamer is.
Do you know what a dreamer is? Have you ever heard that term before?
Yeah.
Yeah? What's a dreamer? I mean, someone with a dream. There you go. Okay. Cool.
I'm sure you mean something else.
Yeah, no, that's good. I mean, that technically is what it means. But in the sense that we're talking about a dreamer or a DACA, someone who is a part of the DACA program, is someone who was brought to the United States as a child, as an immigrant, and they didn't have a path to citizenship while they were here because they're undocumented, and so it's a program that allows them to be able to go to school and maybe potentially have a path to residency or citizenship in the United States.
Okay. All right, so the question is, what did you learn about Black history in high school?
Beyond like the history of slavery and stuff like that, nothing, I guess, directly about Black history. I mean, I learned like the history of civil rights and the history of like slavery and stuff like that, but I don't know if that's like what you consider Black history or not. So
Cool, yeah, and where are you from?
I'm from California.
Cool. All right, thanks. Yeah, that's it.
Black history in high school, we learned about Juneteenth, and we learned about, Frederick Douglass a lot and his role in abolition, and then we learned a lot about Martin Luther King and his impact and his continuing impact on the Black community.
And where'd you go to school? What state?
California.
Okay, yeah. Cool.
I don't think much. Most of it was just tied to slavery during like American history. We never had anything like specifically about Black history.
Cool.
Civil rights movement, stuff like that.
All right, what state are you from?
Hawaii.
Hawaii, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so we learned about like Malcolm X, civil rights movement, Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, and that kind of sums it up.
Yeah. Where'd you go to school?
California.
That makes sense.
All right, so the question is, what issue caused the Civil War?
Oh, what issue caused the Civil War? Slavery.
It was over, like, slavery.
Period. Yeah. Okay, cool. Perfect. Thank you.
The war? Oh, slavery. Well, so the South wanted to secede, but the reason why they wanted to secede was because they wanted to continue slavery, and the North did not. So.
I mean, I think complicated, lots of stuff, but I'd say obviously number one, slavery.
Yeah.
I think that's the big thing that other issues, there's a lot of economic things actually going on tied into slavery, but also just generally the big differences between the North and the South that were, different types of economies. But I think, it all boils down to basically slavery and a different vision for what America was supposed to be.
So in school I learned growing up that it was states' rights, but the state right that they were fighting over was slavery.
Okay, so the question is, would you consider BYU an inclusive school?
Well, that depends on the area you're in. I think I have a lot of friends who are actually really involved with being inclusive. It depends on what kind of inclusivity you're talking about. I'm involved with a lot of people on the Rainbow Council and people reaching out to the LGBTQ community. The unfortunate thing is there are a lot of people who don't support that kind of perspective, and that's rough. But it's also interesting to see the change in perspectives happening.
I've always felt it is. Obviously, we're graduating, and I've always felt included. And I did my best to include others, too, so.
Yeah, I think it is. Could be more inclusive, I think, but yeah, it's a tough question.
Cool. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah. I would say so.
You want to expound on that?
Yeah, I would just say that because BYU is very non-tight-knitted, but we just have a lot of common beliefs. I don't know.
Cool. Yeah, thanks.
Do you believe that white privilege exists?
Yes.
Do you want to expound on that?
I mean, you can just see it in like the way pay works and everything. So it's like you can just in the way society deals with people too.
Great. Thank you.
Yes.
Why?
I'm not. That's actually a good question. I'm not sure how to answer it, but I think it does exist. It's just that people don't it's kind of like a taboo thing, but yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else you want to say?
Not really.
Cool. Thank you.
Sorry, I wish I could.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What about you?
Yes.
Do you guys want to expand on that?
Sure. One way I heard it explained really well once was just like, it's a privilege to not have to worry about how people are looking at you and what people are thinking about, like, if they're threatened by your presence.
True. Yeah.
Same thing. I'm an immigrant, so I know a bit about privilege, but I look white, so I can pass with the privilege of people not being scared of me. So, yeah.
Nice. Thank you.
One example. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
Definitely. Yeah.
I would say so, yeah. You guys want to expand on that a little bit?
And there are just some advantages that have come through history, and I think it's like foolish to deny that.
Yeah, so true.
Yeah, I mean, same thing. Just history has definitely favored, I think, the white people.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
If a white man mixes his blood with the African race, the penalty is death on the spot. Now, who said that, Brigham Young or KKK Grand Wizard David Duke?
It was probably Brigham Young, huh?
It was Brigham Young.
Dang.
Thoughts?
It's obviously a pretty bad quote, you know, because it makes him look like a fool, because it's such a, you know, it's like, I don't even remember what you said, but he said he should be killed on the spot or something like that. Yeah, it's just like, it can reveal so much about someone, like their bigotry or their, it's like their inherent beliefs, just like just to say something like that. So my thoughts are, it really brings down his overall character, I would say. It could be either. Honestly, I could see Brigham Young saying it.
Okay, so final answer?
We'll go with Brigham Young.
You are correct, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
I mean, yeah, it sucks that a prophet would say something like that.
Sure does.
But I mean,
yeah,
it sucks.
Yeah, cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
It's got to be Brigham Young, right?
You are correct. It was Brigham Young.
Yeah.
Probably Brigham Young.
That is correct. Brigham Young said that. On that quote?
Our church leaders probably shouldn't say racist things. We should be loving to everyone.
Amen to that.
Yeah, they've done that a lot, and so it's kind of sad to listen about it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Wow.
All right, the question is, do you support the Black Lives Matter movement?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you support the Blue Lives Matter movement?
No.
Okay, that's it.
I think
Thank
so.
you. Sure. Do you support the Blue Lives Matter movement? Sure. All right, that's it. Thank you. Got you.
Not in the way it's been presented politically in the papers.
Okay.
I would say the same, because Black lives do matter, but I think we have taken it out of context.
Okay.
You know, I think all lives matter. I actually saw someone that did a sign, you know, we all matter, and we should be kind to each other.
All right.
And not make it a political thing on how we treat people.
Perfect. That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
As a concept and theory, yes. I think there's been a lot of controversy with the organization itself and how funds have been used, but I think Black Lives Matter, like, I agree with that statement. But I don't know enough about the organization in terms of, like, financial statements and such to give a statement on the organization. The statement, yes.
Perfect. That's it. Thank you.
I don't really know. Yeah. Probably, yeah. I don't really know that much about it. I probably should.
Okay. And then follow-up question, what about the Blue Lives Matter?
What is that?
Like cops, right?
Oh,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like police lives.
I support everyone.
Yeah, I support that too.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot about them.
Okay. What about the Blue Lives Matter?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, perfect. That's it.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to show you someone. I want you to identify them for me.
Sure.
Who is this? It's kind of hard to see.
Shoot, I don't know.
Want to take a guess?
Oh my gosh, I was just watching the Rosa Parks video, man. Oh shoot.
It's not Rosa Parks, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I know it's not that. I don't know.
So this is Coretta Scott King. You recognize that name?
That I have no idea.
Do you have any premonition? Any guess?
Premonition? I have not a clue.
Okay, so this is Coretta Scott King. Do you know who that is?
I've heard of her, yes.
Can you guess who she is? Last name King.
Could she be related?
That's his wife.
Okay.
Oh, Rosa Parks.
That is incorrect. I'll give you one more guess.
Okay. Wait, can I see the picture? Oh, she looks so familiar. That is someone I should definitely know. I don't know. Should I guess?
Yeah, if you want to.
No, I'm not gonna guess. I don't know.
All right, this is Coretta Scott King. You recognize that name?
I'm like Martin Luther King's wife.
She's really familiar, but I don't recognize her. Or no, I do recognize her, but I don't know who it is.
You want to take a guess?
No.
This is a Coretta Scott King.
Yeah.
Recognize the name?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know who she was?
Sadly, no.
So Coretta Scott King was the wife of Martin Luther King, but she's also an author, a civil rights activist, and just a powerhouse in general. Perfect. Thanks, man.
Okay, cool. So the question is, does reverse racism exist?
If it's like affirmative action, is that like kind of the idea?
Just in general, like the idea that people of color can be racist to white people, etc.
I think like technically it could be possible, but like I don't think it's an actual like problem. I don't think the pendulum has swung that far.
Okay.
So I guess my short answer would be like no, not really.
Okay. Dope. All right, sweet.
No.
You want to expound upon that?
Absolutely. I don't think you can be racist to a majority group. Because the meaning of racism is being discriminatory against minority groups that are like actively oppressed on. So
Right. And that's on period.
Off the top of my head, I
Okay.
think so.
Okay, what about you?
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. What is that for y'all? What makes y'all think that, etc.?
Reverse racism would be racist thought applied to the majority instead of the minority.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to give an example.
I think that's pretty well put. So.
All right. Cool. All right. Cool. That works.
Reverse racism. I've actually never heard of reverse racism.
So basically just like racism against white people. Do you think that exists?
Oh, okay. I'm sure, yes, that somewhere there's some reverse racism. I've never experienced it, but I'm sure there is.
Okay. What about in the United States, to be more specific?
Again, I don't have any experience with it. I've felt like I've been treated pretty well, but I would imagine even within the United States there are places where there's probably some reverse racism.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, what's one thing you're doing to root out racism?
I don't know. I just include everyone and I try to avoid judgmental thoughts. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks. That's it.
Okay, cool.
Oh, wow. One sentence. I'm following the Black Menaces account on TikTok, and
Amen to that.
I'm trying to listen to Black student voices and try to uplift those in ways that I can.
We love this. We love this.
Yeah, I'm just trying to listen to what other people have to say, what Black students have to say, and educate myself on the issues of our world. Yeah.
Okay, ally.
Currently, I'm trying to be a better friend to people of color and include them.
You got Black friends?
I do, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm like Rachel.
All right. So right now, I'm trying to become more educated about like racial issues in our country. I'm taking like a multicultural America class to learn more about that.
I guess personally, I try to, set like an example. Just be a nice person to everyone equally, and then let other people know that that's what you're supposed to do.
Exactly. I like that. Picasso.
I like it.
Okay, can you tell us who this is?
Martin Luther King Jr.
Okay, that was pretty
Yeah.
That is Martin Luther King Jr.
Okay. Good. All right, cool.
Is it still on? Can you see that?
Yeah, Martin Luther King.
I mean, per. Okay, do you know who this is?
Yeah, it's Martin Luther King Jr.
Period, as you should.
Okay,
So, do you think white privilege exists?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Do you think you have white privilege?
Yeah, in some ways, for sure.
Want to elaborate?
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, there are just certain people look at me differently than they might look at somebody with darker skin, right?
Definitely.
Do you think that you have white privilege?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Period. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And then a follow-up question is, do you think you have white privilege?
No.
Do you want to elaborate?
I feel like in the past there has been white privilege, but I feel like there's been many movements now, and I feel like it's not really a thing now.
Yeah. Perfect. Do you want to answer it all? Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. That's it.
I do.
Okay, do you think you have white privilege?
I do, yeah.
Okay, cool. Sweet, thanks.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
I do, yeah.
What about you?
Yes, definitely.
Perfect. Follow-up question. Do you believe that you have white privilege?
I think I do, yeah.
Yeah,
Want
for
to
sure.
elaborate at all?
I think that there's a lot of maybe opportunities available to me that aren't available to other people. And I do think that is because of the color of my skin. And that's a sad thing, but it's true.
Anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think especially just historically what has happened, and I think even just where I was born and the life that I've had is a lot to do with my skin and the skin of my ancestors. So, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Does sexism exist?
Absolutely. I believe that sexism doesn't necessarily have to be malicious to be sexism. And I think a lot of people have that perception that racism and sexism, you have to actively hate those people. But I believe that sexism can also be, just little things that we assume about each other.
Yeah. That was great.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
Want to expound on that?
Yeah, I think sexism really exists everywhere, in the church even, especially. There's just lots of things that are built on that, and there's things that aren't equal at all, and we pretend that they are. So, yeah, but definitely more so in the world, but we're kind of really behind with the times. The world isn't at 1950 anymore, but the church still is, so.
Ooh!
Absolutely, 100%.
You want to elaborate, or is that?
Yeah, that's all I need to say.
Period. Perfect. That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just in general?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think sexism exists. I think women have, for most, all of history, been had less opportunities than men. And yeah.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay. So the question is, do you support gay marriage?
Yeah.
Say it again. Yeah.
Yeah.
I support what is written in the Family Proclamation and what the leaders of the church say, and I will leave it at that.
Can you expound what that is? Kind of for people that don't know what that is, could you expound on what that says?
Okay, the Family Proclamation is that marriage is between one man and one woman for the purpose of rearing children, and that is what we as members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints believe in, and that is what we promote and defend.
Okay, cool. Sweet. Thank you, man. What's your...
Not in general, no.
Do you want to elaborate on that?
I just, it's definitely a state-by-state issue, but I think that, if I can collect my thoughts, when something becomes supported by the state, then I think it transfers the, it kind of sorry, I'm a little on the spot here. When the state says something's okay, then the people who are governed begin to think it's more all right. And I wouldn't condemn any gay people for anything at all, but I just don't think that if I was voting, I wouldn't vote in favor of gay marriage.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
I'd vote against it.
Vote against it?
Yeah, same with me.
Can I ask y'all why?
I believe in a marriage between a man and a woman.
Gotcha. What about you?
Same.
Okay, cool. Sweet. Thank you. Thank you for. Okay. The question is, does reverse racism exist?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I forgot. I got confused. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Sorry. No.
I would say, like, in my life, like, I don't feel like I've been persecuted, so I would personally, like, from my personal experience, I would say no.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it's just you answered it for whatever you want to say.
Okay,
yeah.
cool. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that any race could be racist to any race.
Okay.
I think it does exist, but like, are you saying towards just white people or
in this
any
instance?
race?
In this instance, we're targeting on like people of color being racist towards white people.
I mean, I don't really see any examples of that in like anywhere, so I don't really.
But you think it's
Alright, cool. I'd say it's definitely, like, if it does exist, it's not as much of a problem. It doesn't.
You think it's a small amount?
Yeah, there might. I mean, I'm sure it exists out there somewhere, but it's not a problem that's hurting anyone really.
Okay, yeah. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Okay, the question is, would you date someone who was transgender?
Personally, no, but I don't have a problem. Anyone can be who they want to be.
Period.
It's It's just not my type of preference. But I have no problem with people being transgender or gay or whatever. That's life.
Period. Amen. Thank you. What was your name?
Dylan.
Oh, that's a hard question. I'm going to say no for me personally. Okay.
I've never thought about that before. And like when you just like have to say like, I mean you're looking for like definitive answers, so like.
I mean you can say you don't know.
Yeah, I mean like,
That's
but
fine.
like I would like, I feel like I don't know, but I feel like at the same time I'm saying no, but at the same like. Yeah, it's an interesting question. Thanks for asking. Yeah.
Yeah, you can marinate on it later. That's what I do. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, of course. 100%. I'm also a part of the LGBT community, and so it's just like whatever works for me is what I'm going to do. So, yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, cool. So the question is, do you support Blue Lives Matter?
No.
No?
Sorry to the people that are mad by that.
I'm not.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, could I ask you a second question?
Yeah.
Do you support Black Lives Matter, the movement?
I do. Yeah, I do. I support everyone pretty much, just whatever group. So.
Okay. All right. Cool. Sweet. Thanks.
Matter.
No.
Amen to that.
I'm more of a supporter of Black Lives Matter than Blue Lives Matter, personally.
Okay, cool. Sweet. Is a trans woman a woman? Is a trans man a man?
Honestly, I have no way of answering that. I actually don't know any, trans person. But I think just kind of whatever they really choose, it's up to them, and everybody else can kind of do their own thing.
Fair. Yeah. Feel that. All right.
Biologically, I think no, but if that's what makes them happy, then they can go for it.
Perfect. Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks, man. Okay.
I don't know.
Any thoughts on the matter, or?
I don't know. I think it's interesting. That's a good question because it's like you're changing your gender. Like what? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they consider themselves a man or a woman, but I don't know. Like from an outside perspective, I just think it's kind of weird.
Okay. All right. Cool. Sweet. Thank you.
I think personally, I think if it's what they think, I think just goes. Honestly, I mean, it's really it's my name. I think it's really kind of just up to them, what they personally, and then yeah.
Amen to that. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so the question is, do you believe that institutionalized racism exists?
Yeah, I do.
Period. Like at BYU?
Just in general.
Probably. Yeah.
Do you want to elaborate on that at all?
Honestly, I haven't looked into it very much, so I don't know. Sorry, I'm not the most interesting for TikTok.
No, you're good. Perfect. That's great. Thank you.
Cool, yeah.
It is possible, yeah.
Okay.
I haven't really studied too much on it, but I know that it is a thing that happens and that people do suffer from it.
Okay. So, like, it's a possibility, so yes, no.
I haven't experienced it myself.
Okay, obviously, yeah. I mean, not obviously.
But that's what I know.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yes, 100%. Period. Amen.
Absolutely.
Amen. Period. No hesitation.
Nice. All right. So the question is, should queer students be allowed to date on campus?
Oh, that's a tough question. I've never really thought about it, so I don't know if I have an opinion right now. I feel like if you signed the honor code, you signed your own name to follow the standards of BYU. So I kind of feel like no, just because students have signed saying that they wouldn't, follow that lifestyle. But I also understand that it's hard for queer students, so I don't feel like I have any authority to say like what should or shouldn't happen. But I do feel like because they signed the honor code, I don't know, that's really tough. Because I want to say yes, because I want to empathize and I want to love, but I also feel like BYU is so unique, So I don't know.
Perfect. Thank you. Good. So the question is, should queer students, gay and lesbian students, be allowed to date openly on campus?
I think they should. Yes, I think that they should.
Amen to that. Perfect. Thank you.
I don't know, really. I haven't really thought about it.
Okay. Do you have any opinion, any thought of would you be uncomfortable or would you not mind?
I probably wouldn't mind. I mean, that's it.
All right. Dope. Thanks.
Should they be allowed to openly date here on campus?
Yes, just like us straight students can.
I know in the honor code it says they can have public display of affection, right?
No.
No?
If they do, they get kicked out.
I swear there was an adjustment or something.
So they erased the clause, but then they reaffirmed that that's not allowed.
Dude, I just go with what the leaders tell me, man. Maybe it's not popular, but it is what it is, what the leaders say. So that's it for me, man.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
I think that I'm gonna go on like a little tangent if that's okay. But I think that our logo or our motto is to go out and serve. And so if we're not learning and we're not exposed to people who act differently than we do, then how are we gonna serve those people in the future? And so I feel like they should be allowed to date, and I think it should be more normalized.
Amen to that. Perfect. Thank you.
Yes. What about you? Yeah.
Okay, the question is, do you think the black people deserve reparations?
Deserve what?
Reparations.
I mean, I've never really heard that.
Okay. So it's like monetary compensation, like given money because of wrongs done in the past.
I would say so.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
I think that they definitely don't deserve what was done to them in the past. I think that they do in some ways get a lot of reparation. Like you can get scholarships and stuff for that type of thing. I think that we kind of need to move past equaling out everybody and just trying to learn how to love each other rather than oh, now we need to get even, or oh, now we need to oppress other people because we were oppressed, or stuff I think that we just need to learn how to love each other and just work together as a society. So I guess in some ways, sure, but I don't think that anybody really deserves special treatment. So
cool, thank you. That's it.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
So I haven't done a ton of research on the topic myself, so I need to do more. I definitely believe that something needs to be done. I believe that there are injustices that need to be corrected. I wouldn't be able to say a ton of what that takes the form of. I need to do more research on that.
All right, perfect, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Do you think white people should be able to, or they can wear box braids and do-rags and all that kind of stuff?
I'm not
a black person, but I would say no. It's just what I've heard from like the black community, but yeah, it's not up to me.
She's aware. We love that. Perfect. That's it. Thank you.
I mean, I think technically they can. It's not as much in our culture, but I mean, if they want to, they can. Like, no one can stop them. Okay.
Yeah. I think it depends on like your face structure and if you can actually pull it off.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
some people can like put it on, but it just doesn't look good.
Okay.
I think it's a little bit disrespectful. I mean, yeah, period.
Period. No.
If like they don't have the same like hair type, then they shouldn't do it.
Yeah. Period. There it is. Thanks.
The question is, due to the controversy surrounding Brigham Young, the person, should the name of Brigham Young University be changed?
I don't even know what controversy. Probably not though. Okay. I don't even know what controversy though.
No worries, no worries.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't even know the controversies going on with Brigham Young. I'd say no. I feel like it's been this name for a while. I might as well just keep it.
At the end of the day, Brigham Young University is what it is today. Not necessarily what happened 50, 100 plus years ago. I think there's more to life than just looking to the past for all the wrongs that were done and move forward. So, no, let's make Brigham Young University mean something good then, not just change it. So that's my thought.
Perfect, thank you.
I don't actually go here, so.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
What do you think, though?
I honestly don't have an opinion.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
have an opinion too.
But you go here?
Yeah, I go here.
She goes here. She goes here. I don't go here.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I don't think so.
Why is that?
Because I think it's valuable to remember the good things people do, and all of us do things that we regret, and especially with the perspective of history, it's easy to look back and emphasize the things that seem bad to us now. But he created a legacy that's really valuable and that has a lot of good in it, and so I respect him and his name.
I mean, I come from a high school where, like, our mascot is the atomic bomb. So, like, my opinion on, like, whether you should change, like, the title of a school, or, like, I guess I'm familiar with, like, there's two sides to everything. There's people who, like, maybe there's controversy, and then also maybe there's people who are like, this is how it started, let's just keep it for the history. So I just say there's two sides to everything.
Okay, the question is, are you pro-choice or are you pro-life?
I'd probably say pro-life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Somewhere in the middle. Somewhere in the middle? All right, dope. That's it. Sweet.
I'm pro-choice. Like, I personally would not choose to have an abortion, but I
Okay.
think that people should have the option to do that if that's what works for them.
Period.
Definitely pro-choice. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's a woman's body. You know, they have.
Period. Tell them.
They have the right to do what they want with their own body.
Go off
you
the
know?
key. All right.
You know.
The ladies are going to be after you in this conversation. I guarantee it.
I would say I'm pro-listening, I'm pro-voice, and leaning towards pro-choice.
Okay, period.
Oh, that's difficult. Pro-choice.
Okay.
That's a complicated question. It's kind of a loaded question.
I mean, you can give a little response if you want.
I'll say pro-life, but also it's complicated. I think it depends on the situation.
Okay.
So.
Okay, cool.
I would say I'm mostly pro-choice. I think that, like, I don't agree with, like, late-stage abortion, obviously, but, like, if it's not viable outside the womb, then that's not a baby. So.
All right, dope. All right.
Do you think the Confederate flag is racist?
Yes.
Cool. That's it. Thank you.
I think to an extent, yeah, a little bit. I think it can have bad connotations and have a negative feel to people. I don't think it by itself is racist. It's a flag, but I think it can bring across a bad message to certain groups of people, and you have to be careful about that. But I also think it's important to remember the history behind it, what happened, just to not use it in a negative light. That makes sense.
Cool.
No.
Why?
I think some people could fly it with racist intentions, but I know people from the South, and mostly it's historical to them. And a lot of people in the South still have this idea that we're our own thing, we're our own country, and that's more what it represents.
Yes. I have not thought about it.
Okay.
I think yes.
You think yes? It's
Yes.
just you now. Yes.
Probably. I
Probably.
need to think more about it. I mean, yeah. Yes. Confederacy is bad.
It's just why would you fly it these days?
It's a good question.
Or ever, really, obviously, but especially these days.
Yeah. Me too.
I say yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dope. Okay. Cool.
Yes.
Next.
Yes! Get on my face, bro.
Okay. What is something you do that's not stereotypically black?
I wear my shoes in the house.
What's something you do that's not stereotypically
You're a little
black?
too close.
I'll be as close as I want.
I don't know. Black people can do whatever they want to do.
Oh. What's something you do that's not stereotypically black?
I love me some good punk rock music. Some Bowling for Soup, Reliant K.
That's white.
Yes, sir.
What's something you do that's not stereotypically black?
That's not stereotypically black.
Yeah.
What does it mean to be black? I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
What's something you do that's not stereotypically black?
I don't eat watermelon. Yeah. You know what? That's real.
What's something you do that's not stereotypically black?
I guess listen to country songs. Answer that.
What's something you do that's not stereotypically black?
No idea.
Okay, the question is, do you consider yourself a feminist, or would you?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, dope, that's it.
Cool. Oh, hell yeah.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, dope. Can I ask you why?
Maybe I just don't know a whole lot about it, and I feel like a lot of the views are a little bit more negative than I feel like they could be.
Okay, dope, that's it. Sweet.
That's a good question. I'd need to do a little more research about what feminism is to really understand whether I am one or not. I believe that career opportunities should be equal for women, but I also believe that children need at least one parent in the home for them to be properly raised, whether that parent is a man or a woman.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, I think God created men and women. Everyone was equal. So, I mean, I guess I'm for humankind. I wouldn't call it feminist. I would call it just I'm for love of everyone, I guess. I don't know.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Me too. Okay.
Okay. Do you think we should move Confederate monuments?
Like the ones in Utah, or
just anywhere, like statues and all that kind of stuff?
I don't think they should be up anymore, if that's what you're asking. Yeah.
Thank you. That's it.
If it represents racism to a lot of people, then I would say it's maybe not a good thing to keep them around.
Love that. What about you?
If it's an issue for people, they should probably be removed.
Cool. Love it. Okay.
These memorials are prominent Southern figures. Sometimes it's good to remember that was a dark time, that so that we don't repeat those things. I think that it might be good to look at them in maybe as a warning almost, rather than looking at them for some people did good things, but there's some sad darkness towards that as well. So I'm kind of torn on the issue myself, but I think that it'd be it's good to think about removing those things, because if we remove everything that hurt us in the past, we're going to do it again.
All right, cool. All right, sweet.
Their opinion is, I don't want to say like more important than mine, but like they're experiencing like a harder like reality in that sense than I am, so I think I should like kind of go to like how they feel about it rather than how I feel about it, because I'm not experiencing the same things that they're experiencing in their life experiences, right? So
Perfect. Thank you. That was a very good response. Unselfish.
I think it would be good to remove them from public places, like from parks and town halls, and maybe keep them in museums.
Okay, perfect. Love that.
I think that's up to the locals, honestly. Like, personally, I think so, because like a monument is like something that you idolize, but I'm also like, that's not part of my culture. Like, that's not really, I'm not from there, so that's up to the locals. But honestly, if it was like in my town, yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, second question. Do you guys support Blue Lives Matter?
Yes.
I would say so, simply because saying that their lives don't matter is like, some people can, it can imply that like, oh, I don't care if they die on the job. Obviously, I think there are cops out there that definitely need to be reformed and need a little bit more training, but to say that all of them, that like none of their lives matter, I think is a dangerous thing to say, because it can only cause more contention. So if you don't respect them, that's your own viewpoint, but if you say that their lives don't matter when they're trying to protect people, I think that can only cause more violence than needs to be.
Cool. Last question. I think I said last question last time, but last question for this time. Do you guys support Black Lives Matter?
The organization or the sentiment?
The movement as a whole.
I would say yeah.
Yeah.
I would say
not the violence. For the most part, but the violence.
Yeah. Like, do Black Lives Matter? 100%. Like, they're just as valuable as anyone in the entire world. But when people use that as an excuse to be violent towards another person, that's where I think that it's just better just to have a peaceful talk about it. So, yeah, I would say we support Black Lives Matter.
Cool. Sweet.
Okay. Who is your favorite or most influential Black historical figure?
That's a good one. I would say I really like, this is probably like typical, but I really like Serena Williams.
Oh, no, that's not typical. I think that's really good. No, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I feel like she's such a powerful, like, strong figure.
She is.
Her, like, shape and, like, everything.
Period.
She's out of the box, and she's doing good.
And she's the highest paid tennis player ever.
As she should.
Yes.
As she should.
Okay, thank you.
Rosa Parks. Why? Because I love her courage. Yep. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, no problem.
That's a good question, actually. There's a lot. Probably just the friends in my life or the figures I learn about in school. Or I'm a psychology major, so like any like Black psychologists that we learned about in class are always really influential and interesting.
Okay, cool.
The most influential Black person in my life is probably Michael Jackson. I'm a musician, and seeing what he did to change the world is super influential, and I really admire the impact that he had on people.
I like that answer. Good.
What is your answer?
My high school track coach, Christy Gaines, was a gold medalist Olympian, and she is the strongest and toughest woman I know.
Okay, the question is, do y'all support critical race theory?
No, I do not.
What about you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, sweet. That's it.
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, yeah.
I think I do.
Cool. Love it.
No, I don't.
Okay. So what is critical race theory?
How about that's basically the white people are to blame for everything. And that may have been true at some point in history, but not right now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for your answer.
That's the teaching race to school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good.
I mean, I guess I wouldn't be opposed to learning more about that.
Perfect, thank you.
Teaching that? Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
The question is, how do you feel about Joe Biden nominating a Black woman to be in the Supreme Court?
To be in the Supreme Court, I mean, I think that's great.
depends on the qualifications. I don't personally have a lot of knowledge about it, but
Okay. Oh, so you didn't know about it?
No, I didn't.
Oh yeah, he just nominated her last week.
Yeah, I think that's great. I mean, if she has the right qualifications, I don't see why there would be an issue there. So
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Well, to me, it really depends what she stands for. If it's something I can support, then I'm totally for it. So, to me, it doesn't matter what her gender or race is. It just matters what she believes in.
dope. All right, cool.
I think that's awesome, honestly. Like, I honestly don't know anything about the situation, but I think, like, diversity really helps, like, any organization to succeed more. So,
Good.
yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's super monumental, and I actually love it, and I'm all for it. And literally, it's International Women's Month, so
Yes!
I think that was a power move.
Yes,
and I'm really excited to
amen.
see what she does. So
Yes, me too.
Good question. I think it's good because it gives a lot of opportunity for more voice to be heard and more opportunity to, I guess, for women and for Black women. Like, it's a
Yeah.
great opportunity. A good
Awesome.
role model, too.
Yeah. Did you know about it?
I actually didn't.
You didn't.
So
Okay.
this is
A
good
lot
to
of people I
hear.
feel like aren't knowing about it. That's kind of crazy. Cool.
Really? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So the question is, would you ever date a bisexual person?
I think I will. Yeah, totally. Well, actually, I have. Yeah.
Love that. Love that.
I am actually gay, so yes.
Like a dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends, like...
If they're a good person.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if they're nice, and that doesn't define who they are, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. That's it. Dope.
I'm bisexual, so of course I would. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool. That's it.
Yes.
Good.
Do you sit sadly, not knowing how to join the menaces in their menace activity? If so, we have a solution for you. Join us. Buy a Be a Menace shirt for only $20 on sale until next Friday so you can be a menace and be a menace friend.
Okay, the question is, would you ever marry somebody that didn't want to stay at home with the kids?
I'd be a stay-at-home dad. That'd be dope.
Right? I know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they gotta make that money, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Sure, if I could stay home. I'd want somebody to be at home.
Yeah.
You know?
That's a good answer.
Well, someone has to, right? I don't know. Either me or someone else. So.
Well, would you marry someone that doesn't want to, meaning you would have to?
Well, personally, I want to be a doctor, so I'm gonna be working a lot, so it'd be probably better for her to do it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I would. Do you want to say more? Or?
Nope, that's it.
Okay.
Cool.
100%.
Oh, perm.
Yeah, I would. Cool.
How many Black friends do you have at BYU?
Honestly, none. That's okay. But honestly, I'm kind of awkward and I don't have a lot of friends anyways,
No worries. Thank you.
I have 2 friends that are Black at BYU.
I have one.
I don't have any Black friends at BYU.
Same to you.
Unfortunately, I don't either. I wish I did.
Okay.
Though. I wish I did. I want to be friends with you guys.
We can make that happen.
2. What's the names? Yamin and Isaiah. Oh, not Yamin. Okay, cool.
None.
Oh, dang.
One. My roommate.
Well, I actually have quite a few just from like the other athletic teams. I don't know. I can't really count.
Are you an athlete?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. How about you?
I would say similar. Like
You're an athlete too?
We danced together on Cougars.
Okay, how long do you think people date at BYU before they get married?
Let's go 2 months.
We heard it from the people themselves.
Like 3 months, probably. At like the most.
At most?
I'd say 8 months.
8 months? Okay, that's good.
I mean,
You think
from
that's the average?
first date to wedding date.
Stop. And then in the menace activity, our teacher T-shirts are dropping on Friday for pre-sale at $20.
Oof. Maybe a month or two.
Yeah. I'd say a year.
A year? Okay.
Maybe 9 months. Maybe
9 months to a year?
I'd say.
Okay, cool.
I know
Sweet.
that's not
On
like
average.
4 to 5 months.
Yeah.
It's bad, but it's true.
One of my buddies dated for about a month. That's crazy though.
Yeah.
But
6 months.
6 months.
Fair estimate. Fair.
All right, 2 weeks. All right, 2 weeks. I was like, yeah.
First things first, we just want to let y'all know that the Black Menaces do not support any form of racism, sexism, homophobia, hate speech, cyberbullying, or anything like that.
And we just want you to know that the point of our page is to highlight the reality of Black students and other marginalized communities, and that's the point of all of our videos, and so please remember that as you watch all of them.
Be kind to everyone, show respect.
And be a menace.
The shirts are coming out soon.
Okay, the question is, who did you vote for in the last election?
Which last election?
2020 presidential election.
Oh, Donald Trump.
Cool. Thank you.
Donald Trump.
Cool. Can I ask you why?
Because I liked his policies.
Okay, that's it. Cool.
Okay.
Sweet.
I voted for Joe Biden.
I voted for Trump in the last presidential election.
Cool.
Joe Biden. President Joe Biden.
Ooh, president. Told you.
Donald Trump.
Cool. All right.
All right, so I'm going to say a quote. The quote is, "Negroes are not equal to other races." Now, who do you think said that? Apostle Bruce R. McConkie or German leader Adolf Hitler?
I would guess German leader Adolf Hitler.
You would be incorrect. It was Apostle Bruce R. McConkie.
Well,
It's got to be Apostle because, yeah.
Final guess?
Apostle. I'm gonna guess Bruce R. McConkie.
You would be correct.
That's insane.
That's reality.
I would hope not the apostle, but I mean, I'm gonna go with Hitler.
Unfortunately, it was not. It was Bruce R. McConkie. He's the one who said that.
Yeah.
Probably Bruce R. McConkie.
You would probably be correct. That is right. A good old apostle.
I don't know that one.
I feel like you'd want to say that it's Hitler, but
What do you think?
I don't know.
I know that's yeah. Can an answer be I don't know, or do we need to choose?
I want you to give an answer. Who do you think said it?
I'll still say Hitler.
You too, Hitler?
Sure.
Okay. Well, unfortunately you'd be incorrect. It's Apostle Bruce R. McConkie.
All right, we're ready.
question.
All right. Have you ever dated a black woman?
I actually have not.
Vinny, bro.
I've not. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, no, I have not.
Unfortunate.
I almost did.
Almost.
I was starting to date her, or I was like getting really interested in this girl. Her name was, believe it or not, Shaniqua. And when I was in middle school, that's what she went by. And
middle school, you was young.
No. It's a no.
I have not.
Why?
Well, I actually only dated 3 people, and the third person was my wife. So
that's kind of cute.
No, but I'd be down.
Yes.
What was her name?
Okay, give me a second. This was a long time ago.
It must have only been for like a week.
It was 2 dates.
Okay.
no, I have not.
Why not?
Because I've dated like 2 people in my life.
Facts. Okay, cool.
All right. So, do you think that the priesthood and temple ban was from God?
The what?
The priesthood and temple ban.
What is that?
So from about 1845 to 1978, black members of the church weren't allowed to receive the priesthood or enter the temple.
Ooh, I gotta say I don't think it is.
Yeah, I'd have to do more research on that.
Okay.
No.
Good.
Absolutely not. Are you kidding?
No.
Period.
No.
I don't know. That's a deep question. That's the one I'd have to think about, I think, to answer right away. No.
No, there was definitely some personal opinion and interest in there.
Good. How would you rate dating at BYU from 1 to 10 as a black woman?
I'd give it a 0.5 on a good day.
10.
0. Negative 11.
Yeah.
I'd say 2. Solid 2.
A 1.
Trenches. Maybe 2, 3.
2, 3.
I didn't realize we dated here, to be honest.
Fat 0. -1 if you could.
Negative 10. They don't like black women here.
0.
3 out of 10.
Negative 1.
Black woman.
Negative 100. Depends, you mean as a whitewashed black woman or as a proud black woman? Because it's very different.
Okay, what's your favorite thing about BYU?
How cheap it is.
Same.
The sports games.
Fair.
Sports probably.
I like that there are really, really good people here. I feel like almost everyone that I met, like the students, the professors, they're really good people.
Perfect. Thank you. What about you?
I like the social aspect and the events that BYU plans.
Sweet. Cool.
I just like the atmosphere, how many different people from different countries there are here. It's amazing. I love it.
It's awkward. Oh man, could you give us some time?
Okay, next.
Sports. Yeah, I'd say sports or intramurals.
All right, we're back to you.
Being close to the mountain for skiing.
So I'm going to say a quote, and then I'll give you an option of 2 people to choose from who said it. So the quote is, "I'm a firm believer in slavery." Now, do you think the Confederate leader Robert E. Lee said it, or the prophet Brigham Young?
I would hope it was the Confederate leader. But I know that it's possible that...
Yeah, it was Brigham Young. He's the one who said that.
I'm gonna go Robert E. Lee. It was Brigham Young.
What?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Actually?
Yeah.
You heard it here. You heard it here.
You heard it here.
Considering the context, probably Brigham Young.
Yes, it was Brigham Young.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Shoot, I have no idea. I'm so bad with quotes.
It's okay, but if you had to pick, who do you think said that?
My guess is Robert E. Lee.
Actually, Brigham Young said that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah. I know. Crazy.
Probably Brigham Young.
You would be correct. We love it. We love to stand on his campus. Question is, what have you learned about Black history this month?
To be honest, I haven't learned that much. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
The influential contemporary artists who were black and just like the impacts that they had, especially on American culture.
Nothing either.
Yeah, I haven't learned anything.
He was telling me about Emmett Till and just like his murder and how bad that was, and then like some of the political effects after.
We haven't been taught a whole lot this month, honestly.
These things called corridos, which is a type of genre, and I've found out that those corridos were made possible because of the African slaves that were in Mexico.
I learned that Black history is both past and present.
Tell me about it.
Yes, and I will be a part of it.
Amen to...
As a doctor, physician,
Doctor.
dermatologist. Thank you.
Hey, it's the last day of Black History Month. Can I give you this card for Black History Month?
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. There you go.
Thank you.
Happy Black History Month. Here you go, bro. Happy Black History Month. Hey, can I give y'all some...
What was your favorite thing about Black History Month this year?
I'd say my favorite thing was just learning about different histories, different cultures, and also meeting you guys in BSU.
What's your favorite thing about Black History Month this year?
Getting to learn more about where I come from and bond with my friends.
What's your favorite thing about Black History Month this year?
Showing off my blackness to the world. What's your favorite thing about Black History Month this year?
Being able to do perspectives and perform for the STEP team. Being good.
What's your favorite thing about Black History Month this year?
Growing closer with my Black brothers and sisters here at BYU.
What's your favorite thing about Black History Month this year?
My favorite thing about Black History Month this year was starting up the Black Menaces.
I'll support the Black Lives Matter movement.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Period. Okay, good.
I mean, I don't know what to believe about stuff nowadays, but like, I do believe that everyone should be treated equally, and we're all children of God, and so.
Cool.
It all matter.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, they matter.
Good.
All lives. Okay. Everyone. Like the movement or like the...
Yeah, we'll say the movement.
The movement.
I'm going to say yes again.
Okay. What about you?
Yes again.
Okay. Cool. Cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. When black people were restricted from entering the temple and receiving the priesthood, do you believe that that came from God?
I don't know.
Okay. Fair answer.
No. Good question. And I mean, good answer. Good answer.
I would say my gut feeling tells me yes. I don't know why he did it. You know, I know that he did do it. He instructed the prophets to lift the ban when they were told to lift it.
No. Temple ban? Oh, like blacks not having
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Good answer.
I don't know. I don't think anyone knows.
Okay.
Do you?
I don't think it was of God. I think it was a racist policy.
Okay. Well, my first question is, can you name who this is in this picture?
Is that Rosa Parks?
Why are Canadians better than us?
I am not from the U.S., so I don't know.
Okay, where are you from?
Denmark.
From Denmark. Okay. You get a pass.
So am I excused? Okay.
You get a pass for that.
Okay, so I'm going to show you a photo, and you tell me if you know who it is.
Okay, sure. Malcolm X.
The international students know it more than the people in the United States.
What's one thing you would change about BYU?
One thing I would change about BYU, all of it.
What's one thing you would change about BYU?
I wish there was a way you could report racist incidents on campus.
What's one thing you would change about BYU?
At a McDonald's. What's one thing you would change about BYU?
Add a way to teach the students here what are racist ideologies in the church.
What's one thing you would change about BYU?
I think a student body willing to check themselves.
Ooh. Why'd you come to BYU?
Because it's the cheapest.
Why'd you come to BYU?
It's my only D1 offer.
Oh,
okay. Why'd you come to BYU?
The scholarship money.
Why'd you choose to come to BYU?
Free school, and my coach is a black woman.
Okay, go ahead. Hey, why'd you come to BYU?
I don't know. Things first, what's your favorite thing about BYU?
There's pretty mountains.
Another question for you. What's your favorite thing about BYU?
That's a good question.
Same.
It's cheap.
Okay. All right.
What's your favorite thing about BYU?
Favorite thing about BYU, I like the kindness everybody has towards each other. I think everybody's really nice and smiling, so I like it.
Question, what's your favorite thing about BYU?
Wow. There's just so many things that I could pick from. Shoot. Probably the connections that you can make and to help you with when you get into the real world. There's so
That's
many
fair.
connections that you can have
True.
here.
Wondering, what's your favorite thing about BYU?
I like the mountains a lot. Mountains are good. I think I've found a community that helps me and support me, and so while the entire BYU community isn't necessarily the best, I have found my people.
Profound. That's good.
I'm going to show you a picture. I'm going to ask you who this person is.
Oh boy. Oh god.
You know who this is?
Oh man. I'm gonna fail. Dadgummit.
Call upon your PhD. Let's go.
Come on.
Come on.
I'm failing. This isn't gonna be public.
We should this. Can you identify who the woman in the photo is?
I hope I don't sound stupid if I get it wrong. It's not Harriet Tubman.
It's not.
No.
Do you know who this is? No idea. No clue. No. I want to say it looks like Rosa Parks. You're right.
There we go.
Who is this in this picture?
Hold it up to his mouth, Andre, please.
The mic. Hold the mic to his. Yeah.
I've seen her before. Yeah. And I can't remember her name. Let me know when you need help. I need some help. Cool. This is Rosa Parks.
Ah, dang it! I should have just said it.
You're good. You were thinking it. All right. Okay.
Do you know who this is?
I don't.
Do you want me to tell you who it is?
I'm kind of scared. It's gonna be someone I should know.
It is.
Is it Rosa Parks?
Yes.
Why'd you create the Black Menaces?
I created the Black Menaces to highlight a reality that's hardly ever highlighted at a church institution, but also in just white spaces. Why did you create the Black Menaces?
I wanted to create Black Menaces to bring awareness of the experience that Black people have at BYU.
Why did you create the Black Menaces?
Because I deal with all my trauma through humor. It makes it better. That's fine.
Why did you create the Black Menaces?
Basically because I think humor is the best medicine, and I want to poke a little fun at all the problems that we have here at BYU.
Why did you create the Black Menaces?
Because we want to reform what the word menace means, right? Nobody that ever accomplished any real reform was like a hero in the eyes of society, right?
My name is Rachel, and I'm a menace.
My name is Nate, and I'm a menace.
I'm Sebastian, and I'm a menace.
I'm Kylee, and I'm a menace.
I'm Canadian. I'm a Black menace.
Our reaction to Brad Wilcox's second apology.
Now, this has been a hard week for me.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
We're going to be speaking tonight about trusting in the Lord. And this has been one of those weeks when I have needed to trust in the Lord.
Us too.
Oh, really? Some of you may have heard about a talk I gave last Sunday night. Now, it wasn't the first time that I've given that talk.
We heard that too.
And it wasn't the first time I've used the ideas I shared or the line of reasoning that I used to try to address some difficult topics. In the past, I failed to see how my comments could be seen as insensitive and hurtful. And I'm very grateful for friends like Brother Corbett, who have helped me and corrected me and taught me. Once again, I apologize. And I'm grateful more than ever for the atonement of Jesus Christ, which allows us to trust in the Lord.
Question for you. What's your favorite thing about BYU?
The black kids. The blacks.
All right, Jared. What's your favorite thing about BYU?
Black people. My friend.
What's your favorite thing about BYU?
BSU.
Najee, what's your favorite thing about BYU?
Just meeting the BSU people.
And what's your favorite thing about BYU? What's your favorite thing about BYU?
I mean, my people.
It's gonna be hella funny.
What's your favorite thing about BYU?
Leaving.
Part 1 of the Black Menaces and Our Problems.
There is no doubt that the so-called civil rights movement as it exists today is used as a communist program for revolution in America, just as agrarian reform was used by the communists to take over China and Cuba.
Rachel, what's your favorite thing about BYU?
I go to school here for free. BYU pays me.
Cassie, what's your favorite thing about BYU?
Graduation ceremonies.
Nix, what's your favorite thing about BYU?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your favorite thing about BYU? Cynthia, what's your favorite thing about BYU? What's your favorite thing about BYU?
My favorite thing? My favorite thing is you guys.
People of color.
Part 1 of Racist Comments.
If that Negro is faithful all his days, he can and will enter the celestial kingdom. He will go there as a servant, but he will get a celestial resurrection. I'm sorry.
Amen, brother.
How come the blacks didn't get the priesthood until 1978? What's up with that, Brother Wilcox? What, Brigham Young was a jerk? Members of the church were prejudiced?
That's the bare minimum.
Maybe we're asking the wrong question.
What it is then?
Maybe instead of saying, why did the blacks have to wait until 1978? Maybe what we should be asking is, why did the whites and other races have to wait until 1829?
I'm sorry. Negative.